Okay, happy Friday, one and all. Welcome back to War at 4. It's been a week since our last session here. No friend requests. All right, Ahmed, let us take a look at Ahmed 9894 is up to now. He's up against Omaha. This feels really loud right now. I don't know why. I don't think it was that loud when we played last time. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, that should be about right. Level-wise.
You must be cleansed.
Alright, so I'm running Guildsworn Dragons, which is, Joe just was telling us earlier today that this is the deck that he used in his the first time he, I don't know if it was the first time he legend, but the first time he was top 100.
You will die where you stand. I bark and birth. This is interesting.
There we go. And Ahmed's looking good there. Number 79. That's my problem, as I'm realizing now. Macaro, hello! First one here on the chat. Welcome. You're in the middle of your weekend, right? This week? Like right now, you are in the middle of the weekend? As I understand it? It's about to end. Oh, we're at the end of the week. Oh, right, because your start's on, I guess, technically what I consider Thursday. So you had Thursday, Friday, and then... Okay. All right, yeah, so you're at the tail end. Ew. And then I guess that also explains why me playing Katana on Saturday night isn't really helpful, because that's technically a school night for you. Or a school morning. School morning. So maybe if I play Thursday night, that'd be better? Or Friday night? Molamir eating up all the little critters. These guilds. Looking to close this out here. I'm not sure if he's running charge dragons or not. They're kind of, the swift wings are kind of expensive for what they do, so might not be seeing much of that. Huh. Okay. And it looks like Omaha is going to do a little... Well, wait, whose turn is it? Nobody has the turn timer. Are we down? No? Internet's good? Whose turn is... Oh, it's his turn. Okay.
The forest is more close.
Sorting out what to do.
This should help.
And that kind of helps. I mean, it was a nice play, but yeah, it will not stop the Undying Dragon with all the premiums as well. Oh no! One of Ahmed's dragons did not have the bling. I'm gonna have to ask him about that. And now Eyes is here's. Did you finish your prep? You better not be here if you didn't finish your preparation for tomorrow, IO. I expect premium gameplay. Oh, speaking of gameplay. Oh, Amethyst Dorada. You ready to bring the magic? Oh, then Io is here. Oh, and then K Fluffy is here as well. All right, we got to jump on to K Fluffy. He owes me for prep is done and session notes are up. Premium gameplay is up to you guys. Oh, I see. Give us the burden of it. You know my compadres roll low. I have no control over this. All right, so K Fluffy, we'll see how well whatever he's running, which kind of looks very familiar. There's a Slinking Jackal. Oh, I need to craft premiums though. There's no reason not to have premium Jackal, although it really is kind of a bummer. There is not a lot of great. I mean, you get a little bit of mist coming off the ground, but really no. Like make the moon glow a little bit. You know, give the Jackal some kind of love. That's kind of sad. I mean, it still has the nice shiny gold border, but it's not all that swell. For those who don't know, we lost to K Fluffy last time. That's all I'll say about it. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull this off. Because as you all know, I have found Gobos to be very difficult. That's gonna help. That's gonna help a ton. Like this looks like an aggro deck that K Fluffy's playing. And the only good news is his opponent is running low on cards. I think he can suppress his Jackal and make that trade if he wants to. Thinking it over. Macro, yeah, you can put in a time to stream Katana, and I'll see if I'll be awake then. Well, that's what I'm saying, Macro. Like, so it had been. I think the first time we started. Oh no. I think the first time you saw it, I was playing at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon my time. But like I think me playing on Saturday nights isn't great for you. So that's what I'm saying. Like if Thursday/Friday is your weekend, then if I play it like at night/morning on, like for you it would be morning, me it would be night on like Thursday night, then or Friday night maybe, then it would be easier for you to be able to see it, you know, because then but then you're waking up on your day off. I don't know how you feel like that. Let me calculate. I mean, it's not a big deal. You're the most. You probably the person who's most interested in Katana Zero, and just in terms of enjoying the game. So it looks like we might be getting close to finishing it off, at least based on your initial projection. Because I remember when I first started playing, you're like, you probably have about 6 hours to go, which obviously I'm not as good. So I had, oh yeah, this is K Fluffy's version of. It looks like K Fluffy's version of Beowulf's, the deck that we just played earlier today. And there's K Fluffy. By the way, I didn't even notice that, sitting at 15. That's where we want to be, folks. We want to be at rank 15 by the end of the season.
Of course, I'm on your
I mean, rank 1 is great too. Top 10 would be ridiculously awesome, but I don't know. You're at the final level, one more boss, and you're done. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, so our final episode, I guess, is coming up. So yeah, I can play that at any point. And it might as well. I'm not trying to tell you need to be there. It's just if you say, hey, if you could play it at this time, that's I'm more likely to be able to watch it. Then I'll try to aim for that time. Like right now, like when I get a job, a lot of this is not going to be here anymore. Eesh. Okay, Fluffy's got some damage in hand, but he's about 7 short. Luckily, Gobos are aggressive, and they're going to punch him in the face. It's kind of sad though that I'm that close. I mean, it's cool because I don't want to be spending like Castlevania. We only did 3 videos on it. Granted, the third one was 9 hours long, but I feel like we moved through that relatively fast.
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
Whereas, and same thing with Katana, I think we're a video, well, technically 5.5. We kind of had 5.5 streams total. So sounds like it's going to end on the 6th episode. Alright, I think this locks it down for K Fluffy. That's 4 plus 4 is 8 plus 3. Yep, he's got it. Oh! No, 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 no. That's the problem. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just enough. So he wasn't worried. Nor should we be. I love retro stuff. Awesome. Okay, well, I mean, there's plenty more of that coming as well. I still need to try to get that emulator downloaded. Give K Fluffy a GGG. And when or Gabos is a thing of beauty. Just good to see him playing again. And we got Io here. So let's take a gander at what Io is up to. Oh. What does Io have enough? 3, 4, 8, 9, 12, 14. He does have lethal as of right now if his opponent doesn't drain for anything. Unless you plan to do playthroughs with all the other 5 swords, or do hard mode, or get the secret boss fight, or get all the achievements, or try speedrun mode, yeah, Cata's pretty fucking replayable. I'd say so, Macro. I'd say so. Holy cow. There's 5 other swords? Oh, come on. It's not this way. And look at Io, too. He's running... Well, okay, Unrelenting Siege isn't his pull, but... Hive Warrior. Like, he's playing an off-the-meta deck. Like, far, far off the meta. And he's got this... Turd Muffin just playing... what are you going to do? One, and so... Oh. Oh, that actually might have just given it to him. Wow, how did he... Where did that come from? I missed it, but that gave him the win. Well, he might have had it anyway, but... Wow, he beat Market. Io, well done, sir. Well done. I congratulate you. I shall give you the best, the biggest of GGs as well, though. Teach those markets that they're... what's a good word for what the markets are? That they don't have a monopoly on winning. That's probably one of the weakest burns I could ever put down there, but Lollygagging Sweet Roll is not playing. That's awesome. Amrio, we know he's not playing. Todd Bringer, there we go. Come on, Todd, show me this stuff. Todd, show it to me. Okay. Fistful of cards for both players. And yeah, both players in at the 8th at the 8th level, 8th level. No kidding. One of them is... How do you get the sword? How do you unlock the swords? Do you have to play hard mode? So I guess Macro. I guess what I was gonna finish off saying is I can revisit Katana Zero, but there are so many games that I have not beaten. Some of that I haven't even played yet. So once I beat a game, even if I might not have beat it like in all the ways, I kind of need to move on. Especially like, you know, the other day we got a request from somebody to play. I don't even remember what the name of it was. But, you know, we got that coming in hopefully the beginning of next week. Fell asleep, Denise? Did you fall asleep as you were typing that? You're like, fell asleep. Understandable. And thank you for the nearly. Thank you for the Marco Polo. It's, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, I know my mom had said, hey, thanks for thank you so much for trying, you know, but there's that part of you going, what am I missing here? What's going on? So to have somebody else say, hey, yeah, from my end, it doesn't look right. I mean, and I hadn't thought about it the way you were mentioning it. I'm hoping that's not the case. Good gravy, especially since I kind of breached the subject. Anyway, I don't want to be too cryptic for everybody else that's out there, but I don't want to necessarily go into the weeds either. But just thank you for that reply there. And it does. I was like, I didn't know if you're gonna be like, well, actually, like, All right, so Todd is up against Poopstone. Whoa, did that just give her drain? Wow, that is the dumbest Poopstone I've ever seen. So it gives little girl drain. She's going to get it naturally next turn, unless she's removed, which we might see a Cradle Crush. But that is hilarious. It gave her drain, but she's about to get drain next turn anyway, and turn into a big 5 body. Big 5 body coming down. Big 5 body. Yeah, exactly, Zen. I know, right? Hey, Ugnip, welcome back. Welcome back, sir. I love the hello again, people. Hello, my people. Greetings, friends. Welcome back, man. Welcome back. Any big plans for the weekend? For anybody? But Ugnip, are you like what do you all do on weekends usually?
To chaos with you.
Hey, Duke, hello. Good to see you. Are you I can't remember. You usually get on shortly after I do, right? Oh, right. Oh, there we go. Let's live chat. Thank you, I got to remember to do that. I mean, you don't even need to finish Katana if you want to, and don't have to replay it either. No, Macro, the whole point is I do. I mean, I don't need to finish, but I want to finish. Like, my whole point of playing
Welcome to the shadows.
is to... Ooh. That could have been a really great rage. Don't give this ward. Don't give it ward. Okay. Still not a great... Takes a lot of the oomph out of rage. Although Steel Dagger and Mace of Encumbrance could make rage sparkle and shine. Oh, no, they can't do both. But hey, then why Duke? How's your weekend going? What shenanigans? What shenanigans are afoot? What is your inspiration today? What should we expect to see? Now that you accomplished, I think every week you've accomplished all the ridiculousness that you set out to do. so have you run out of ideas, or what are you playing now? No. What am I doing? That's habit. That's force of habit. That's bad. It did. Good call. Yeah, my chat was set up for... has been set up to popular chat, or what is it called? Top chat, and not instead of live chat, which is what I actually wanted. So thanks for keeping it straight there, Io. Let's see here. Rumpin' Rufus in the event. Go for it. Good, my friend. I got a new OTK cooked up by a viewer, so gonna see if that works. Awesome. I look forward to seeing you pull it off spectacularly. I almost missed that last one. Luckily, my spider sexes. Yes, my spider sexes. My senses kicked in, and I was like, I feel like he's on the cusp of an amazing victory, and it just happened to be correct. Still messing with this Dagon deck. Might send you an update version later. Okay, fair enough, Todd. Fair enough. The slot is available for you. We can update it at your leisure. But yeah, then that was hilarious. For those of you who missed it, Poop Stone gave little girl drain. How smart was that? Big brain move by the Poop Stone. I mean, do we expect anything else from something called the Poop Stone, really? What do you mean? Macro, what are you talking about? You said that's a lot of people? To what are you referring, my friend? I'm not seeing a quote. But yeah, Macro, I do want to beat Katana Zero. I have to beat Katana Zero. That's the whole point. To beat it. Now, the fact that it has replay value beyond what we, winning is fantastic. And that's gives me something to come back around to, but I do like variety. Big bodies? Oh no, not big bodies. There we go. Anti-control deck indeed. Let's see. Hello, Todd. Hello. And there we go. Rump and Rufus also winning. Our friends are just lighting it up today. I don't think we've seen a single loss yet. This is just the day. We've come out of the dark ages of Tessel, the days where I was getting my butt kicked and then I'd come in and watch you all get your butt kicked. We're clearly beyond those days now. We're witnessing a resurgence in Tessel awesomeness. Macaro says Gotem? Is that an acronym for something? Get over the Eastern Mountains. Grab onto
Stand ready.
tactile electrical municipalities. I think I'm pretty close on that last one. Bog Lurcher Archer, move and Swift Strike would be funny.
Steadfast, brothers.
Especially with Ebon Thread Cloak. Managed it a while ago. Might try it again. Oh, nice, Denise. So you were able to get, it went off once, or were you able to get it a couple times? And was that for lethal, or you were you were able to pull it off and actually get some good damage in, or was that was to end it? Thank you, Rumpin. Cheers, Rumpin. Another streamer, by the way. Again, folks, I don't ever want to have pretend to have the market cornered. Rumpin Rufus. I don't know if he streams, but Thin White Duke, the Thin White Duke does, has a Twitch channel that you can watch him. He'll be on. He was saying in probably about half hour or so. We will be watching him occasionally through the night. He apparently has a new spicy OTK. There was a suggestion from somebody on his channel, so we're going to see some of that. And do not be alarmed, folks. Do not be alarmed. Do not clutch your pearls. Do not tense up or anything. This is not an invade deck. Nothing even close. Io has a good reason. He's running invasion cards, but not to abuse invade. And so you can see his opponent is going, the heck? His opponent is very confused, as many of us would be. Oh, you shield. That is a hard counter. Luckily, Divine Fervor is going to help bail out the little bastards. The little anorexic Yodas. They got a little less than that going on. They are creepy as heck, though. Yes, nothing but victory. If it wasn't recorded, it didn't happen, eh? Exactly, Io. I mean, there's no proof. That's a problem. Yeah, it's got to be everything's got to be recorded. It's got to be on the interwebs for all time. Although at this point, I kind of have to hope that Rumble and YouTube don't go down at the same time, because I was keeping backups of all the videos, like the compressed versions. But even with we're at the channel is at 400 and some videos. That even with the stalwart hard drives, and some of those videos are like anywhere from 4 to 12 hours long. So yeah, it was not feasible to continue to do that. I mean, I wasn't ever going to do anything with them. I just...
I raise the spine of war.
Raise the what of war? Oh, got him is what I think they meant. Okay, oh, gotcha, Zen Sky.
A new dawn is rising.
Oh. Wait, I spent all that precious brain power, all those magnificent,
Wrong place for a midnight.
inspirational guesses, and it was just all caps.
With our Lord.
As I am ordered.
Oh, that kind of worked out. Walk with our Lord, as I am ordered. But this is not good for IO. Not good. Hopefully there is no finish off. Or leaf lurker. Looks like it. And of course, it couldn't be the one where it's set your, well, granted, I don't think it's in those colors, but you know, there's the one set the creature's power to 0 to 1. Yeah, yep, IO, yeah, it's a two cards. What are the odds? And that one, no less. Like, seriously, like, I mean, I guess that makes a little more sense because that's kind of like your three feathered war chief. Essentially, it's saying, okay, you know, it makes it easier to do that kind of thing. But it's still, we all know that man, I'm trying to maintain a level of professionalism that I don't manage to hold on to when I'm playing for most of the time, but still. It was for lethal, Denise. Excellent. A very short match before... A very short match. I was like, hey, Vuri, what? A very short match before I started recording. Oh. Denise, see IO statement above. If it wasn't recorded, it didn't happen. What is going on with Tessel now? All right. Our internet's fine. This is all good. I guess we will close out and start it again. Okay. Tessel being a bit of a turd muffin there. Yeah, exactly. Well, yes, Zen Sky. They're shenanigans, but they're pleasant shenanigans. They're the good kind of shenanigans. The shenanigan-y shenanigans, not the shady shenanigans. Huh. Did we just witness the death of Tessel? Okay, good. No, we did not. I was like, wait, did everything just go offline? Did we just lose everything? The month, and you know, I was going to get top 10 this month. If the server goes down. If the server goes down, I was going to get top 10. If it doesn't go down, hopefully I'm getting top 100. But if it does go down, there was no doubt in anybody's mind that I was going to get top 10. Yeah, GOTM is an acronym for greatest of the entire millennium. Okay, that actually made a little more sense than mine, I guess. Just a little bit. Ooh.
Careful there, friend.
Does not. I thought he might shackle the little bastard, but he chose instead to play his 2-1. Says, go ahead and take your cards. I ain't scared. There's Ebon Thread Cloak. It's all the rage in Skyrim these days.
Did you hear that? The ape protect us. This one will get what is needed.
Didn't know there were apes in Tessel, but apparently there is. The ape protects them. Anorexicute is wild. He is. He's nightmare fuel, really. The floppy ears, hide it a little bit when you zoom in and you see his face. Like, he's corner club gambler freaky levels. Like, yeah. In fact, I think corner club gambler is just has slightly smaller ears, but is pretty much, that's her without makeup on, is what that is. And without stilts. The classic regenerate guard and lethal dagger combination. Looked fun until Seducer showed up. It did. It's always a party until Dark Seducer shows up. I kind of think she should be a unique legendary. Like, Naha Gleave is a unique legendary. I don't know why she wouldn't be, because her special thing is pretty potent. Like the Gatekeeper is another one. I think being able to drain essentially when you get hit, I think that's unique enough that there shouldn't be 3 of those. Now I'm not a deck builder, but a card creator. But I don't know why something like that. And I'm not, the only thing Naha Gleave has going for him is immune to, you can't be targeted by actions unless you get silent. I mean, there's plenty of ways to deal with that. I don't know why the Dark Seducer would be any different. Because both of them are, unless you have the answer in your hand, you're screwed. If you don't have a Viper or some kind of lethal thing for or a silence for Naha Gleave, you're not getting anywhere. You're not getting past him. Same thing, Iron Atronach. Iron Atronach. Now that's not even a unique legendary though. Huh? Interesting. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Iron Atronach, I would think that should be a unique legendary too, but it's not. You can have as many of those as you want. Right? Pretty sure it's not a unique legendary. No. At least they were not goblins or Alduin Parthoop. Right, yeah, Denise. Yeah, we can count the blessings. It still doesn't feel good to lose against them. That's the bummer. You know, the small things. It's as I've said, I try to remind myself, like, look, you need to be okay with losing. You can get pissed off at losing to janky crap, but you can't. It's not justified. It's understandable, perhaps. Nobody likes to lose. Understandable to get upset at losing, but it's not justified. Like, there's no reason. Like, you're going to lose. When 2 people sit down to play a game, one person is going to lose, and why shouldn't it be you some of the time? Or half the time? Or most of the time?
Name it.
So I try to remind myself of that. That other people have to be able to play too, and other people have to be able to win. I can't just be the one to win for what you know, because I'm me. I do like seeing Memory Wraith there, Dodbringer. I guess you don't run as many copies as you should, though. That's my suspicion. I think you only run 1 or 2 copies. I think that's. All right, there you go. So Toddbringer using that was what? Who was that recommended that? I think it was Beowulf. Said use your lightning bolts defensively. The only difference is Dextry is not running out of cards anytime soon. But you know what? I mean, that would be the saddest rage of all time, but it might be the right call. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. Antoine, good evening. Good evening. Nice background. Oh, thank you, Macro. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I have so these 2 monitors down here are both various artworks of Mega Man X. And then I've got, look, it's a very old Mario Brother, I think it's Mario Brothers U wallpaper up on the top monitor there. But yeah, they're very colorful. That's what I like, colors. I mean, I do like pewter. I do like, the darker colors, black and slate gray and all that good stuff. But I also like very vibrant colors, saturation. Things that make you feel good.
Give no good.
This one can be counted upon.
All right, well, he has... Whatever, Io. Whatever, man. You wouldn't say that to my face. Come at me, bruh. Nerd. I'll nerd you.
If I fall, this will reclaim me.
Oh. Ooh. Ooh. You know what's coming, don't you? You know what's coming.
You won't fall.
I, too, am a nerd. Oh, actually, without the slay effect, it's. I mean, he's going to be able to clear the lane out, but. Oh no, but the rage. Oh.
Nothing will stop Ajit.
Actually,
This one can be counted.
yeah, you're about to die, Khajiit. You're about to get hit in the face 5 times by a very angry. Although, yeah, child of her scene. Peace, child. Behold the glory. There we go. I think he's going to need that sword, though. Because even if he's able to hit 5 times, that's only 36. No, 35. 37 with her. Well, Corner Club is Tesla personified, fickle, and loves to shaft you. Hey now. Yes. Oh, he's not doing the dagger. Or the sword. Does he have 2 more hits? He does. Maybe he does. It looks like he does. Oh. Oh, no. What? Oh.
Watch yourself now.
I mean, was I off there, Todd? Like the steel sword would have been lethal. And the Ebon cloak wore off. That's why that's not. Well, I mean, the loot doesn't. Oh, jeez. Oh no. Oh, for crying the heck out loud.
Time to
Vincenzo's girl. Banana. You talking about Piercing Twilight? I wish I had Vincenzo's girl. Why can't I find a harpy like that? Alright, so I do have to add. Well, I'll just give him the condolence. So, Todd, I don't know if you're still in chat though, man. Like, but why not the sword with the aspect or child to do the extra bit of damage? Okay, Fluffy, let's go. Okay, Fluffy, he beat Gobos down earlier in the day. He's nigh invincible. I think you were right, but I was waiting to see if the prophecy hit and then play an item. Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's hard. I mean, the Child Ever Seen is an awesome combo, but it is probably the most delicate because especially if you're OTKing, because you're having to break all those runes. Really, you can't really skip any. You might be able to skip the last one, and all it takes is a guard. Well, a guard wouldn't do it. Well, yeah, no, a guard wouldn't have done it. But those javelins, man, oof. So yeah, I wasn't trying to quarterback club you, man. I was just thinking like, ooh. But yeah, if he had not chosen Harpy, yeah, that was just, yeah. There's just you take a chance either way. That's my motto. It's a great motto. That's the sexiest motto ever. You take a chance either way. You can get screwed 16 different ways. You just have to pick which one you think is less likely to screw you. Oh no. Okay, never mind. You already got the value out of it. Tonight we have the grand classic recipe from the south of Italy. Spaghetti al cartoccio. Cartoccio? Yes, Sense Guy, one of Vincenzo's babes. It is the Vincenzo's babe. That has become his hallmark. That is his girl. That is his lady friend. He put her in his Babes of Tamriel deck. Perhaps when he comes back to us, he'll be a little wiser, little more discerning, a little more taste. We'll see. All right, so here we go. Amethysta has the recipe. Cook the spaghetti halfway through cooking. Drain but not too much, and pour them into the pan with the garlic. I'm sorry. Well, hold on, Antoine. That's the end of story for me. That's you cook the spaghetti halfway through cooking. Drain the noodles. Put on sauce. Voila. I don't know why there's more steps beyond this, but I'll indulge you. Pour them into the pan with garlic, basil, and tomatoes with an asterisk. Chili, leaving them to flavor for a couple of minutes. Place a double sheet of aluminum on a plate. Raise the edges slightly, then pour in the spaghetti together with their sauce. Finally, close all the sides tightly, forming a parcel. Goodness gracious, Antoine. Why are your recipes so high maintenance? We've got to fold a parcel now? I mean, granted, this is probably going to be like one of the best things you've ever tasted. And I mean, you don't have good meals without this kind of prep. But man, coming from a culinary troglodyte like myself, this is just like making me cross-eyed. Like, wait, I gotta fold stuff now and raise edges and pour and do. What happened to just pouring the sauce onto my noodles? Place the preparation in a preheated oven at 250 degrees for 5 minutes. Slide the parcel into a serving plate and open it on the table. Great effect, easy, debatable, cheap, sounds like it, and tasty, absolutely. What else do you need? A good company partner and some good frinks. Drinks. I was like, okay, that must be another Italian thing. I have no idea what a frink is. What the frink is a frink? Okay, Fluffy facing... Honestly, I don't use the Murkwater Witch, but all those other cards are in my Archer Dargon as well. Professor Frink? What is that from? Is there a Professor Frink? Professor Frink! Professor Frink. Can't say that name too many times fast. Oh. Oh, wow. He gives over the shiny... Dang, K Fluffy's saying, I'm going to end this game very, very soon. Okay, that's The Simpsons. Glavin. Oh, Flavin. Oh, yeah, that is him, isn't it? No worries, brother. I appreciate it. I was hoping to draw improvised weapon as well, which would have been perfect. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, no, I never want to, I mean, especially you all. Like, I'm never second guessing people's decisions. I want to understand it better for myself because I'm like, okay, if we're reading the situation right, I might have done it a little bit differently, but it was still like, it still could have been wrong. There was no guarantee there. I just want to know, oh no, I wouldn't have done that because X. And it's like, oh yeah. Like when Joseph, when he's like, you should have douched out the Divine Fervor and then Encantoed. And I'm like, no, because I needed the Encanto to be gone. He's like, yeah, if you take out Divine Fervor, he becomes a 5/5 and your Encanto can kill it. I was like, oh yeah. So that's all. I'm just getting clarification so that I'm not missing anything. That gets it close, and he's got Blood Sacrament to finish it off next turn. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. BUX really. All right, Todd. All right. We'll keep an eye out for you, my friend.
It's not enough to watch your back these days.
All right. Luckily, it was that one and not the heals. That would have been our luck. Am I right? It would have been another heals. But it was not. And it's okay, Fluffy. We'll finish this out with a mighty Blood Sacrament. Is he trying to get charged? Nope. Oh, maybe this is a keyword deck? That's the only thing I could think. He's doing the keyword stuff. But why he needs it when he's got a full premium collection, I'll never know. That's right, folks. If you didn't know any better, K Fluffy not only has the entire Tesla collection, he has it in premium. Shiny premium. That's K Fluffy. Good call, IO. Good call. I was going to type that, but I realized you're in there, and I don't need to do that as much. Where is K Fluffy? K Fluffy? Burn ass. Let's edit it since we're not... looking very deadly. And we know it is, too. That's a bad play by me at the end there. I should have played the sage. No need. Oh. I was wondering. Thought maybe you needed keyword quest. I was like, no. He has all premiums. That's all right. We all make the extra play by mistake. It's when it's part of the MO that it becomes a problem. Really? Nothing from... All right, Jay Shades! Jay Shades! Another player who kicked the crap out of us on our climb to ladder. You know, by the way, I went back and looked at it. We would have gotten into Legend. Wow. Jeez. Good gravy.
We see you waking and sleeping.
Great for climbing. But yeah, so if K Fluffy hadn't beat us, we would have actually gotten into our gateway game would have been a game early, a game that we won, and we would have done it. So K Fluffy is solely to blame for my saltiness and the next day's saltiness when it didn't look like we might start falling back down the ladder again. Granted, it was like my misplay, like why shackle the creature that's facing a guard instead of the one that can do lethal with a swift strike, but there's no excuse. There's no excuse. Just because I made a misplay doesn't mean I should have lost the game. But I noticed that afterward because the game would have ended at the same exact time because he either won that turn or I won the very next turn, seconds later. So we would have queued into the same guys. Now, granted, I would have been, riding high on my victory, so I might have made a few different decisions, but otherwise, everything else would have played out as it would have, and we would have been legendary a day early. But, if your friends can't kick your face in when you're trying to move ahead in life. Oh, okay, there we go. Jay Shea just says, I'm not invade, screw you. Screw you. And I would give him a GG. I don't want it to seem sarcastic, but kudos to you, man. I would do the same thing. All right, looks like Beaterus is in a casual match. What the hey? All right, let's go, K Fluffy. Well, I mean, you've watched Burnass all day. Well, we'll see some more Burnass here, and we see how different it is. So far, I think the main differences have been he is running the trader, and I think he runs Mudcrab Merchant as his one cost.
I see their strategy.
Which, I mean, that's not as much damage though. That's a 1/2. It doesn't by itself. It really doesn't. But it does work with the the little thing where you can't remember what it's called. And of course, his deck is all premium, so it looks better than mine. Let's see, right there. This is the top 10 fortune right here. This is what you get from your mud crab. When you, I think that's what he came from. I can see. Olive oil, of course. I forgot to write it down, but for me, it's an auto include. Fair enough, Antoine. Fair enough. I think I have olive oil, actually. I know, call me cultured, but yeah, a lot of the same stuff. Got her going on there too. Yeah, she didn't look too bad in premium. I may craft since we're gonna finish off the season. I think with the Burn Assassin, I might try to craft a few more premiums in it. Just commemoration.
Care to make a friendly wager?
I taught you to put that steel sword on the werewolf. Maybe I was worried it was going to get a javelin in one of those hits. Yeah, but I run. Yeah. I'm here, guys. I'm in chat. I'm listening. Your streams are getting more popular, getting some new faces. Are we? I don't know that we've seen new faces today. We might have some more folks watching. Which hello to all you folks watching who haven't. It's funny, like you'll have people that just like something will happen and somebody will comment and it's like I didn't know you even know you were watching. And you forget that there are people that, I mean, the chat is usually what, 7 to 10 folks at maximum, and then we have plenty of folks that watch, or we have some folks that are watching that aren't. All right. Looking good for K Fluffy. Unless Chandler Bing comes down, he's going to take down Control or New Air. Well, not even New Air. There is nothing. Unless he has health gain. Chandler Bing, really. Chandler Bing, and then he can't do that New Air. So no, he's just dead. He's just dead. Or Chandler and Dawn's Wrath, I guess.
The nine inspire us.
Hmm.
Behold,
Still too many big bodies. You got the old big body Cliff Racer.
Prepare yourself.
Not good enough. Not good enough. You think it would be, but it ain't. Not for K Fluffy. No, he's got lethal 6 ways from Sunday. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. I'm going to ask him if you're aiming for top 10. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little miffed at how many of you all awesome players are seem to be making this push for, top 100 or top 10 here. Dano's jumping in at K Fluffy. Because all I think of, because I'm a selfless person, is, well, that's 2 more people ahead of me. Were I to get there, oof. Yeah, that's Control. That's Control greed there for you.
Shall we put in a dishonest day's rent?
Sounds very tasty, Antoine. Basil is so good. Now feel hungry. I know. See, and that's the thing. If you're going to get a guarantee out of these streams at all, folks, it's going to be one. You're going to learn how to play Tuts a little bit better by watching the people who play it very well. Who, fortunately, enough to be friends with, and I'm able to spectate their games. So you're going to get that. You're also going to get a very good recipe from Antoine, especially if you watch on Fridays. And you will also be made very hungry because we always talk about food. Somehow, some way, food always comes up, and it always is of the make you hungry persuasion. Oh, jeez. All right, not wanting to risk any kind of shenanigans with that guy. Of course, you just bring him back. Or not. Oh, that is so discouraging. I mean, the only thing that is making this not sting as much on Jay Shade's behalf is just that he wasn't like 5 away from lethal and his opponent is stabilizing. In this field lane as well. Interesting.
The hist revives.
I'm going to have to stagger downstairs to make a snack. Very dramatic, Denise. Very dramatic. I can just picture her now. He's paused at the doorway. Oh, whatever shall I do? Well, she doesn't speak with a country accent, but you know what I'm saying. Whatever shall I do? I must make it downstairs, but Shadow's wrapped around my neck like a scarf. I can't breathe. I can't see. Shadow, get off me. No, midnight. Midnight? Oh, no. There goes... Actually, that was not the... No, I did not... I did. It nuked the rage. Oh, what a not nice person.
we must protect our stronghold.
Frink is close to how Syrians say the equivalent of a cent in their currency. Ah, aka very small value money. It's derived from franc, and it's likely a product of colonization by France. Interesting. Little history lesson there from Macro. Syrians say the equivalent of a cent. So what, I'm trying to remember where it was used. Well, that was just Dr. Frink, right? Taz Daddy takes on Goofy Homer Simpson. And Swift Strike. And just like that, I mean, oh, he doesn't have the rage. I see Belly G and I keep thinking rage. Oh, you got squished, don't you? Because you never play Nighttime unless you got the squish. You were holding on to, oh no, you're holding on to rage. Okay. And that'll do it for the game. Jeez Louise. Jay Shades is having our kind of luck on the ladder today. Playing anything but Burn Assassin, that is. Yikes. Again, a far better player than I. No, probably not. I don't like to block top 10 spots. You are very kind. Maybe don't push too. Kidding, of course. I would never want anybody to let off their aspirations. You don't want to win because other people gave you the win ever. That's never what you want. That's a feel bad thing. I would rather have my. That's why you don't even ask. I don't even ask you like, hey, it's a gateway game. You mind letting me in? I'm sure you can get there easily. A lot of people seem to think so. I don't know what that's based on. Good gravy. That is a big body. That is a big camel right there. Big humping going on over in that lane. Lots of big humping. What in the world? Did he journey? Did he journey to Sovngarde? He did. Good gravy. They're all now big bodies. Lots and lots of big bodies. Krakatau's up against a lot of big bodies. Of course, he's got the Skyboard. No, he's got the Lord of the Arena. A fantastic big body that makes big bodies fight each other. That also works. That also works. Shocking Lamassu. Oh, is this a... Okay, it's not... Oh, did we stumble into a casual? I think we stumbled into a casual. Or is this an event? I gotta believe it's an event. All these big bodies. Something's going on. Everybody's got big bodies. Is everybody journeying to Sovngarde? Casual. Okay. Thank you, Io. That makes sense. I think everybody's saying that I can get to top 100 easily just so that they can get into top 100 and not feel bad. They're like, oh, I thought for sure you were going to be able to do it. I don't understand what's going on. All right, so we're going to see. Let us try, folks. Give it a shot. Try to figure out. Don't look at it if it pops up. Try to figure out what OTK Thin White Duke Star is running. He said one of his viewers gave him a challenge or a suggestion, either way, for an OTK in these colors. So, but he didn't tell me what it is. So, if any of y'all can think of what the OTK of this would be, and in I don't know, we'll give it maybe another game. And then we'll ask him and see what shenanigans are afoot here. Puppet breath. Really? Puppet breath? Interesting. Puppet breath.
I will keep Sothasill's people alive.
I guess that's like a Pinocchio thing.
A few drinks.
And then I was hungry again. Just a couple of spoons of olive oil, raw. It's important, this, with the other ingredients before to cook them. Antoine, a lot of people, if they were following along as you were describing your recipe, they could be totally screwed right now. They're like sitting there, they got their partial in the oven, and they're like, wait, what? I put all this together. What do you mean I needed to put olive oil in there? It's going to come out, it's going to be all burned. Looks like Forerunner. Oh, okay, yeah. Forerunner of the packed OTK. Now, you may think it's... I mean, to be fair, it is... because I looked at it and I was like, interesting, a veteran deck, huh? But no, that's the most obvious reason. So what is it? Galeen, Forerunner of the... I'm trying to remember. I actually did something like this. I'm trying to remember what you do. Because there's an extra key. You use... I think you use Galeen to put a bunch of them in there, and of course he summons them all, but I'm trying to remember how you... Oh! No, with the unicorn? I don't remember what you do in order to make in an OTK. Like, how do you get all your Forerunners to charge in? I don't recall. Because there's no mentor thing. Heed my warning. Why do I talk like a southerner even though I'm in Skyrim? I don't know. And my name's Lucien LeChance, for crying out loud. You wouldn't know it to hear me talk.
Read.
But I am the farthest thing from a French person you could imagine. And my horse is a puny 1-1. But don't judge me. It's that 5-4. Oh, right! Goodness, I knew I was missing a piece. Goodness gracious, yeah. That's right, the three color, yeah, give all veteran charge. There you go. So Duke is already on the way. So, mystery solved. Io, I think you nailed it. I think you nailed it. So I wonder if he runs, what's his face? The Pilgrim?
Work.
So Puppet Breath, seemingly breathing his last. And hey, we've got one of the closest matchups in terms of ranking that we've seen in a long time. 5-17 versus 5-11. See, not just me. I know. Excuse me. I believed you. I believed you. Macro, you could just make quick noodles, half the taste, but 1/10 of the time. Yeah, Macro, I think you and I are of the same mind. But again, I'm a culinary Neanderthal, so it's about all I could hope for. If I were to try to make, I can burn things. I can burn water. Yes, folks, I can burn water, and he's already done it. He's already got the clean thing in there. So either Puppet Breath is... Well, no, he's saving his cards, too. Alright, so all he needs now... Let's see, so he can play 1, 2... Let's see. Because that's a 4 cost, I think, the card that he's waiting on. So he can play for... 16... 4... Yeah, he should be able to play 4 Forerunners, all with 7 damage. That's still not an OTK, though. Well, I know it is. It's 28 points. Dang, Puppet Breath with all the supports. That's nasty. So yeah, it's he's not being Duke to he's not being Duke. He's not being nice to Thin White Dukes are. He is looking for a... Oh, he's got all the pieces. I mean, luckily he's got removal. Oh, and then Fear Totem also to keep summoning more and more of them. But right now he just needs that one piece, the one awesome piece, the piece that's hiding away. And when you open the parcel, your nose will thank you, and your stomach will soon as well. You'd have made top 100 if it wasn't for K Fluffy and his meddling deck. Exactly, Zen Sky. Exactly. And then Jay Shade's got in on the action. I've been screwed by 2 of my friends, backstabbed, in my hour of need.
We must protect our stronghold.
Goblin Empire was refreshing, then they dropped that awful support. Yeah. Yeah, the amount of refreshing things is swiftly fading away. But everyone knows these decks are just for climbing fast. There's nothing to say about it. Wait, always ends in pineapple. What? Ugnip, you were saying brilliant things, amazing things. You were a scholar. And then you put this, always ends in pineapple. No. Ugnip is not right. Midnight is the furry scarf. Okay, I think I had it right then.
I will push them back.
Poor Jay Shades, that Night Talon was nasty. Yeah, I mean, Ebon Slay at turn 16 is just, it's going to be ugly no matter what. Hello again, Beowulf. Hello, hello. Oh, I was wrong. Is your in-game with the 3? Or was I imagining that?
The hist revives.
Nope. Okay, I was right. Vindication. Because when oh crap, who was it? Poofyest. Is Poofyest playing? Now, remind me, I'm keeping a lookout for Poofyest, so we can refer Amethysta to him.
What could be better?
I will push them back.
You will do no such thing. You will be felled because you are mighty. No, no. Didn't see that coming, eh?
Grievous!
But welcome back, Beowulf. However you spell your name. Frank, because like France means land of the Franks, but the Franks procedurally turned into sounding like Franz, which then birthed France. I'll shut up. No, Macro, I think the history level is lesson is great, man.
We must protect our stronghold.
I mean, it's. I would prefer chat to be filled with tidbits like that. Oh, look at all those forerunners and all that magic. All he needs is the one freaking card, man. Just needs the one freaking card. Good news is Puppet Breath seems keen on giving him cards, but jeez. Just when you thought it was safe to play it. All right. He's looking for one card. Probably not a bad one to grab.
I bark and birth. This is
Okay.
interesting. What have we here?
Oh, come on! No! This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. This is the ugliest thing. 3, 6, 9, 12,
You fight like a child.
15. He could play all of these. 7, 7, 7, 7. And then this little ridiculous 3 cost. Looking for a Mournhold Taskmaster. Taskmaster. I know, man. I know. Yep. But yeah, I would much rather us be getting recipes, even if they are incredibly ambitious for most of us. And history lessons and just fun chatter than, like I said, there were some chats that were I'm not gonna say what they were talking about, but there were some folks that were chatting about some stuff like, oh, good gravy. Like I kind of had to leave, or I just shut the chat window and just watched the gameplay because I was like, this is just disgusting. Disgusting. Important note, the foil allows all the aromas of the ingredients to be retained inside and gives a beautiful visual effect when the dish is presented to guests.
I will push them back. Preparations have been made.
Oh, gosh darn it. He's got one chance. Okay, he's got 2 chances.
What have we here?
That's a whiff.
They won't even see my blade coming.
No! Oh, man, that is ridiculous. And his
display.
opponent just ran out of cards.
I raise the spine of
Ah, jeez, man. Will it ever look that pretty again? Will it ever look that pretty again? Ah, look at all those beautiful buffed forerunners.
I have no patience for fools.
Nope.
There's a plan. There's always a plan.
Had to play the last card, right?
Make me laugh.
No. I mean, the only way that could have been worse is if that one card had been the guy. What a shy little... I can't think of the right consonants and vowels to put together, but there is no word in elves, men, or dwarvish. You do have... a little bit of Malcolm there. You do have Taskmasters in this Taskmaster deck? Of course we know he does. Yes. Oh, man. Shuffling all those forerunners seemed to be a detriment. Would be better. Oh, wait. That was IO. to Galen those when you already have a Taskmaster in hand. Yeah, that's true, Io. But I mean, because they're supposed to breed each other like one after the other, but it's still hard to. Yeah, I mean, you just have to draw good. But let me. They clogged the deck. Well, they moved very quickly into his hand, but there's Poofyest. Yeah, friend. I've got a swell fella here. I believe you two played each other. He was a fan of the deck. I think I got this right, Antoine, right? Of the deck. Wanted to send an invite for friendship. If I can send you his screen name. And why don't we go ahead and watch him play as well, since he's already queued up. Antoine, baking in foil, which has existed since ancient times, was practiced many years ago with the grease-proof paper, which, although sprinkled with oil to be more resistant, caught fire easily. That would be a bit of a problem, I'd imagine. Look at that. Look at that. Blade Stalwart, also known as level 1 Daggerfall Mage.
This should help.
Oh. Oh, boo. Boo. You got to honor the hustle. So here we go. So we're getting the history, and now we're getting cooking all in one deal. I would not have thought foil would have existed that long. It's really weird. I don't excuse me. I don't think I'm alone in this, but I might be. But I fall into the trap of thinking that just because people lived a long time ago and they didn't have TV or interwebs or anything, that they were in any way primitive or, I mean, comparatively. And yes, there's a lot of things that folks did back then that weren't fabulous. But like, we don't think we picture him just like, pulling the legs off of an animal and just like chomping on the hindquarters and picking corn off. And he's like, oh, good, corn. Like, but we forget that they had these. Don't you do it, Isaac. Don't you do it. Come on now.
The error was mine.
Hey, look, it's Parthenax. Every party's a party with Parthenax. Oh, did he just overdraw all the... I looked away for a second. Did he? I guess he only overdrew one. The least useful.
False.
Everybody loves Parthenax.
That's a good day to die.
Wow. Anything I don't care. I'm easy. Just driving. Just got home. Okay, sweet. All right, so let's do this. Ametista Dorata. Ametista. Where are you? Where are you, my friend? I know you're there. Why are you hiding from me? Oh, there he is. What? There's no copy function? Oh, there we go. How do I copy? What kind of nonsense is it? I have to remember how to spell it? Ametista Dorata. All right, we'll try it. Ametista Dorata. Oh. Ha! Nice. Yes. That was the chap I was referring to. Aces. Grazie. And GG. Cool. I like it when all things work out there. There you go, Antoine. Now you're friends. Aluminum, or aluminium for those of the peculiar persuasion, did not exist. There was tinfoil, but it was very expensive. Oh, no doubt, I'm sure, because it was probably a lot harder to make than it is now. Today, modern cooking uses foil cooking a lot with aluminum, which is impervious to humidity, light, and air, and is highly resistant to heat. Need a super easy one, Antoine? Yes, here we go. Okay, all right. Pates a la Bataveries, I believe. Luckily, he didn't have an Alduin in his deck. I'm sure he just added after that game. Yeah. Yeah. But Parth ain't a whole lot better. Oh. Thin White Duke did not even get the chance to... Alright, so prepare the Bavarian jacket potatoes. What? My food is wearing clothes now? You said this was going to be simple. You said super easy. Why do I have to dress my potatoes up? How is this easier, Antoine? How about baked potato cut with a knife? There you go. I'm not going to put clothes on my potato. Good gravy. I think you're right, Io, and we'll see if he how he adjusted to that. Oh, here we go, Rick Deckard. So put a jacket on your potato. Start by turning the oven on to 200. Okay, that's not too bad. That's just turning a dial. And take the potatoes, which should be more or less the same size. Okay, well now we're getting a little more difficult. Wash them and dry them well. Oh, goodness gracious! Now I'm giving them a bath. I'm bathing and clothing my potatoes. I don't want surrogate, pretend you're a daddy type thing. I don't want to play with my food, Antoine. I just want to eat it. Why am I washing my potatoes and putting them in clothes? Then wrap them in a sheet of aluminum foil, closing them inside, but without tightening the parcels too much. Place them on a baking tray and bake them for around 50 to 60 minutes. That's it. Well, okay, now you're mocking me. There's no basil? I don't get basil on my potatoes? I don't get any kind of anything. They're just going to taste like potatoes. That's literally baked potatoes. Is that the fancy way that you say baked potato is pate a la barrese? Like, it sounds elegant. It sounds amazing. But I'm like, no, that's just baked potato. That's a baked potato. How dare you mock me, sir? How dare you? Good thing I could try forgetting this in a bottle of red wine. Well, Ugnip's got the last part of your suggestion there, Antoine. He skipped the whole meal part and just got down to the have a drink. Have someone to share it with and a drink. Bavarian jacket potatoes sound good as well. Denise, they sound plain. They sound patronizing as they sound. Oh, wash me, coddle me, dress me, and then eat me, but you might as well just have potato chips. Or potato crisps, as we say. These in the UK, I use garlic sauce for this recipe. Garlic sauce. In Tesco, you can find it for about £3 max. Well, I'll just jaunt on out to Tesco. It's close to Texas, right? Sounds like it's the same place, pretty much. I didn't even know this is called a Bavarian jacket potato. I didn't either, Baldric. And by the way, hello, Baldric. Yo, hey, Pure Willpower, hello. Good to see you again, man. Like, yeah, I saw you briefly on it was not. I was thinking, was it Castlevania? I think it was Castlevania. I saw you briefly. Heralding the comeback of Pure Willpower. But yo, what is up, man? Is this a rare night off? Or have things changed? To what do we owe the pleasure, sir? A friend of mine used to make those. He was the Samwise of potato cooking. Potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Pure Willpower. Confucius say, is it not a joy to have friends coming from afar? What can you say, but at least it's not Parthenax. All right, Rick Deckard. What have you got for us? That's kind of a tough one, isn't it? Might be useful. She's kind of a petite body. Yeah. Channel Storm's better. You dress the potatoes up to intensify the flavor. It's a potato, Denise. A potato! Wait till you try ropa vieja. Vieja? A.k.a. old clothes in Spanish. I will wait till I try that, Baldry. Oh, you know what? I actually had that 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now, I think it was. In America, we call it pineapple on pizza. But it tasted like old clothes. Nope, jacket potatoes are good hearty food. Well, they're definitely full of foreign flavors. Mainly from the Irish, as I believe they're quite fond of the potato. Or maybe not fond of it, but they're known for having it. The potato famine was a horrible, horrible time in history, but I actually haven't had a potato in a while, not gonna lie. I don't know why I would lie about something like that. But now I kind of want a freaking potato. I mean, but I'm kind of skewing towards a French fry kind of potato. This is a response to Schwart. I agree with Denise about potatoes. No, Baldric. No. The damage has been done. It's like, I'm laughing at you. Good hearty food, you say. But am I missing something? We're literally, when you're done, you literally have a potato that is just not raw, right? Am I missing something between the lines? Did I miss a paragraph of cooking this? Literally, you have raw potato. Now you have... or dirty raw potato, now you have clean, not raw potato. That's it. Any other mysterious part, anything that I missed, some nuance? But I do appreciate, Antoine, that your repertoire does go from ridiculously simple all the way up through Master Chef.
I bring the Dragoon's justice. Death be damned.
You cannot hide.
You think he would have made that trade to get the ramp, but I guess that wasn't what was important to him. Yeah, old clothes. Yeah, I've definitely tasted that in the past. Yeah, now I want some French fries. Or fries, I guess. Or Franck fries. Or Frank fries, I guess, as Macro would let us know, would tell us, would advise us. During the Second World War, potatoes were like gold, the main source of food, if not the only one in most cases. Wow. And is that when they developed that bombastic, that delectable recipe? Swaddling their potatoes, cleansing their potatoes, and then cooking the Fun fact also, water boils differently and potatoes bake at a drastically different rate in altitude. So when I lived in Colorado, I don't remember what the standard. I will go with what Amethyst or Antoine said, because I'm sure that's right. But so let's say you would cook it for 50 to 60 minutes at 200 degrees. I'm guessing that's at sea level, Antoine, because when I went to Colorado, you try to cook a potato. You almost have to you don't have to quite double length, but you have to cook it a lot longer. A lot longer. I remember taking it out of the oven. I was like, this is a friggin' raw potato. Like it was a little bit softer, but pretty darn raw. So you always have to account for that. So if you ever go to Colorado or any place with higher elevation, they call Colorado the Mile High City because it's about a mile above sea level.
Of the living.
There we go, Rick. Don't typically see a lot of conscription out there, or at least conscription sans greed. Like, we haven't seen Guardians. We haven't seen any of that nonsense. Doesn't mean they're not there, but we haven't seen them yet. And in this particular case, it looks like it's coming at a good time. Even a really good brand of butter with a jacket potato is delicious. Hummus maybe? hummus, I believe. Also great with jacket potato. Yep, salty butter is my favorite one with jacket potatoes. Not in Norway, Antoine. We mostly ate bark from trees up here, I have heard. Oh, so you got the same treatment that we did. You know, we had back in my day, you know, we used to walk to school in the snow, uphill both ways. And of course, Monty Python has a nice sketch about that as well. But I mean, there is edible bark though, right? I think it's medicinal though. It's not meant for nutrients. It's like there's certain bark, the bark of a such and such tree you can eat, and then it gives you some superpowers or something, I think. Potatoes are super easy to farm. Hey, anybody see The Martian? The Martian, very good movie. I highly recommend it. I watched it about 40 times. For some reason, I like survival type movies that aren't like graphic survival. Oh no, Rick is in some trouble here. Rick is in some trouble. You can get rid of one big body. Ooh, he's got to really think this through. He can. I think he's got enough in his hand right now to get the job done, but he's got enough magicka to be sure. Unfortunately, his opponent is not anywhere close to being out of cards. But yeah, the Martian is a really well done movie. It's got Matt Damon in it, and it's pretty much about a guy who gets stranded on Mars. It happens in the, I would call it not too distant future, maybe 20, 30 years. Oh, also, what's his name? Jeff. Not Jeff Bridges. Jeff. Come on, Jeff. Which Jeff are you? Jeff. Damn it, Jeff. Jeff Foxworthy. No, it's not Jeff Foxworthy either. Jeff Daniels. Ha ha ha! My old brain started working again. Jeff Daniels. So Jeff Daniels. There's a lot of good guys. Then there's Donald Glover, who was in Community. That's really the thing I've seen him in. He's a funny guy. But anyway. But yeah, very, very entertaining. Matt Damon gets stranded on Mars, and the whole point why this came up, he ends up surviving because he's able to figure out how to grow potatoes on Mars, and he uses human fertilizer and a bunch of other shenanigans to make it work. But it does work, and I'm not sure what the science is behind that, but it seemed to be pretty sound. But either way, it was done in a way that it was very entertaining and a fun movie for all. But yeah, he just lived off those precious little potatoes. He just picked them out of the ground. Now he never wrapped them in a jacket, as far as I know. He didn't clothe them. He probably washed them. Oh man, if that camel's gonna get raged upon, that's a bad time. It's a bad time to be a camel. Camel was looking at us like, what? Rage? Why would he rage on me? I'm just a camel. Oh, and he's got a conscription too. I mean, down goes camel. And barring an ice storm, that is GG. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. You're welcome, Rick. I summoned it for you. Ice storm, I summon thee. Not in Norway. Potatoes are super easy to farm, and they can resist harsh temperatures as well. So, Antoine, does anybody know what caused the famine for the potato famine? As they seem to be very hardy and everything, they can resist harsh temperatures. So, what was it that allowed those robust? Wow! Look at that. Look at that. His opponent still has a lot of cards, but damn. But damn. But damn, but damn, but damn. Therefore, they are super popular in north of Europe. And are the key ingredient to vodka, if I am not mistaken. Lots and lots of vodka. Alright, so Rick looks like he's going to be able to turn this around a little bit of... Oh, son of a... Wow. Wow. All of that. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't matter. Oh, man. I had an uneasy feeling in my gut. I thought it was some kind of poor digestion, but it was just my instincts telling me it was still not going to end well for our friend. Denise offering small condolences. At least Norway has licorice ice cream. Ugnip. I'm jealous. Oh. I hope to goodness it never comes down to me choosing between pure starvation or eating licorice ice cream. It will be a tough call. A tough call indeed. Like, you know, there's that point where you know, well, maybe not absolutely know, but like even something as out damn spot. Even something as nasty or reprehensible reprehensible as, you know, cannibalism. Like, you know, is there a way you get? Is there a point where you get hungry enough to eat just about anything? Literally, just about anything. I think there was some people that tried eating rocks. Like, it got so bad, they would eat rocks. And I got to imagine if you want to live, if you're not just like, okay, I'm done, you get to the point of starvation. You know, you're 50, 60 days in. Well, no, okay. You have to have water, obviously, because you can't go near as long without water. But you got all the water you can drink, but no food. You know, how long do you go? So I'm wondering, like, how long would I have to go without food where I would actually eat cilantro, eggplant, pineapple on pizza again? I'm pretty sure I would rather, I'd just say, God, take me. I'm done. I've lived a good life. I would just rather call it off now than eat that doggone pineapple on pizza. But you know what I'm saying? Like, where that threshold is, where you're just willing to try just about anything. I feel like licorice ice cream would probably be day 35. Yeah, no, 45. Day 45 is licorice ice cream for me, I think. Antoine, is that a weak chuckle right there? I think that's intentional. So, like, Denise is like, at least you have licorice ice cream. And Antoine's like, I was trying to elevate the culinary discussion. And you bring in licorice ice cream. Oh, gosh. No, why? Why are my efforts being discarded? I quite enjoy. Awesome, Io. Well, I mean, we already knew you had great taste. You loved Megamind and I don't care if you actually did or not. There's somebody who I know who I had a lot of regard for, had a high opinion of, who admitted they'd never seen Megamind, and I can't remember who you are, so don't remind me, or I will lose all respect for you once again until I forget tomorrow. But at least How to Train Your Dragon, I know you like that. So yeah, Martian, great movie. I'm glad you enjoyed it as well. It was a big. So for whatever reason, I was doing my After Effects project. And I worked on the thing for like 25 hours after work. Not in one night, but in several nights. And for whatever reason, the Martian, because there was no audio in the After Effects thing that I was working on. It was just all visual. So I could have a movie playing and just kind of listen to it. So I listened to it, looped it, like I said, probably about 20 times or so during the course of that edit. Because it had to be, maybe it was 46 to 50 hours, I think, that's that edit. Okay, so maybe not 20 times, but I watched it a lot. And it never got old, and I could watch it again now. I have to be in a certain mood for it, though. But I was in the mood for it back then. I could just watch it and watch it and watch it. S'more Panic. Actually, in 2011, there was a huge crisis in Norway regarding his butter. Oh, I believe there's a joke in here somewhere. Whose butter? Whose butter? Whose butter are we talking about? I know you guys were talking about salted butter. It means butter panic. Oh, s'more panic, butter panic. It doesn't sound terrifying, but we have these things every year. You always have butter panics? We had toilet paper panic at the start of the pandemic. Yeah. The mighty nation brought to its knees because people were hoarding freaking toilet paper. Flour panic. Okay, you guys panic more about more stuff than we do. Butter panic. Okay, I'm hearing Bubba Gump from, or Bubba from Forrest Gump. Got butter panic, potato panic, flour panic, toilet paper panic, dirt panic, dust panic, belly button lint panic. Do you know we are out of Bubs? Candy panic? Bubs. I'm not familiar with Bubs. Matt Damon in The Martian was farming potatoes in Mars. Exactly right. Yes. Yes, he was. Cool. Oh, you saw it too, Antoine. I do agree, Martian, though. Liked it. Yeah, very, very. I'm glad it got enough circulation. You know, sometimes you pull out a movie name and it's crickets, or they're like, oh, it's probably a good movie or something. It's cool that this many people have actually seen it. If you haven't seen it, can recommend it. It's just a very, and pretty clean too. I mean, and it's got some comedy in there that you wouldn't expect necessarily from a movie, with that kind of dire situation. One of my favorite lines is like, Mars is going to come to fear my botany powers. That was one of my favorite lines in there. It made me chuckle. Like my botany powers. Anyway, you've had to explain it. Strange rumors have not reached EU about this. All right, so Carbon 77 with Mono Green taking on Noop Noop, who I'm sure is more formidable than his name would lead you to believe. We are climbing so high and fast. We're getting a nose bleed. And it might not have been him that said that, actually. Oh, Death Row! Here we go! Death Row Azura. We don't get to see much Azura. Next stream I will consider count the word pineapple. Wait, what? Next stream I will consider count the word pineapple. Oh, gotcha. Hey, you know what? Antoine's keeping track of wins and games total. Keeping track of the pineapple count is no less of a worthy pursuit. Potato famine was caused by a kind of mold. It decimated potatoes, tomatoes, and I presume other vegetables. Okay, so it wasn't a. Thank you, Baldric. Thank you. See again. History is something to be cherished here, not to be shirked from. Oh no. I wonder. I don't think Titan is here, but I would be surprised if it was for our friend Death Row. Ruh-roh, Death Row. The Agram Workshop. Uh-oh. But that makes sense then, Baldric. So it wasn't atmosphere. It was another. It's kind of like the Black Plague for potatoes. You know, it's just like this mysterious ailment that just decimates stuff. It's not like, the potatoes are kind of a little bit whatever. It's like, no, it just killed the damn potatoes. But you don't know from whence it came. Although I think we kind of know. Are we still settled on it? Because I feel like we learned that the Black Plague, the bubonic plague, the Black Death came from rats. But we seem to either be learning something new every day or being told something new every day. Whether or not truth is found within, I'm not entirely sure. Not that it matters too much anyway. But I don't know if that is still the official story or if we've now discovered that it was actually some political party who was responsible for the Black Plague. Nicely done, Death Row. Nicely done. Didn't even have to whip out the workshop. And you see how fast he finished it? Didn't do an just was like, bam, I got my hauls. I'm taking it to you. Taking it to you. You found the hallowed halls. I only got 2 GG. I went through. I was watching a climb today. Burn ass doing it. Well, if I tack it on now, it won't feel right. Give me another stellar game, and I shall bequeath upon you It's not what it sounds like. The 3 G's. Hey. Dwemer needs all the love and supports they can get. All right. So here we go. We're watching Carbon 77 to see if we can bestow upon him the 3 Gs, the coveted. Uh-oh. It's not great good game, is it? No, it's gorgeous. That's it. Gorgeous good game. Good gorgeous game. Gorgeous good. It's the 3 Gs. That's what we leave it at. It's worth the 3 Gs. In a stream for one evening. Wait, count the word pineapple in a stream for one evening. Well, Ugnip, you may have to, you want to wait until Honey Badger gets here, or make sure the stream the Honey Badger is in, because that word gets mentioned, I would say, by a extra factor of about 12 when Honey Badger is here. If Honey Badger's not here, or Joe, if neither of the instigators, if neither of the propagators of Pineapple on Pizza are here, the main antagonists, if you will, it's like a third or a quarter, I would say, of the frequency. Look at that. Carbon with Mournhold Traders pretty much on curve. You can't get much better than that.
We must keep moving.
Chooses not to break a rune there. Doesn't want to risk a Javelin Prophecy.
It's nothing
Okay.
personal.
That's pretty ugly. And no answer for it. He's not dead. The Mournhold is not dead.
Yifra, stand with me.
Yifra stands with him. The Night Mother will guide you. All the voice lines are accurate at the moment. Black licorice or red licorice ice cream. If it's black, then I'd throw that trash in the garbage. You know.
Bark and birth. This is interesting.
What did he just do? Oh, gavel. That's bad news. That's good news. Yeah, red licorice, honestly, I would be, that's, okay, so it's 45 days for black licorice, probably only 30 days for red, maybe 20. Maybe even sooner. Red licorice is actually pretty tasty. But yes, trash goes in the garbage. Also in North Italy, during the Second World War, they had the same problems with the mold on the potatoes. August 13th. Hey, that's one of my friend's birthdays. Is National Potato Day. Don't forget to celebrate. I am remiss. I don't know about you all. I totally forgot. This past August 13th, I did not celebrate. I did not celebrate the mighty Potato Day. I think we're at the point now where there's pretty much a day for everything, or every day has a thing. You just have to figure out which one it is.
I will spill your blood.
All right. Well, Carbon is definitely he's definitely gonna earn his triple G if he's able to pull this off. Because he is being shut down at every turn and having to play control with a deck that I don't think he wants to play control with. Because they mainly the polenta every day, which is corn. Maize porridge, maybe in English. Well, no, polenta. I've heard my mom say the word, say polenta. I honestly, for a second, I was like, placenta. I'm pretty sure that's not edible, or it shouldn't be. Maybe in Italy, but I think in America, I don't think we eat the placenta. I don't think that's a thing we do. I don't know, but maybe in other cultures, you know, I don't want to diss on that. I just didn't think so. But no, I think polenta is something I'm familiar with. But maize is also. In fact, I had when I had a date with a gal, we actually went to we call it a corn maze, which is where it's like you have stalks of corn and it's like a maze. But I was like, why don't they call it a maze? And she laughed so hard. She thought it was the funniest thing. We didn't have a second date, but she thought I was the cleverestest of all with that line. Also in Italy, we say patata when there is beautiful women. What? But to be honest, patata is the Italian slang for vagina. Okay, so nobody say patata. Always say potato. Always under the O. Because if you ended on ah, it's clearly, at best, wow. So potato is sexy. Oh, that's the takeaway, Antoine. That's the takeaway. Potato is sexy. Well, now I know how to offend a young lady in Italy if I so desire. That's
Speak,
or not. Maybe it should be like, hey, you think I look like a potato? Huh? You think I look like a beautiful potato? You crazy American man.
The void awaits you. The Dark Brotherhood.
This is how much I laughed at Maze. Wait, I don't know how to quantify that. Oh, I will wait for 3G. Honestly, Carbon, you're gonna earn it on this one. So I think if I look at it the right way, so I see a 100. The 1 is on its side, but that's 100. That's 100%. That is barrelfuls of laughter. Like hilarious. That's how I interpreted that. Oh, good gravy.
The void awaits you.
And apparently it's wearing a big old helmet. So are we gonna see?
Time to move.
So is patata also the word for potato in Italy? Jonas, we are doing well, my friend. We are doing well. How are you? Did your meeting go well with your associates? Our friends are kicking butt for the most part here. We've seen a few heartbreakers. One in particular that I can recall, but otherwise the evening has been going pretty well for those journeying to the higher ranks. And Carbon is here earning his GGG.
Your death will be swift. If I fall,
Ugnip, if I had just made my maze joke, I would oh, razzle-ma-dazzle-ma-dazzle-ma-dazzle-ma-dazzle-ma-dazzle. What a timely arrival for the great razzle-ma-dazzle-ma-dazzle. And what a great, and with a completed contract. Wow. Yeah, this is some
I do not fear death.
You should, you mongrel. Oh no, Oreo cookie gal.
To oblivion.
But yes, Ugnip, I would chastise you. That's the word I was looking for. I would chastise you had I not made my own joke there. Perfect. I'm about to make a very late dinner. Well, it better be potatoes, Jonas. We've been talking about potatoes. And patatas. But don't use patata outside of chat here, because if you say it to the wrong person, you may end up causing some consternation.
I do not fear death.
Okay, actually, it could have been worse. It could have been Oreo Cookie Gal. That would have been a pretty bad scenario.
Speak, citizen.
Hello, Jonas. We're talking about food. Yes, exactly. To the surprise of no one. And we're definitely not trying to talk about... Agnip, that's not fair. You can't count that as one of the instances. You can't say the word pineapple and count it with your total there. It has to be unbidden and spoken by others. That's the rule. Perfect. Let's see. Let's pray there won't be a patata famine. Yes, Baldric. Yes, indeed. By my associates, you mean the game session of Call of Duty Zombies?
Just
Yes,
give
which
me
is
an
why it
A.
lasted so long and I forgot about making dinner. They have good taste. Call of Duty Zombies is fun stuff. Well, at least the version I'm playing. I don't know. I don't know if they're doing
give me an
it's
A.
like I play it from like 300 years ago. I'll be trying to make a Chinese wok with rice and Szechuan marinated chicken. First attempt, so we'll see. Awesome, Jonas. That sounds delicious. I mean, aside from the lack of potatoes, it sounds very good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to order for you. Golly day, man. I actually ate before I got on here, but you know what I had? I had about 4 tablespoons of peanut butter. With I broke up 100% cocoa chocolate bars, which by the way don't go 100% cocoa. 75, 85% fine. You go 100%, it almost turns to powder as you're trying to pull it out of the package. It's ridiculous. Ooh.
Just give me an A.
The prophecy is with this one. The prophecy is strong, but he drained. So it's not going to be enough.
personal.
Oh, for crying the heck out loud. Can we just have one day? One game without that stupid arachnid.
I lurk in the shadows.
Oh, Awakened Dreamer, you are such a disappointment to your family, your friends, and all of us here watching. Fall before us, Anasi. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, no, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare nuke that. That's got to be Oreo cookie. It's got to be Oreo. No! No! Oh. On a flippin' last rune prophecy. Oh.
It has been an engaging hunt.
Oh.
It was a worthy contest.
I had these fingers all keyed up. G, and it would have been well earned. I just got home, finally got paid for salmon season, and tomorrow is almost the last day of road system deer hunting, so I might not be playing much. Hope you get some good games. I'll listen on. Excellent. Oh. That sounds... Oh. That sounds awesome. I was going to say so good. I'm thinking about food again. I guess you're listening in, Poof. Yes, but anyway, it sounds awesome, man. That sounds really good. First of all, getting paid for salmon season, which sounds like it would be a hefty paycheck. So you're getting the cheddar, and you're getting another day at least for deer hunting. So if you can get another one down that you got like last time, holy cow, man, that thing was ginormous. But yeah, we're definitely getting some good games, but. I was... Let's see. You know that this time, low access to Italian women in these parts. That I have no doubt. Of that I have no doubt. All right, let's check out. Let's see what Poof Yes is doing. Then we'll check back in with the Thin White Duke Star and see how well his. Oh.
Let's do this.
Oh no.
Attack.
There you go. I mean, he could have had an execute, but it looked like he was out of gas. Nicely done, Poof Yes. Nicely done. One day I learned my try. That would have been... I'm sure you overcame a lot. But you weren't going to be allowed to win. All right. Yeah, that sounds good. I have to eat something now. You and me both, Baldric. What do you get when you put an elephant and a load of potatoes together? Ognip, you can't put the punchline in the same line. I was prepared to like, you know, give my brain a jog and try to think about what the answer was. I don't know that I would have came up with mashed potatoes though, because I'd be thinking of like truncatoes, or like I'd be trying to think of like elephant anatomy or something that would pun it, that would be punny for with the potato thing. So I would never have got there. We'll put it that way. I would never have guessed mashed potatoes. Cool plan, Jonas. Sounds all right. That's all right, Agnew. That's all right. That's all right.
Rise, my
You know, you gotta remember, like when I told some of my banger jokes. Oh, boy. Okay. Why did the French fry win the race? Hang on. Why did the French fry win the race? Because he was stock full of potassium? Or because it was fast food? See, there we go. There you go. See? It's much more enjoyable when it's the setup and punchline. Oh gosh. I honestly don't think I've heard that one before, but I think Beowulf wanted to give you a lull, but he only managed a lull and a semicolon. Usually, though, you were like 30 minutes after the chat. That's true. That is true. Where do bees go to pee? Where do bees go to pee? Don't know. Oh, jeez. Is BP global? Does everybody have a BP gas station somewhere nearby?
My claws are sharp and thirsty.
Damn, it's getting late. That's all right. That's the thing. You come here for the good food, for the good recipes, for the good fun, the good tussle, and the good jokes. There is no shortage of any of those. From a certain point of view. From a certain point of view.
We must protect our stronghold.
I think I'm going to order Five Guys. Have y'all had Five? Well, actually, no. I guess most of you... I forget. Most of you don't live here in this country. There probably is not a national Five Guys. They make very good burgers, and their fries. They have this thing. Like, you can order small, medium, or large, but every time, like, you order... but only... You have to be a noob to order medium fries or large fries from Five Guys, because they essentially just dump like a huge thing of them in the cup, but the cup is over the paper bag that your meal comes in. So you get like half the bag. I mean, it's not that much, but like a good chunk of fries like all over the bottom of the bag. And then you've got whatever's stuffed in the cup and then piled on top of the cup. And they put it in there. It's like, that's more fries than a human being could eat in a lifetime. But if you've never eaten there, you'd be like, let me get a medium fry. And it's like, yeah, okay. What are you going to do with that? But the fries are good. They're kind of, I think they're like home sliced fries, like cooked pretty fresh. Like it's not like frozen stuff. So you get much more potato in them. Oh, man, I got, oh, man. You guys. Seriously, I should not be getting... Okay, well, that'd be a crass way to put it. We'll not say that. But I'm getting desperate for potatoes. Never too late for a good dad joke. As long as you're a dad, Baldric. If you're not a dad and you tell a dad joke, it's just a bad joke. And I can say that because I'm not a dad. And I tell bad jokes. We like those the best. Five Guys is in EU as well, for the record. Isn't. What? It. Ognip, you just said so many things. What? So I understood, okay, Five Guys in EU. For the record, isn't. Or is. I did visit Five Guys. Okay, so it is there. No, okay, so it is not in... It's not in the EU. Or it is. I did visit Five Guys when I visited New York. Oh, and Famine Land, Ireland. Famine Land? It is. Okay, and you had it. What did you think of the Five Guys? And Ognip, feel free to contradict my bold words. But I've always found them to be delicious. And they have shakes too, which you want a shortcut into this man's heart right here. Milkshakes, right there. It's almost better than ice cream because it's like my favorite kind of ice cream is that which is soft and you know malleable. I don't like ice cream that you have to chisel out of the bucket or the tub or the whatever you want to call it. Doesn't come anything smaller than a gallon, right? I don't want to have to chisel it out. I want to just be able to scoop it out, nice and soft and gentle. Now I want ice cream. And milkshakes are pretty much that. They are just a slightly more liquefied version of ice cream. So I love them very much. The tragedy is when I first started working for CN Benton as an advertising agency back in 2013, 2012, somewhere around there. It was before I'd started even trying to drink any kind of alcohol, really. I'd have a beer at a Super Bowl party, but I never really drank all that much. But we go to these bars. Interesting. Left the drain alive. Now, granted, he can't do much against it right now, but he's got the Mournhold Taskmaster guy. Does he have any... Has he played Galeen? I still badly want to call him Galen. He is not in the discard, so we have not had anything Galened or Galand or anything like that. We do not have any of those guys. So he's got the inverse. He has nothing except for the Taskmaster. Pointy-eared doofus shows up at all the wrong... He does have one Forerunner, but that's not really going to help. Exactly, Ugnip. Yes. Yeah, they really stuff the bag with chips. Milkshakes are ice cream for the most part. It's just a liquid. That's what I'm saying, Jonas. That's what I'm saying. It's purposefully and originally created as melted ice cream. But yeah, Ugnip empty?
The 9 inspire.
Mr. X, what's the difference between England and a tea bag? Mr. B, the tea bag stays in the cup longer. What's the difference between England and a tea bag? The tea bag stays in the cup longer. The tea bag stays in the cup longer.
At the ready.
Then England doesn't stay in the cup? England doesn't stay in the cup. Am I missing this because I'm American? Am I missing this because I'm slow? Or is it because Mr. X and Mr. B are confusing? Football cup. Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely a European thing. Okay, I see. I get it. Oh, okay. So we have something similar to that. There was a guy named Donovan McNabb who used to do Campbell soup commercials. If you all know what Campbell soup is, just canned soup. He used to do these commercials. You see him, and it would usually have his mom in there. It was kind of warm-hearted stuff. But he would eat the soup, and it was like Campbell's whatever ready-to-eat soup or whatever. But then he would go to when his team went. He took his team to the Super Bowl. This is American football. Took him to the Super Bowl, and they lost. And you could argue that his performance, he performed very well during the season and the playoffs, but during that Super Bowl he did not perform well. So they said, why does Donovan McNabb eat his soup out of a cup? And the answer is because he chokes every time he gets close to a bowl. Super Bowl. It's the same thing. It's the exact same joke. It's just it's the American version. Did they say was that or was it? Yeah. He chokes every time he gets close to a bowl. That was the way it was said.
We must protect our stronghold.
So yeah, but that's pretty much the same thing. I love New Era. Yeah. What's the difference between a cab driver in New York City and a cab driver in Tokyo? Antoine, did you not get my instructions to Ugnip? Do not put the punchline immediately in the same question. I must have a minute for the joke to percolate. I must have the setup sink in, you know? Think about it. Think about you're telling a joke as you're preparing a meal. You need to let the juices sink in. You need to let the basil and the wrapping and, you know, all the stuffs do the things, and the percolation and the gestation and the conflagration, right? And then you pull it out of the oven and you serve it. So you got to give it some time here. The cab driver, yeah, but that is it's funny, but it lost a little bit because I just read it all together and it's like, wait a minute, whoa. Give me a chance to digest this. All right. They hosed us with the last. So we got Poofiest, we got Io. We haven't seen Io in a bit. Let's go ahead and take a gander at Io. See what he's up to. Okay, hang on. Here we go. Hang on. What is Satan's favorite state to visit? This is for Jesse. Okay, hang on. State to visit. Idaho? Like Idaho. Like ho, like a stripper or a prostitute. You see, because that would be funny. Oh no! Oh my God, I got it! Wait a minute, why is it ho ho ho? No kidding! Damn, this brain! On all cylinders, look at that! Seriously, I don't know why that, because yeah. Idaho ho ho. Some Canadians were fishing in Lake Erie, and the wind gradually blew them into American waters. After a couple of hours, an American Coast Guard boat came alongside. You guys aren't allowed to fish here. You can only catch Canadian fish. We're only catching Canadian fish. What are you talking about? You're in American waters, so you're catching American fish. Nah, whenever we catch one with a big mouth, we throw it back.
I have many
I see. So that's the way it's gonna be. I get it.
You get one shot. Make it good.
Many of the stereotypes are earned, at least even if it's not by the Whoa, what is this? What timeline are we in that Io is running orc aggro? What? What?
Everything was taken from me.
What? Oh, and he's up against Limo 2XS, which we actually either beat or lost. I think we lost to Limo. I think we may have lost to Limo. With that same BS right there, that stupid 1-6. Finish it, Io. Finish it. Finish it for all of us. Nicely done, my friend. Nicely done. Look at him at 165. Boy, somebody's trying to upstage the climb here. Is like, well, look at you, got to 200. I'm at 165. Yoink. Now that's awesome, man. Congratulations. And hey, I like seeing orc decks. Not when they're against me, of course, but darn Santa Claus ho-ho-hoing across the land. Yeah, he is, yeah. He's got the dad bod, like, plus 50 pounds. I hear it's irresistible for the patatas. Oh no, no. Why am I reading this? Orc, you glad I vanquished my foe? That's oh. This is good. There's great frivolity. Great frivolity and having of good times. The jokes may not all be gold, but they're being told. And that's all I got there. But yeah, like honestly, it's impossible. It is an absurd assertion that Americans don't have big mouths or are not obnoxious when you look at just the proliferation of TikTok. Like, it doesn't take much. It does not take much to see. Even if we're not all like that, even if it's a minority of us, there are plenty of Americans with giant mouths, giant egos, giant whatever. And I'm sure that's true of all countries in general, I mean, to be fair, but... Oh, look at that! Edmond retaliates with a lightning bolto. Granted that... Oh, I just had deja vu. Anybody else have deja vu? I feel like that exact same thing happened. I remember thinking that would have been lethal now with the afflicted elite.
Than your eyes.
I mean, again, you can't count on that. No, it wouldn't have been. Well, maybe it would have been. No, I can't remember. I think maybe it was going to attack him. But no, and again, that's not a second guess. I just this scenario right here seems identical to something that I feel like I've seen before. And Brodvik is having none of it. He says it's too many kitties and orcs for me to handle by myself. I'm good. What do sex in a canoe and... Oh, I know this one. I will let you say it, Antoine. I have a... Because it's... actually, was it a Monty Python sketch? My manager told me to it. Told me about it, but I think it was a Python sketch, right? What does sex in a canoe and American beer have in common? They're both fucking close. Oh, you did it again, Antoine. I was like, oh wow, look, he gave me some time to get to it. No, he put it there, but yeah, they're both fucking close to water. Although I think for us it wasn't necessarily American beer, it was a certain kind of beer, like Michelob. Michelob Light is pretty much considered to be water. One of my former friend's favorite beers, by the way. And that's why we're not friends anymore, because he has really bad taste in beer. That's how much it means to me. Edmorn pulled that one off. Oh, we gotta give GG, Edmorn. GG. Beatrice, we got Edmorn again. Dano's online but not playing. Amarillo, we know, is not playing. All right. Well, we got Neano, who we haven't seen in a while. The Scandinavian languages of Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish are really all the same language, but the Swedes can't write it and the Danes can't speak it. Is that, Jonas, is that an, like, absolute, like, is that common knowledge kind of thing, or like a joke similar to like our thing where it's not universally true, but it's true by a lot, or is that actually a joke? Like an actual, like how serious is that? Is it like, yeah, it's funny because it's true, or it's funny because it's poking fun at stuff? It's really good to be Norwegian. Who can excel in it all? I'm still getting over the fact that Norway looks better than Middle Earth. Like, you guys have the Shire beat by a bunch of lakes and some mountains. Seriously. It's ridiculously gorgeous in Norway. Ridiculous.
I smell.
Was it Monty Python? Was it Norway? Monty Python did a song about? No, Finland. Finland. The country where I want to be. Your mountains so lofty. Your treetops so tall. Finland. Finland has it all. Wow. Slogkeck said, too rich for my blood. Nicely done. I think we played against Niano too, and I'm pretty sure he beat us. GG. We could all do with a little more support. See, I'm partaking. Finland is a lot of vodka and ice bathing. You know, I've come to appreciate vodka more just because it is the least, like you can mix it with pretty much anything and you can taste it, but you can pretty much like hide the flavor and it still will get you a nice, really strong buzz. Whereas a lot of the liqueurs, and it's not terribly expensive either. Whereas a lot of the liqueurs are either expensive, they have a very strong taste, so you can only mix them with certain things, or you have to drink it straight, or they don't have a lot of kick. Vodka is kind of like you just take a good swig of that. Orange juice, mix it with some orange juice, you get some vitamin C, and you get a buzz. I like the fact that it is very. It's very unobtrusive. It's a chameleon beverage. Can you mix with damn near anything? We got Krakatoa. Let's check out Edmorn again. We haven't seen a lot of Edmorn today. The ice bathing, though, I don't know. I've heard that it is actually very healthy. Ice bathing is very healthy for you. It can like shock your system into being like, whoa, cool. That's all I got. But I heard it's actually good. It's good for the system. I'm not particularly keen on trying it though. I did try turning the shower water cold several times before I got out. I'd see how long it could go. Which is weird because the water's still probably, well, no, that's not true. Especially in the wintertime, the water is probably definitely as cold as it is outside, but it's not all that cold. But yeah, supports are helpful. Thanks.
What did you expect?
Oh no, money. Okay, the one that Python did. So they did have the song about Finland, but they had a song about Chinese, and that was. It was bold. We'll put it that way. It was bold. She's ready to join the circle. Oh, jeez. Why did the bicycle fall over? Because it was too tired. Oh, she will be. She will be. She might actually be. What? No, I'm here. I'm here. What? That is pretty funny. That actually does sound like something either my dad has joked about or would joke about. He do it all the time. Like there's movies where like a truck tire falls off the back of a truck and hits somebody else, or somebody gets crushed under a bunch of tires, and it's like, oh, that guy's really tired. I think the joke works better for a bike, though. Half a bee, philosophically, must ipso facto half not be. But half the bee has got to be vis-a-vis its entity. You see? But can a bee be said to be, or not to be, an entire bee, when half the bee is not a bee due to some ancient injury? A la dee dee. A 1, 2, 3. Oh no, wait. A la dee da. A 1, 2, 3. Eric the half a bee. I like my. Dee dee dee. Okay, I can't remember how it starts off, but da la dee da. 1, 2, 3. Eric the half of it. Wait, Sarah Connolly? Oh wait, no. What was it? Oh, she loves him, Connolly. What? Sarah Connolly? No, she loves him, Connolly. Oh, Sarah Connolly. And Baldric, I like that you actually put musical notes there as well. It's just like, this is the part where the singing begins. But I know I have that whole thing. Well, not the whole thing, obviously, but I know that sketch. And I love the drinking song. Emmanuel Kent was a real pissant who was very rarely stable. I digger was a boozy beggar who could drink you under the table. Talami you could outconsume the William Frederick Hegel. And Wittgenstein was a beery swine who was just a schloster schlagel. There's nothing Nietzsche couldn't teach about the raising of the wrist. Socrates himself was permanently pissed. John Stuart Mill of his own free will on half a gram of shabby was particularly ill. Plato, they say, could stick it away. Half a gram of whiskey every day. Aristotle was a bugger for the bottle. And Hobbes was fond of his dram. And Remy Descartes was a drunken fart. I drink, therefore I am. Yeah, Socrates himself was particularly missed. A lovely little thing about a bugger with his fist. Boing. Almost. It's been a while. It was kind of rough. Got a good memory. I've listened to that record. Was it Monty Python, The Final Ripoff? I've listened to that thing like a bazillion times. A bazillion. So many times. I listen to it all the time. They say to me, do you listen to anything else? I say, no, I listen to Monty Python. That's all I listen to. Every day, daily, I do listen to it. It's the greatest album. Ooh, that's a nice prophecy. Rip boiling water, you will be missed. Oh, jeez. That's a good one. I don't know why that one... I don't know why that made me chuckle, but it's... And I did make a point, that one song, just like fast songs in general, for some reason, I just find them amusing. The same thing with, what was it, the song in Lion King? Boop 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 luau. If you're hungry for hunky fat and juicy meat, eat my buddy Poopy here because he's a treat. Coming down to dine on the Stacey's wine, all you have to do is get in line. Are you aching? Yup, yup, yup. For some bacon, yup, yup, yup. He's a big pig, yup, yup. You could be a big pig too. Pooey! Ah! If it's a quick song, it's something I just want to learn it because it's fun. But then I don't articulate it well because my mouth is lazy and I end up stumbling over the words or that you can't really hear them very well. But it's still fun to do.
Ribbon is only the first step on my path to greatness.
Rip boiling water, you will be missed. I mean, that's just funny. Hey, Carbon, hello. You like just it's been a while. I do say that, don't I? It has been a while, actually, since we've seen you in chat. Carbon, you need to scroll up. You were missing a ton of jokes, my friend. Lots of jokes, very funny jokes. You have to go up too far to see one of them, but yeah, it's been. And then there's some great recipes. You've got a very basic recipe that even I could probably pull off, and then there's the actual recipe for the day, which I don't remember anything but fold it origami tinfoil into a boat or a diaper, and put all the good stuff that is actually the recipe into it, and then pull that out of the oven, and it's delicious. Oh. Yeah, and Edmore's going to come up just short. Hey, you know, I mean, again, it doesn't feel, no matter, it doesn't feel good to lose anybody, but aggro empire-ish? Oh, that's 7-7. That wasn't aggro. That was at least mid-range with a really aggressive spin to it. No. Ah. Ah. Thin White Duke, sorry, why are you practicing? You don't need practice, you need performance. Krakatoa! Thank you, Krakatoa. Your services are greatly appreciated. Oh, right, and Orty ladies. Or pretty ladies, yes. Well, yes. Just, I don't know any drinking songs, but my family use a fun toast. Skål for Enkavan. Enkavan? Which is translated to cheers, toast for someone. Wait, does Enkavan actually translate as someone? Or is it Skål for Enkavan? Oh no, I guess that would be right. Skål, toast, for Enkavan, someone. So is it supposed to be funny? Like again, we need an excuse to drink, so it's kind of like, hey, it's kind of like it's 5 o'clock somewhere, like 5 o'clock in the evening. So it's like, here, cheers to someone. Hate that play perfect and then nope.
Hiding will not save you.
Gone!
Edmorn, I feel you, man. Although I don't feel that burn as much because usually you guys are really good to point out, and I appreciate it. I'm not being sarcastic. I'll be like, that's BS. We got totally ripped off. And then Joe's like, you misplayed like 6 times. Like, at least then I can be like, it takes some of the sting away. But like with Edmorn, you actually play really, really well and do make all the right calls, and you put yourself in a position to win, and then the game's like, nope, you don't deserve it. Oh no, it's Vincenzo's girl.
You must be clever.
I wish I had Vincenzo's girl. Why can't I find a Daedra like that? Oh gosh. Oh god. Like, I don't even like her when, she's hey, she just became a lot sexier. I don't know about you guys, but I am all about that piercing Twilight. Young lady, you have earned yourself respect in my book. I still don't want to look at you. You are hideous to look at. Every single part of you is god-awful ugly. Maybe the hair. Can we get away with the hair? Well, yeah, I'm going to say the hair looks like on a slightly less demonic, grotesque, and I don't think you can fly with those wings. I'm going to leave it at that. But for someone, yeah. I mean, everybody has, no matter how hideous, everybody has something that is like, okay, that, good on you. How did we get Beyond Death? But I mean, how does Beyond Death make you a 2020? That's a, whoa, Krakatoa, what are you doing? Oh, it must have been, must have been getting burned by a Parth loop or something, maybe. Oh yeah, we see. Okay. Oh, then he's got an Alduin too. Okay, so we're just seeing. Oh, he must have taken it. Did he take it with? Did he take it with? No, he didn't. He didn't take it. Wait, did he take it? I don't think he took it. Oh, that's how. Goodness gracious! Look at all those skeletal dragons. Damn. Damn. Where'd he pull that from?
Are you listening to me?
Ooh, that plus Call Dragon? Yikes. Yikes. I mean, that's a very tiny dragon. Very tiny dragon. Dragon aspect, not what you want. Yeah. Okay, at least it's not a charger. As in, the toast is no one in particular, it's just an excuse to drink. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I don't understand. Why is he conceding? Is he just being a tool for no reason? Or maybe did he disconnect genuinely? Because he still has a really good chance when he still has 3 cards in his hand and he's got Krakatau down to 2 health. How is that not a good idea? This is what I hate the most. Yeah. A modicum of decency. They are turd muffins. No. He's making the list. Okay, so hang on a second. Let me get this down before the game is over. Pillouenforcinho 13. All right. Pillow UN for sin. Oh, yep. Okay, 13. Okay, we got him. So we're going to add him to our, for those of you who don't know, we have this. It is our Poopstone list. Currently it's Dongchan and John Hunter 1995. The game is a little worse because you play it. And we will be adding Pillow Forcino 13 to that list. Yeah, exactly. If there's no one left to toast to. My disk drive is full of players like this. Record every disconnected one. Nice. Do it. There will be some measure of accountability. Small though it may be. Exactly. If there's no one left to toast to, it goes to someone out there. Hey, Jonas, you guys might have been toasting to me. You might have been toasting to me. Somewhere there's an American with a big mouth who sings off key. This is for him. I don't understand this part of it though. Like, don't you do that when you've lost? Like, why is he BMing like this when the game's not over? I've never seen that before. Hey, Cal. What a pals, Cal. It's exactly this. Oh, not BMing at all this game. Nope. There's a medieval drinking song that I like. Why do all your drinking songs and phrases involve words that are very hard to say? In taberna quando sumus. I love the good medieval songs. There's a splendid version by Arani Zoltan on YouTube. Hungarian song? And yes, Enkvan translates to someone, but that specific word is unique to certain dialects in some parts of the country. Skal is used everywhere though, meaning cheers. Yeah, Skal. Why do I feel like Skal? Why do I feel like I've heard that somewhere? Skal. I guess because it means cheers, and it's something that you would hear a lot. But I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, whether it's in a movie or show. Like I feel like I'm familiar with that word in a way that I normally wouldn't be familiar with something. But let me see. There is. Let's see. YouTube. In taberna quando sumus. Oh, there you go. By Arani. Oh, yeah. Autofill checks out. I don't know if this is allowed. Oh, I just thought of that. I was about to play it for you guys. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to do that. I mean, it's on YouTube, but I think if I play it on a stream, like you can put songs on YouTube, but I mean, I'm not worried about monetization. I don't have that anyway, but it's like, I don't know if I can get copyright strike for that. If they take segments out of the video, if you do that, I have to look that up. But I can put the link to it here for you guys if you want to check out the song that Baldric is referring to. It's a Latin song used also in Carmina Burana. But yeah, Arani Zoltan is a Hungarian who likes to remake medieval songs. Basically Chill, hello! Basically Chill. Looking beautiful today. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I don't feel terribly beautiful, but I appreciate the flattery. We got the game ordered, and it is going to be here hopefully in the next 3 days. So we'll be putting that on. It'll definitely we'll be doing a stream next week with what is it? Twisted Metal? Sorry, not Twisted Metal. Let me check my purchase history here. It is Metal Slug 2, if I'm not mistaken, right? Metal Slug 2. But yeah, we got that. It has shipped, and it is expected, I think, by Wednesday. So, in any case, but happy to see you here, Basically Chill. Happy to see you here. It's from Basically Chill we saw on the Streets of Rage 4 just the other day. All right. Then Mike Duxar is done practicing, and he is now ready to decimate the opposition with his Camels, his Shadowfens. Oh, wow. We seem to have come in at the wrong time. Oh, come now, Budley.
They attack my children, they attack me.
That's fair. The A is not pronounced as a normal A, though. It's closer to the English O in words like for, lore, north. Okay, so north. Skull. Skull? Skull? Really? With the A with the little thingy on that skull? Lore. Skull. Skull. Yeah, skull. So maybe I don't. Now it doesn't sound familiar. Skull. 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 So it almost sounds like skull, but not skull. Vowels. They are wickedly close. Zoltan is a common Hungarian name, so I guessed that. Opera song. Nice.
Together, orcs.
Have y'all heard oh crapola. Baldric, you probably heard these. It's a husband and wife team. The husband actually played in a band, very popular band, I think, for a while. It was popular in some manner. It's Black Knight. Black Knight.
I am ready to
Dag to the nabbit. I guarantee, Baldric, I feel like you would know this. Black Knight.
The waters of life.
YouTube. Black Knight. No. Blackmore. Blackmore's Night. That's it. Blackmore's Night. And they did like a version of Saw Three Ships, and they do like a lot of some Christmas songs, and they do like a lot of like I think more kind of like not drinking songs, but more like folk songs or whatever. It's pretty darn cool. But yeah, Blackmore's Night. That's who I was thinking of. Yes, close enough. We have skull. Okay, so I was close. So we have 3 more vowels in our alphabet because we're a lot more phonetically straightforward than English, where vowels are different depending on context. Very true. Okay. Ah, jeez.
You should.
So what looks like A, E, O with a line through it, and A with a dilly on it. Phantom from the Opera, maybe? Wait, is that the... Whoa. We're talking about Phantom of the Opera. Whoa. Nicely done, Io. Nicely done. See, this is what you do, folks. You climb, you get low. You get low to climb high. I coined that term. Can't use it without my permission. It's just weird seeing Io play. That was like when Io told me that he is... What, did you say you played football or something? You said you did something, and I was like, I did not expect that from you. There was something you did that was counterintuitive based on what I know of you so far. And you playing Orc is definitely counterintuitive. But I can appreciate that even the aces, even the good ones among us, when they want to get down to business, it ain't about the flowery stuff. It ain't about the cool whizzle-ma-dizzles and all that. It just comes down to smash face.
I slay the
But that's what makes me nervous, folks, because isn't everybody just going to be doing that? And everybody's going to be doing low things like, how am I going to beat out 100 people who are all doing the exact same thing as I am? That's where I get nervous.
What did you expect? A friendly
Other than perhaps it is true that I'm actually,
should have been
where not everybody can play aggro. Not everybody can. Not as well as me. When I hit face, I angle my cards in a certain way that the opponent can't really block. I kind of do a little left-right number. It's kind of it's a strategy I don't really tell people too much about. But let's just say there's something about the lanes. It's not about the warriors. The warrior's strength comes from those around him, I think is what he said. From those around him, yep. Unless you're the lone warrior, in which case, well, it's a little more complicated, I guess. Boy must grow to be warrior, like Randy Man Savage. I think I've never heard of Blackmore's Knight. It's interesting. What? Baldric, how in the world?
My scales moving.
Oh, and Baldric, I hate to admit this, but for some reason, I always read it as Baldric Sternup. Like your name, but is it not Baldric's Turnip? Like your turnip? If it is that, what is the reference of that? I'm sure it's from the show, but like, is the turnip something particularly funny? Is it an elusive thing? Is it something that Baldric is always looking for? Is it another way of saying Baldric's folly? Or was I correct in that it is in fact Baldric Sternup? Like the O in open is very different to the O in owl. O. Owl. No, we pronounce it owl. Jonas, what are you talking about? Come on, man. Surely you know. It's owl. You know, owls go hoo hoo. Yeah. Or we say Alpen. Alpen. Yeah. No, we have consistency in this language. No, you're absolutely right. I like the fact that you guys you break up your vowels like that. Although I gotta imagine you have more than three. Well, no, I know you have more than three. I'm not presuming that you have more than that, but pretty much aren't there like 6 different ways to pronounce each of our vowels, and we have however many of them are? Like, wouldn't you all have like do 3 extra vowels cover all the different possible ways to pronounce something?
Feel the power within.
Yes, Alpen. We have consistency in this language. It's the funniest thing I've heard all day. I don't know. I think that Ripwater, you will be missed was pretty darn funny too. And then of course the ho ho ho. We have had some bangers on here tonight. But yeah, the English language, I'm not going to lie, the English language is a bitch. I don't know how it is for people who are not like people who have a keen mind for math usually aren't necessarily great with. The only time they're good with numbers is if they're in a formula. They're not great with them. Or sorry, the only time they're good with letters or in a formula, they're not very good with them. Just in general. So I don't know how crappy the language is if that's not where you kind of have a little bit of. By the way, I could not believe this. There was some jackass. I shouldn't say jackass. Well, but he came across as it because he didn't present his opinion in a respectful way. And it wasn't directed at me, so I'm not mad at the guy, but he just came across as kind of somebody was saying, they were talking about a certain actor and just saying like, I don't know that he has that much talent. He's okay. He's serviceable, but I don't think he's very talented. And this guy gets on there like, stop saying talent. There's no such thing as talent. There's skill and there's desire, and talent is a thing that's made up. Stop putting people on pedestals. And I'm like, okay, don't put people on pedestals. That I get. I'm on board with you there, buddy. But the idea that Michael Jordan, I mean, I hate to go to that one, but that's like the easiest one to think of right off the top of your head. That he doesn't have talent. A guy who rarely, if ever, practiced. I mean, he practiced hard. Like once he was in the NBA, like he got better. But like to say that he is exactly the exact same skill as everybody else, he just trained harder and what bullcrap. There's decidedly talent. There are people who are born, people who play the piano at 4 years old. 3 years old. What was it? Was it Beethoven? Oh no, Mozart. Mozart, I think, was playing the piano at like 3 or 4 years old. You can't say that's not talent. That's skill and practice. Bull crap. He's freaking 3 years old, man. How many 3-year-olds can freaking play? I ran out of steam there for a second. But you know what I'm saying? Like the idea, like, yeah, don't worship people because they're talented. Like, that's not what it's about. But nobody was doing that. They were just saying, hey, whether or not do you think this actor has talent or not? And, you know, but then for somebody to just come in there and be like, well, no such thing as talent. Whatever, man. Whatever. Yep, Baldrick's turnip. It's a turnip. Turnip. Not the dangly thingy. Wait. Turnips are a recurring theme in Blackadder series. What's the dangly thingy? Baldrick, I'm talking about the... Is there a dangly thingy? Is that a euphemism for a dangly thingy? Are we talking about the dangly thingies? Like guys dangly thingies? I'm thinking about the little red... The little red... Is it a fruit or a vegetable? The root, I guess? The little red turnip thing? What was that joke in... Cloudy the Chance of Meatballs. It's like... I think he said, nice to beat you. Or something. Like the bad guy was throwing something as a giant... He thought it was a giant beet. He's like, nice to beat you. And he throws it. And the guy, like, as he's diving in slow motion, he's like, that's a radish! it was funny, because... It's like you're in the middle of an action thing and he's taking time out in slow motion to correct the fact that this beet is actually a radish. Because they kind of look the same. I think I got it right. I think that's what we were talking about. Jonas, remind me to DM you a short video on the topic of English being inconsistent. Saw a really fun one a while back. I will, Jonas. I'll hit you up on Discord. Talent is the predisposition to be good at something. Doesn't mean they don't have to work hard to reach new heights, but come on. Exactly, Jonas. That's what I'm saying. Like, and there are some who, by virtue of their talent, will be better at something than somebody who trains their entire life. Like, there is just that level. It's just, but it's a scale. You know, there's some people with a ton of talent, and there's people with moderate talent. There are people that need to practice, and you'll always be better if you practice. But there are some people who are just so talented, they're just decentivized because it's like, I'm already the best. Why do I need to keep playing hard? But you got, like, your Kobe Bryants, your Michael Jordans, you know, in the NBA, they were some of the most like ardent, like, get this right, get this down, you know, last was off the court. Like, I think Kobe would do like 100 free throws before he left for the day. But again, phenomenally talented, you know, at freaking 16 years old, he was better than most players out there. And I mean, LeBron James is he's a specimen, but he's also a physical specimen, which I'm not as keen on those just because it's a mix of talent, but then just you're a big guy. Like Shaquille O'Neal, he's a fun guy. He's a nice, fun guy. Got nothing wrong with Shaquille O'Neal. I don't like big men. Okay, that didn't sound right. I love big men. No, that didn't sound right either. I'm not a fan of games won by down low play in... Okay, that didn't sound right either. Goodness gracious, is there a way to say this without it sounding weird? In basketball, you're big men, you're tall guys. They just go into the basket, you feed them the ball, they get it because they're tall. When they raise up their arms, they're 7 feet tall. When they raise up their arms, they're already like 9.5 feet tall. They have to manage to summon all 6 inches or 5 inches of ups to slam dunk the ball. They slam dunk it and that's it. I much prefer finesse. I like people that drive to the hoop and do, you know, finger rolls, you know, with the finesse of a ballet dancer. I like shots from the outside, you know, where it's just this beautiful arcs that just swish through the net. I like fadeaways and dynamic jumpers. I like, you know, the Michael Jordan, you go up with one hand and you swing it back around and bank it off the other side of the glass. So I'm not a fan of that kind of play. But anyway, that takes nothing from them. It's just I feel like that kind of somewhat diminishes the talent part of it, because half of what makes you the dominant force you are is the fact that you weigh 300 pounds and nobody can get their arms around you, for crying out loud. But that's not a counter or a affirmation of anybody's point. I just think it's bizarre to think that there's no such thing as talent, or however you want to say it, talent, ability, gifting, you know, however you want to think of it, that there isn't something ineffable, intangible that many people have in certain areas that has nothing to do with their work ethic or their even ability to comprehend. Like how does a 3-year-old know, like, understand, like, you probably can't even write music, but he can play it, you know? Whatever. Anyway. Some things do come naturally to certain people, though. Perhaps that can be more construed as talent. What? Really, Baldric? Turnip can be euphemism for Willie Wang Johnson. These are all names of people. So instead of saying, hey, my buddy Willie, you'd call him my buddy Turnip. Long, dangly turnips. Oh, I got you. Okay, it's good to know. And I'm glad, though, you told me that before you... I'm glad I didn't think that beforehand. And I'm like, what the heck is this guy? Baldric's Johnson. Baldric's Wang. Why would this guy name himself Baldric's Wang? So I'm glad that it is about the root and not the dangly bit. And that is the first time I've ever heard that as a euphemism for dangly bits. Anybody else? Is that a Croatian thing?
If we die, we die.
Never have I ever. I'm trying to think if we... I mean, to be fair, pretty much... Like, what kind of... I mean, look, if you want to say it's like a burrito, or they call that a banana hammock, you know, like they call spandex, because like it has a phallic shape to it. Who wants to have a dangly bit that looks like a turnip, for crying out loud? It's bulbous, and then it comes to a little teeny tiny point and it gets really, really thin at the end. Like, how is that something that somebody wants? Anybody, the guy or the gal, like... Who, like, where's the connection? Am I missing it? Are there turnips that are long and robust? Because the only turnips I've seen, I would not want I would rather have celery and cucumber. Turn 1 midnight burial. Oh no. Wait, is this Io or is this? No, oh. Oh, jeez.
If I fall, the east will reclaim me.
Nicely done.
You prefer the skill to be the reason for achievement rather than the physical build of the person. Yes, exactly right, Jonas. Exactly right. I think that was put without any weird undertones. Then again, one can read anything however they like. Yeah, Jonas, but there are things like if as you're saying it, you're realizing it's coming out the wrong way, then it's probably easy enough for other people to. Whereas that one, yeah, that was better articulated. I'd like to think I would have came up with that if I was trying to type it, but yes, that is exactly what I meant to say. But yes, you can say anything naughty. It's like, I think that was put without any weird undertones. You know what I'm saying? Any weird undertones? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more. Say no more. Is your wife a goer? Hey, know what I mean? Know what I mean? Nudge, nudge. Wink, wink. Say no more. Oh, she sometimes goes. Yes, I bet she does. I bet she does. Say no more, Squire. Does your wife like photography? Well, yes. She's quite fond of photography. I bet she does. I bet she is. Snap, snap, ring, ring. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Say no more. Are you insinuating something? No. Yes. Well, all right, Squire. You're a man of the world. Yes. I mean, like, you've done it. What do you mean? Like, with a lady? Oh, well, yes. What's it like? And that hits close to home. Dangly dooglies, I call them. Io, you're not single by any chance, are you? Oh, goodness gracious. Dangly dooglies, I call them. You know, I'm not going to... You know what? You dissed on English. I'm going to say that sounds very Canadian. With your loonies and whatnot. I could see dangly dooglies being a Canadian thing.
Friendly greeting.
Oh, you're making fun of our dangly dooglies there, are you? Oh, shame on you, sir. Shame on you. We beat number 7. What? No, damn. Nicely done. Number 27. Wait, what are we talking about? Yeah, exactly right. We're talking about turnips. Specifically, mine is from Blackadder Series 3. Blackadder gives a large sum to Baldric so he could bribe. And Blackadder is Rowan Atkinson, correct? Gives a large sum to Baldric so he could bribe the guards and free the king. But Baldric spends it all. Blackadder. Baldric, how did you manage to find a turnip that costs 400,000 pounds? Baldric. Well, I had to haggle. Subversion. What? Okay, so okay, this is how bad it is. I don't know if you saw the message or not, but then my Dukesar said that he just midnight burialed a bunch of AL Guardians. How does a player like that? My first thought is the only reason a player like that would concede with the board state in a game like that is because he realizes that then my Dukesar is trying to do an OTK and is trying to screw him over. That can't be the reason, because they hadn't gone far enough in the game. Like, maybe he just had to go. I don't know. But that's how uncharitable I feel towards those kinds of players. Like, I automatically think the worst. Like, what's the possible way they could be trying to screw you over? Edmorn is now 227. Where? No, that's Io. That's all right. We can watch Io. Oh, no, it's Io. Oh, man. Too scared of their own aliens. They are terrifying and hideous.
I slay the unworthy.
What say Joe Biden to the doctor? I'm not peeling well. They could. No. No. No, I know.
Ready to
That's
join the
what
circle.
confused me. Why would they do that?
I am ready to join the circle.
My sword hand itches.
Oh, let's.
Scout ahead.
Baldric got ripped off, but it really was a really nice looking big turnip. Was it dangly, Baldric? Was it a dangly turnip? Nice, Io. Get those. And yeah, now she can't shackle either. Looks like this is going to be another one for the Io Meister. I don't know. They knew I was about to play their aliens. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, gotcha. It's a pretty funny line. That's typical subversive humor, too. Exactly. Damn straight. Damn straight.
Watch this.
Damn straight, Duke. Damn straight.
There's a plan. There's always a plan.
Damn straight, Duke. Damn straight. Yeah, some don't have the physical build to achieve the goal, so they develop the necessary skill to use the build they have. There, pointed out the undertones to be found. The goal being to make a happy potato. Or patata. To make a happy potato, from what we learned tonight, dress them up nice, give them a bath. Yes. Macaro says, keep at it. If you're referring to our friends, they will. They are a formidable bunch. Whoa. Who is this guy?
Let nothing through. Close ranks.
Battle Rage Orc? Oh! I've never seen that alternate art before. What the hey? Why are we getting the stupid drinky guy shout summoner guy? We've got him like 6 times. Why is this not available? That is badass looking. Look, he's got piercings and he's like, like that's an orc right there, baby. Now I don't know why he's holding the sword up like this. looks kind of gimpy, but still, like, he's about to get. Oh boy. Oh, are we seeing the turn right now? Are we seeing the thing? I mean, not if Io has silence or. That'll do. No, does it? She give 2 or 1? Dang it! Just short. Just short. That's all right. It's not over. It's not. He doesn't have drain on the board. No, I meant to say, Mr. Jesse Incarnate Schward, for that he should keep going at it. Wait, me, Macro? Because I am Jesse Incarnate Schward the 4th. I didn't know I was the 4th, but I'll take that. It actually sounds, it has a ring to it. Schward the 4th. It's almost like, may the 4th be with you. I have a lisp. Lisp. May the 4th be with you. Yep, Atkinson is Black Adder, though through generations he's cursed with same luck, fate, and friends. Starts as a real bastard, but till the end of the series becomes a decent guy. Aww. Wait, okay, so the bit that Denise showed me, where it's like in a certain time period with like King Henry or whatever it was, that it doesn't all take place during that time. It progresses. So we see Blackadder in the 80s. Well, maybe not. Maybe the show was made in the 70s. But like we see him in earlier times and all the way up through like time travel type thing. It's like Quantum Leap, not Quantum Leap. What am I thinking? Yeah, maybe something like that, where it's like just every episode he's in a different period of time. Yeah, that Orc Arch is cool. I know, isn't it though? Schward the 3rd sounds better. They both end with Erd. That's true. Well, so you got Schward the 4th. I mean, it's a little bit of a stretch, but it almost has that. It's an Eminem rhyme. Eminem would make Schward and 4th rhyme. Blah, 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 Schward. Blah, 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 Ford. Ford. Just wouldn't pronounce the D. Maybe only old players have it. Yeah. I wonder if it was a. I mean, you can look it up. I can look it up. Well, you know, I might do that. I'm going to enrich all of our lives and see why we don't have this cool card. Oh, I can't remember the name of it now. Dagnabbit. Let's see. It is Battle Rage Orc. That's right. Battle Rage Orc. Battle to battle to battle. Elder Scrolls Legends.
Prepare yourself.
Time to die, weakling. Witches Festival. Card pack, alternate card art. So you had to buy the Witches Festival card pack in order to get that card. So once again, limited time only. I mean, he is so much better. What's weird though, because the original is like in the snow and he's all bundled up, and this guy's like in the Sahara. So like, you know, it'd be kind of cool if you could select which card you wanted it to play based like alt art. You could change the alt art. You could like right click on it when it's in your hand, and you could change the art, whatever art you have. So it's like if you wanted to do like he would go with Wood Orc Headhunter, because Wood Orc Headhunter is kind of in the same forested area or whatever. And then it's like, no, I want all my orcs to be, you know, in the snow, you know, like little hats on and everything. Then you turn them all that. That'd be kind of cool. You have like a thematic deck and everything. Man, I could make Legends so much better. I mean, not to make it play any better. I could just make it better, because I'd have them do cool things like that. I don't think that'd be that hard either. Pull the wind out my arse. A fine display, Io. A fine display. And the game, not your arse, by the way. Not my problem you decided to put 3 vowels in your nickname. It's AAA, Macro. AAA. AAA. It's prestige. Otherwise, it would be Schward. People would know how to pronounce it. They wouldn't say Schward if it was 1A or even 2A's. It'd be like Schward, Schward. When you see 3A's, you know it's Schward. There's only one way to pronounce Schward, and it's Schward. 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 No, it's progresses. Ends in World War I Trench War. There he's a commander. Oh, no, it progresses. Okay. There, he's a commander you can only wish for, but he dies eventually in every season. Okay, okay. Am fine to post some past century German jokes in here. Nothing wild, of course. Like, why did the chicken cross the road? He was following orders. What? I mean, that's offensive, Jonas. That's incredibly offensive. And, but, you know, I mean, in this stream, we're a little avant-garde. So I'll allow it, but, you know, try to keep it a little more tame.
Leave.
Why did the chicken cross the road? He was following orders. Following orders. I don't know if that was the right word or not.
You must
Does Schward get anything if Io wins? No, I don't. I have no incentive other than he's my friend and I like to see my friends prosper. I gotta tell you, this sounds really weird. Really? Yeah. Really weird. Like, I've never done this before where I take the headset off and then I put it back on like 20 minutes later. It sounds like I'm in underwater now. Very strange. Anyway. Oh yeah, that's true, Io. I remember saying that. Nothing but love for today's Germans, of course. You know, I will say that is a level of social hypocrisy that I've seen in media of all kinds, and even just in today. Like, for some reason, you know, like any other, you know, nation, you know, ethnicity, race of people, whatever, you say something about them and it's considered bad taste, or if you make a generalization, even if it's something complimentary or neutral, it's considered to be bad in a generalization. But boy, howdy, can they make barbs and jokes about Germans in general, just the German people, you know? And it even shows that I like Community. Like, they have some stuff in there where it's like, oh, you know, a little goes a long way. They were talking about like Oktoberfest, and it's like, you know, we only celebrate this every so whatever, and it's like, well, a little German goes a long way. It's like, come on, guys, like it's not a harmless thing. I mean, it's not. I'm not trying to say harmful or don't say anything of free speech or anything. It's just, it's interesting to me that it's like, again, there's this mentality. It happened so long ago, but yet we're going to pretend that it happened recently, and because things were done of a certain way, that makes these entire group of people the butt of a joke. And it's like, but it should be that way for everybody. If you're going to do it for that, do it for everybody, and know that none of the people alive now, or very few of the people alive now, had anything to do with what happened in the 40s and the 30s. And even the ones that were alive back then, a lot of them had nothing to do with what was being done. So the idea that's just like, well, they did, at a certain place in time, people did this certain thing, and so therefore it's okay. Holy cow! I have never seen so many imprisons kill so many in my entire life. Thin White Dukestar is the opposite of charmed right now. Holy cow, that is the worst luck I've ever seen. I mean, he was just offing creatures left and right with his stuff there. But you're right, Io. I did make that rule. I have to abide by it. You won, so I have to order the food now. Five Guys. Burger. Five Guys, burgers and fries. Oh. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, how good does that look? The shakes, the fries, the burger. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, it looks so good. Little fry. Oh, yeah, little fries. Little fries. They call them little fries. They're not little fries. They say little fries, but they're not little fries. They're big fries. They're huge fries. They're huge. So huge. They're the hugest fries. There's nothing regular about them. They're just huge. But damn, the prices have gone up, man. It's almost like the economy blows chunks right now. Yikes. I don't know if I'm going to be doing this now. That is a very costly burger. Is that it? Does the Duke have an out? He's got the Magicka. He's going to look for answers. He's live on board. That's good. And there he is, Mournhold Taskmaster. Taskmaster. Watch your hearing, man. Keep the volumes low so you can keep your hearing for longer. Oh, absolutely, Macro. Trust me. I am on board with you, buddy. It blows my mind when I'm driving and I can hear somebody else's music like 25 cars away. I'm like, dude, you are destroying your hearing. You will be deaf by the time you're 40. Like by the time you're my age. This is not very loud. This is not loud at all. It's weird because it's plugging my ears.
What did you expect?
So I am hearing the game, but because I have the volume down to a certain level, I can't even hear my own voice in the microphone. So I went from being able to hear myself very, very well, like crystal clear because there's nothing here, to covering my ears, but not having the extra boost of sound from the microphone. Oh, there we go. Then Mike Dukestar go. The problem is he has to punch him in the face in order to get that sweet.
Shall we put in a dishonest day's rent?
There you go, Brynjolf. I prefer the model of understanding that people are different, cultures are different, and one of the best ways to come together is to be able to joke about each other, especially neighbors. Oh, no, absolutely, Jonas. Absolutely. Like I said, I don't think, personally, I'm not, like, nothing should be off limits. It's the same people that find it offensive to make fun of other cultures or places, but yet that's the exception. Like, I'm like, it's like if in your mind, if it's not okay to do that to certain races, it should not be okay to do it for any of them. Whereas, as you're saying, I think you actually break down more barriers and have a better time if everybody jokes about this. And we did 80s and 90s, and I feel like history is cyclical. We had about 20 years at least in the States. I mean, not all the 80s, but a good chunk of the 80s and most of the 90s was you could see a time of like relative prosperity. We had some really good movies, especially at the turn of the century. Towards then, excluding of course the prequels. We had a lot of good stuff going on. He's still pushing. Still trying to make it happen. Now he can definitely Mournhold and Forerunner. But back then, if you look at the comedy from back then, it would make fun of everybody and everything. Undercover Brother. If y'all haven't seen it, I recommend it. It's a funny freaking movie. It's got Neil Patrick Harris. It's got Dave Chappelle. It's got Eddie Murphy. Not Eddie Murphy. Eddie Griffin. It's got Denise Richards for a brief point in it. Who else? Other guys that you'd probably recognize, but I don't remember their names. But yeah, it's a funny movie, and it makes fun of both, like, stereotypes of both black and white people. But it's done in a way that even if you watch it today, like, you just laugh at it. Like, you don't. It's not like it doesn't feel like anybody's taking shots. Nobody's trying to. Then White Duke, are you not going to do it? I mean, they're tiny. I understand they're tiny, but they're mighty. It's still kind of the combo. It's a baby combo. Baby combo. I'm not aware of the Five Guys brand. When Io told me you could eat Five Guys, if he wins, my brain sailed to another galaxy. Macro, don't you know me by now? Dang it, Macro. I can understand that though. Yes, but it is a Five Guys burgers and fries. It is an eatery where you can eat hot dogs and hamburgers. They do serve hot dogs as well, but not turnips. No, they don't sell turnips there. Not the full combo, but worked. It was Debbie combo. Little guys. Gotta work up to the big one. And had to hit with Seducer anyway to stay alive. It's a start. Tragedy plus time equals comedy. Yeah, and sometimes not a whole lot of time either. You know, there's some stuff that you think, I mean, there are some things that have happened historically where even now it's like, depending on who you're talking to, some people will be like, But I mean, I remember, well, I won't talk about it in particular, but there was some stuff that happened, pretty big tragedies, and within like 2 years, people were making jokes about it. And yeah. Like for me, I always resort more to like self-deprecating stuff just because I think I make far more than enough mistakes or issues or do stupid things than anybody else. But as long as it's clever, like there's some stuff where it's literally shock value. It's like, oh, if I use this word or say this phrase or, you know, reference this person, you know, I'm gonna get people are like, oh my gosh, and it's gonna be funny because it's you know, it's
Soldiers.
politically incorrect or it's you know, whatever. It's done for shock value and people laugh at the shock value. It needs to be clever. But if it's clever, you just kind of, that's when you kind of have that laugh where you just go, oh no, oh man. So you're kind of like you're acknowledging that like, wow, that's, and you might even say too soon, but it's still funny. It's not funny because it's tragic. It's funny because it's true, or it's funny because it's still clever. I realized why that tasted funny. It's not out of my mug. Oh, I was like, what? Why am I tasting can? Oh, aluminum, you're disgusting. Must have it from the sweet, sweet, supple kiss of the wooden stein thing. Does a stein have to have a top on it to be considered a stein? Is that what makes it a stein, is having the little cappy thing on it? Or can a stein just be a big old mug of something? Or does it have to be made out of certain things? I feel like this could kind of be a stein, but I mean, obviously it's from a Norse manufacturer, so it probably wouldn't be called a stein, but I don't know my cups well enough. All right. He's due. Thin White Duke Star is due for a victory here. I did, Jonas. I did. Yes, I'm sorry. I totally watched it. I'd watched it in 2 days. Andor. I actually want to do a review of it because I liked it so much. Aside from what personally for me, about 3 minutes total of what I would consider to be completely unnecessary content. Oh no! Is this a mirror match? This looks like a mirror match. The hell? I mean, there was about 3 minutes of unneeded content. It didn't do anything for the story. It felt like it was there because it's obligatory. But aside from that little bit, and I would say I think the prison sequence or the prison time, the pacing was a little slow. Like the pacing was slow in certain places anyway, but it was, to me, it was always moving forward. It was just at a much more measured pace. I feel like they lingered a bit there, and I feel like that wasn't quite. It wasn't as showy, in terms of what the show is like the grit of it. But I very much liked it. I thought the performances were great. The music. Wait. I'm thinking of Rogue One. So the difference, I would say, because I went back and watched Rogue One after Andor. Rogue One, it is not without its faults. It definitely had some parts where I was like, oh gosh, this is painful. But it had a lot of good parts and a lot more than I remembered. And one of them is the adaptation of the music, where it's completely different. I think it's still John Williams. I'm not sure. I didn't even look. But it sounded like Star Wars, and it even had, I think they played a few bits from the original trilogy. But it also was very new. And it was like, it sounded like John Williams, but for a new era of Star Wars. It wasn't like I think Duel of the Fates. That was still, it still kind of felt nicely done, Thin White Duke Star. I don't know how to put it. It was good, and I guess it did feel prequely. It's like it's an amazing thing for John Williams to be able to make music that thematically sounds the same, but yet feels like it's made for that series. Andor was a little bit different. It kind of reminded me of Mando, where it had music that sounded more contemporary. It sounded a little. It didn't have that John Williams-esque to it, where it's like you can have something upbeat and you can have something almost kind of jazzy, but it's still. So it didn't quite have that, but it worked. It worked. It just didn't quite do what Rogue One did, which was mimic that style or make you feel like this is still Star Wars, but something different. There were enough tunes in there. I was like, this is kind of different, but I enjoyed it. As a lot of the people that I recommended it said, you could set that anywhere. The only thing they used some familiar icons. I was wondering if you notice, it's really weird. They didn't show the front of the stormtroopers' helmets for almost the entire series. A few times that you saw them, it was always from the back or maybe the side a little bit, but it was blurred and you couldn't see. I was like, Is there something special about the front of the Stormtrooper mask? But then the very final episode, you do see the mask, and it's a Stormtrooper helmet. So I don't know what that was about. Maybe it was just the way the shots were, composed. But yeah, I liked it. I thought the story was good. I thought it actually kind of makes Rogue One a little bit of a bummer, because it felt like there was so much like behind Andor that it just kind of culminated in this. But it was fine. But yeah, no, it was good. The writing, which the same writer is the same writer as Rogue One. Can't remember the guy's name now, or at least one of the writers. There were several writers, I think, on the show, but which is good, because it's like, okay, these are the people that created these characters for Rogue One, and now they're going to go tell their story a little bit. But yeah, and it wasn't. I haven't seen Game of Thrones, but it wasn't what it sounds to me like. A lot of heavy political intrigue. It was like, it was enough stuff there, but it was very basic. It wasn't like, well, so-and-so is sleeping with so-and-so, but then this one is doing this, and then this guy is doing this, and he's telling him this, but that's a lie, but he's lying about the lie, but he doesn't know that he's lying about the lie, he only knows he's lying about this, and sex, complications. It was much more cut and dry, but it still was entertaining and engaging. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I will actually watch it again, probably very soon. I mean, it's not a lot of depth to plumb necessarily, but and even the small things like the leadership. There was a scene where there's I can't remember her name now, but she's a gal. She's a leader of this small group of people. And the two, Andor and one other guy, aren't getting along very well. They've actually butted heads, and there's some strife and contention. And this guy walks over later on. He kind of looks back at her, and he looks back at Andor, and he says, "She told me to tell you about my brother." And it was like, that's what a leader does. The leader says, "Hey, don't leave this thing undone. Go over there and explain yourself. Explain why you feel this way about this." Like, it was just solid leadership. It was really encouraging to see. This is not looking good. But I mean, just little things like that, just interactions. Oh, and the speech, Jonas, were you the one? I think you were the one that gave me that speech. I'll be honest, when I read it, I said it was kind of like contemporary Shakespeare, or it read that way to me. It was a little flowery, a little written, for lack of a better word. Like, a lot of times the problem with writing is writers will write the way that they'll write dialogue the way they write, and the way you write can be much more eloquent and much more fanciful and have more flourishes than the way you typically, the way people speak. Like, there's a lot of movies. I mean, and to be fair, Quentin Tarantino is one of them. Not necessarily flowery, but his dialogue, nobody talks like that. Maybe they wish they did, but nobody talks like that. And nobody's even that vulgar, really. Like, I've been around construction workers. I've been around pretty much all kinds of people. They may make a joke here and there, but they are not that vulgar. But in the movie, incredibly vulgar. But anyway, but the way it was delivered, the way that line was delivered, like, I knew it was coming. As soon as he started talking, I was like, oh, this is it. It was great. I don't know if there's how many other ways he could have delivered that line, or those lines, that monologue, without it sounding either cheesy or weird or out of place or something. I mean, he just loses, right? Yeah, he just loses to Sower, crashing into the 8-9. He knows that, right? The guy has to know that. Okay, he did it a little more fancy. But yeah, the name Five Guys incites a porno shoot. Macro, I mean, not that I'm into porn in general, honestly. I mean, why watch other people eat chocolate? You know, that's my philosophy on pornography. Why do I want to pay, or why do I want to spend time watching other people eat chocolate? That's kind of the gist. Like, I would not watch somebody eat a chocolate cake. Why am I going to watch somebody have sex? I would like to be having the sex. Why am I going to watch somebody else having sex? Or a girl having sex with somebody else. So anyway, but honestly, even if I was, Five Guys is not a porn that I would have any interest in. That sounds horrible. Speaking as a guy, it sounds absolutely horrible. So, not that I'm judging tastes, mind you. I'm just saying, for me personally, Five Guys sounds like an absolutely abysmal porn. Like there's not even cake as far as I'm concerned in that particular instance. Is it too soon to joke about the Viking raids? Would that be too offensive? It depends, Jonas. It depends. If you're I was going to make a football joke because the Vikings are a football team, but nobody here, I think, in this entire chat knows anything about American football, so I won't make a joke about it. You uncultured swine. But no, you can joke about the Viking raids. I think they're just outside of the what do you call that? The what do you call that? I can't remember it. Statute of limitations. You know, you can joke. They're just outside. They're just outside. To Valhalla, is that how they? Is that how it's pronounced? Is Valhalla pronounced spelled that way? Is that the actual pronunciation with the little guy with the one leg sticking out? A stein to us just translates as stone or rock. Wait, so that how the heck does that? How is? I need a snore. Good luck with the Five Guys. They don't have shit on you. Thanks for the stream. See ya. All right, Mark Macaro. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah. They don't have any of that on me. No, sir. No, sir. I am better than the Five Guys. But thanks for hanging out, man, and have a great evening. So yeah, that's weird that a stein would translate as a stone or rock. I wonder how that gets twisted or made into a cup or a glass, a mug, something to hold stuff in. Stellan Skarsgård delivered that monologue so well. Oh, that's his name. Okay. I remember him from the Avengers movie and Dune, actually. But I haven't seen him in too many other things. He did. I still need to watch it. You do, IO. I recommend it. I highly recommend it. You can get it on eBay. I got mine used. Well, okay, so here was the thing. Just by way, I wanted to get a used copy. I did not want to be part of the main purchasing cycle of it. Just for personal reasons. I wanted to get it used, so I was just buying it. Somebody already bought it. I'm just buying off them. Unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately in retrospect, when I bought it, the only used copy they had that was readily available and was decently priced was a steelbook. And actually, there it is. Yeah, so it's a cool steelbook. And I was like, if this show sucks, I have a crappy steelbook that I don't want to throw away because I like steelbooks, but it's actually very, very good. But you can buy if you want the DVD, it's probably a lot cheaper. But even this one, as a very, very good condition steelbook, was like $30 used. Blu-ray. So you can find a regular Blu-ray. I think I saw a brand new Blu-ray. If you want to go the brand new route, you can get it for $20. And then you can get a used, Imperial Guest. Why is it all the guests are using all these bullcrap things? You know what it is? They don't want to be identified. That's all. That's the only explanation. But seriously, I could have sworn the last time we saw a market deck, it was another guest. Stellan is a stellar actor. Nah. Five Guys, one burger. All right, Baldrick, that sounds dirty. Now that sounds dirty. I don't know how. I mean, well, hey, if a turnip can be something phallic, then I guess a burger could be too. I don't know what kind of shenanigans are going on, but nice, IO, nice. Market Slayer, IO. I gotta give that 3 GGs. Anytime you can rush down Market and punch him in the face, it's all awesome. But I will say, Jonas, before that, and I guess since I wasn't saying, I won't say it, but there was a monologue before that was not, it was the other way around. I mean, it didn't ruin the show at all. Like I said, there's very few, if you push all the stuff that I guess if you add that, or if you add half of it, it might be 4 minutes out of the entire series that I was like, could have done without that. But there was a monologue beforehand that I was like, oh, it's one of these monologues. It felt like I would almost venture to guess the writers didn't want to do it that way. It feels like something that Hollywood was like, no, they have to have this speech. You always have this speech. It's the way, ever since Frodo and Sam, or ever since the president from Independence Day, you know, back in the 90s. Ever since that, we have to have one of these speeches somewhere that's just like a bunch of grand fluffery that really amounts to nothing. And you're going, why would anybody care about this? They did it in Rogue One too. And it's like, okay, whatever, shut up. So it wasn't, so there was that. And then it was like literally 4 minutes later, you get that speech. And I'm like, that's a monologue, damn it. That's the writing. That's the stuff. And it's not some grandstanding thing. He's doing it in front of one other person. He's literally bearing his soul to somebody. And it's beautiful. If you're speaking about the Hall of the Norse Gods. Oh, wait, okay. To us, it's Valhalla. Valhalla? Does that mean stone too? Can anything mean what it's supposed to mean? Hall of the Slain. Oh.
With our Lord.
Yes, correct. I misspoke on that. Hall of the Fallen. That has a ring to it. Hall of the Fallen. Hall of the Fallen. Oh, Gulliver. Gulliver, top 10 player.
Greetings from the last living dwarf.
Factotums, you know it's abuse. You know it's going to be abuse. So it's not, so, well, isn't Valhalla, isn't that the land? So am I thinking of something else for Valhalla? Thank you. Going to make a market and workshop deck now. Do it. Do it. And may your enemies smite you for such an egregious affront. Boing. Boing. No. Well, this has been a robust time. And I have managed to keep the 5 guys at bay. Gulliver is always on that shit. Is he really? Antoine, I tell you what, man, you seem like honestly, one of the nicest, most level-headed, whatever guys. But I tell you what, man, when somebody plays a deck or a card that does not rub the right way, you sound fierce. And I'm saying this as somebody who very well knows that in general, I'm a very amicable guy myself, but I can be spurned into saying things. But it's just funny, like it's like Antoine's like, oh yes, we can do, make this food and it's wonderful and you can do this and that and joking and everything. And it's like Gulliver's always on that shit. It's just like I can just hear the contempt. It's a beautiful thing because it's very normal and it's right for people to hold discussing things in contempt. How we ever got away from that idea is beyond me. But it is just kind of funny. So Valhalla is the place in Norse beliefs where those who died in battle would go when they died. Okay, but that was my question though, Jonas. So is it, because I heard that there was a land, but then I hear hall of, so is it like an area? Like okay, here is the land of Valhalla? Or is it like an indoor type thing? Like you have a place, or is that hall located in the land of Valhalla? And because it's really the only structure, they call it that. And what about the people who don't fall in? Because in theory, I mean, I know Viking women, fought and everything, but if they're pregnant or something like that, what happens to the people who didn't fight? Because I always hear that it's like for Valhalla, it's like you earn that place by being mighty in victory. So if your spouse or if your son or somebody doesn't die in battle, where do they go? Are they allowed to be kind of, I mean, for lack of a term, grandfathered in? Is there still communication? Is it a different land? It's still kind of in the same, like, it's a good place idea, but it's just not in the hall? Or like, I'm just curious. I haven't heard, and I know between you and Io, there should be plenty of. Helheim is a land of the dead. All right, so is there a land of the dead for good people and a land of the dead for bad people? Or is it warriors good, non-warriors go to hell? Heim. They just threw the Heim on the end to make it sound less horrible. But it's just hell. Let's see here. One of the reasons Vikings were so ferocious warriors, why fear of death when dying in battle meant getting the best after. Very true, Jonas. Very true. Although that is also, I mean, we have some contemporary beliefs that line with that as well. That dying, yeah. I mean, it's at the same time. I mean, it's kind of a well. I guess it depends. It ultimately depends if it's accurate. Then yeah, then it makes sense. Otherwise, it's kind of like depriving people of, like, if you would still do what you did, knowing that at the very least, let's just say that there was no added perk for it, like that everybody goes to Helheim or what have you. Then it's like, would you have rather stayed around longer? And because it doesn't really make a difference, or would you have been like, no, I live for the fight regardless. Okay, so maybe I don't get this awesome haul, but you know what? The glory for me, death is, you know, the death is the glory that I seek, you know, or death in battle is the glory that I seek. It's what I want in general, regardless of what the rewards are. Or if a lot of me going, I wouldn't mind sticking around for a little while longer if it's really all the same. But who knows? I mean, maybe that is a thing. It just seems it encourages that kind of aggression. Whereas you may go, well, you know, slow down there, slow your roll. You know, maybe there's some other things. Maybe there's more to life than death. But again, it's all academic, because I could very well show up and they're like, look at this dude. Well, no, I could be down there going in Hell or Helheim. Like, dang it, I wish I was a warrior. I fought in Texel. Have you not seen the battles that I waged? It's not my fault I couldn't die. You just never know. You never know. Where all the dead go. It's the older realm. Valhalla is a newer concept. Before all the dead went to hell. I've taken inspiration from Old Norse stuff on our D&D. Oh, I know, Io. I know. I cannot pronounce any of your characters. None of them. I do the phonetic spelling to help me out. I'm very well aware. You're like Folgar Mulgar, the guy that cleans the stables, and I'm like, what do I know? And I can tell that it's just a bunch of consonants jammed together, with only a puny little vowel in there trying to keep them apart.
Pretty flowers.
Tiago, this man is tireless. Me? 24 hours of live. This is unbeatable. Oh, no, Tiago. If you're talking about me, I haven't been doing this for 24 hours. I mean, I've done it for a good chunk of the day, but not 24 hours. We did like 3, I think, earlier today. Then we took a break for an hour, and then we've done now coming up on, well, it will be 4 eventually. So only, 6 hours. The longest stretch I've done to date was the Castlevania playthrough, and that was 9 hours and 5 minutes. That is the longest I've ever streamed at one time. Yeah, and I gave him 2 lessons in a row yesterday, so at least I got my inner revenge against the toxicity.
What could be better?
That is cathartic. It is cathartic to be able to wreak vengeance upon there. And Jonas, hey, one more time, thank you, Jonas, for the very timely. So not only, I mean, here's the thing: Jonas could have been stuck in the game with, what's his name again? Hang on a second. Dong Chan. Jonas could have gone against Dong Chan and lost, and it would have sucked. But not only did he beat Dong Chan, the very next game, I guarantee you, I was thinking about it the other day while I was sitting on the crapper. I was like, why didn't Dong Chan, like, you know, why didn't he concede? Because, I mean, Jonas was just messing with it. He was doing the whole whoop whoop thing. I think he was going, I think he was just stunned. Because he doesn't know. He has no idea that, you know, everybody is watching or anything. So he's probably going, holy crap, that's exactly what I just did. If he has that level of self-awareness, maybe he's not even that self-aware. Maybe he's like, why did he be doing that? I don't know. But it struck me that could have been the reason why he didn't concede. I mean, granted, he could have just thought, what are the odds that this guy has exactly what he needs? He has a charger with that much damage. Was that a rally deck, Jonas, by the way? But I think that could have been the case where he's just going, what are the odds that this guy is doing the exact thing that I did to the other guy just a second ago when I got really freaking lucky? Oh no, the camel has been deconstructed. Justice for camel. Baldric, you mean Jesse? You should have seen the 9-hour stream of Castlevania. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Sorry, I didn't need to toot. I wasn't tooting my own horn. I was letting you know that I have not gone for 24 hours. I haven't even gone for 12 yet. But I think before I once again take up the reins of a full-time job, I want to at least do a 12-hour, maybe try to longer. I think I said I was going to try to do a 24-hour. And was it you, Jonas? I think it was you. Or maybe, no, Beowulf. I think it was Beowulf. It was like, I'll be there for the entire thing. So I'm holding you that, Beowulf. I don't know if you're here or not, but just know, if I do a 24-hour stream, I expect you to be there for every second. Heim is Norse for home. Okay, so Hellhome, I guess. You see the same in some Tessel cards, the Nords announcing their readiness or either win or go to Sovngarde or send their enemies there, should their enemies be Nords too. That'd be interesting, I guess. An interesting dynamic. So you could essentially, if you really leaned heavily into it, you could just be like, go to your friend and be like, "Hey, dude, you want to go to Sovngarde? Yeah, man. Well, get up your axe. I'll send you there. We just have to agree that whichever one of us wins, he lets the other guy like axe him in the heart too. So we die together. We die together. That seems like a cheat, you know, like that seems like something you should be allowed to do. That's like Cicero stabbing his own character, his own friend to get card draw. It just didn't work. Sovngarde, even if it is made up name for the Elder Scrolls, can be translated because it's based on Norse Sovn, meaning sleep, rest. Guard is an old word meaning place. So resting place. Yeah. I'm just kidding, but you're always here. That's amazing. It's easy when you don't have a job. Well, a full-time job. I do my job for about 3.5 hours, 3 to 3.5 hours in the morning, and then I have the rest of the day to do whatever for now. So if I was able to squeeze this in around a full-time job, that would be impressive. Pretty much anybody could do this. It takes very little skill to this could be the one, guys. Oh, hey, there we go. Galeen to Forerunner. Yep. And he's got the Mournhold. Once again, the Thin White Duke looks like he's going to pull off the OTK right at the end of the stream. His timing is impeccable. I gotta say, this will be another Mournhold. It's an embarrassment of riches. And he's got, look at all the Magicka. 28 friggin' Magicka. He's a bad mother. Shut your mouth. I'm just talking about Thin White Duke, sorry. So Sovngarde literally translates to resting place. Yep. This is why I create cool things, because there are many cool things. Well, that's self-fulfilling then. If you create cool things, then there will be many cool things. If you don't create a lot of cool things, then there will be few cool things. Yeah, that deck is built around exactly that, buffing charge creatures. And it worked out well. 8-7, what was it? That was the Orc, right? That was the Orc we were just talking about? The Battle Rage? Came down as a beefy 8-7. I remember it well because it was etched in my memory as a glorious, glorious time.
A few drinks, a few laughs, and a contest.
Hell yeah.
What could be better?
Good old Duke. Dependable. Pulling it off by the end of the stream. Oh, we gotta see. Keep the screen clear. Oh, there is no time for pleasantries, is there? Bam, shakalaka laka.
I mete out the tribunal's justice.
The tribunal's justice. Look at the tribunal's justice go.
I mete out the tribunal's justice.
By the aid of fire.
I mete out the tribunal's justice.
That is some tribunal justice right there. Hot damn, he did it. Look at that. All the big bodies. You got the big bodies with charge. Big bodies. Well, Tiago, one of his watchers had given him that challenge to pull off the hopefully the audience has more challenging aspirations. Let's see. We like them big bodies, eh? Yes, indeed. We like the big bodies. But yeah, so Tiago, his audience had actually given him that challenge to do the Taskmaster OTK, which I never did an OTK. I did one thing where I got like 12 points of damage off of 3 of the guys because I didn't have the ramp. He was just literally like, he's like, the only way for me to win, like, yeah, it took a few tries even against the AI and testing it, so it's definitely tricky. Yeah, so it's more of just, can I pull this off, not so much of a, hey, isn't this a cool control deck? It's just, okay, janky OTK, get it done. It's not one of his jankier ones. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I guess this is we're a little bit earlier than usual, but that's all right. Let's see. I meant Valhalla as a concept, which we haven't encountered yet. I see, such as Valsgard. I love that double A. It's almost triple A. Should be triple A. Valsgarda, City of the Slain Fallen. But yeah, I look forward to you guys exploring the world and seeing the lore more. I meant cool things from which to take inspiration. I know what you meant, Ayo. I know what you meant. I was nitpicking on you. Mwah. Mwah. All right, Neano then. Oops. Neano, do the thing. Neano, I summon thee.
Watch yourself.
Tribunal justice is slow, but it eventually comes. Yes. Wait for it. Wait for it. We met out the tribunal's justice. We meet out the tribunal's justice. Wait for it. We got more coming. More justice. Yeah, big bodies, 7-6 bodies doing the thing. Always on point. Big cards go bonk. There was a mission there. It just wasn't keep waiting for something for help, some help from heaven. Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Still going, eh? Yeah, Dana, we're at the final phase here. We just saw Thinwake Dukestar pull off his Taskmaster, whatever they're called, veteran OTK with the big bodies.
They will meet their makers.
Like those infinite boring control. Yeah, exactly. Like there's no end game for that. Like it's not an OTK. Like okay, even Flesh Atronach OTK. Like I'll take that. Like if you are running a Telvanni deck and you hit me with a Flesh Atronach OTK, fine. You were building towards something. It may have still been more or less masturbatory. Like you're just playing, trying to keep me at bay until you can find the cards you need. It kind of has that element to it. but at least you were building to something. You had a win condition. You weren't just waiting for me to give up. It's the control that's just like, nope, I'm just gonna play with myself. Play with myself. Are you still here? Okay, you're still here. I'm just gonna keep playing. Look at me, I'm gonna alter now. I'm gonna alter all my cards. Da-di-da-di-da-di-da. Look how much I can draw. And then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna steal your cards. You're still here? Why are you still here? Oh, you're still here? Okay. Not gonna eat your face, just gonna play with myself. I got 200 points of damage on the board, but you know what? That's not what the game's about. The game is about making you concede because you're so bored and you can't win. Oh no! After a certain chain of unfortunate events, broke my phone and my iPad. Oh my gosh, Dano! Holy cow! Now you seem to have left it purposely ambiguous, so I'm not going to ask. But I mean, I will express my curiosity. Like, how in the world did you break your phone and your iPad? But don't feel compelled to answer. If it's embarrassing or it's just something you don't want to share, that's fine. That is a devastating blow. Oh my gosh. My other phone is Android 14 and the app is in Tesla and sold. I can't play. Oh, jeez. Have to get repaired toward the ribbon cable on the iPad. Ribbon cable. Is that like the charger for it? Or is that something inside? So I have to play at the library. Omega Lol dropped the phone. iPad screen was hanging loose because of old glue and ripped the screen out whilst asleep. Oh, man. Jeez. Ribbon cable. Is that an internal thing, Dano? Because I mean, I have an iPad, but I haven't seen any like cables on the outside, so it's. I just need the replacement cable. Well, that's good. That's good. Internal. Okay, gotcha. Appreciate you, Antoine. Appreciate you. Look, I don't want people to feel like
Speak, citizen.
I mean, it's not the most. It's not like. I deflected a bullet with it or something. I didn't think it was anything like that, but that's. I'm glad it's not a permanent. It sounds like a relatively easy fix. Granted, you have to find the piece, but had a rough week. And right at the end too. Was this happen today? Like in the past? Well, it sounds like like this morning.
Your blood will
Speaking of rough, at least it's not invade. Am I right? Oh, actually, no. He's doing all right. He's going to take out. He's going to drain for 6. It'll be 19 to 24, with a bunch more drain on the way. Yeah. Nano's down, but he's not out. Actually, now he's ahead. Oh, I thought he was going to hit face. He did not. No, this past week. Okay. I can only play from 9 to 5 p.m. So you're literally going into the library between 9 and 5? And using the internet to play Tesla? Oh, man. What's it going to take to get the ribbon fixed? Like, are you just waiting for the part to ship? Is it... Like, what's the... Because if it happened earlier this week, it's still going on. Is it like something you had to order from a special manufacturer? Like, had to order from Apple or something? It's like $4. Oh, okay. Okay, that's really not bad. Oh, okay, gotcha. Got it. Yeah.
Dark times breed dark winds.
I mean, honestly, like, I hate to say it, but having owned Apple, like, it's just nice that cable is not $35. I mean, granted, that's still not prohibitive, but like that's typically the Apple way. It's like, you're like, oh, this little connector thing, I need to get that fixed. Oh, it's $75. What? Why? Well, it's an Apple genuine part. Oh, okay, but it's still a piece of plastic with a little metal thing on it. Why is it costing me $1 bazillion? If I had $1 bazillion, I'd buy an Apple product. Probably be like 100 flavor. Yeah, that's true. Hopefully not. I mean, that's like car mechanic prices. Hopefully you could get it for like 50 or something, like $25 an hour, $30 an hour, maybe 70. That's the hope anyway. It's still better than the cost of a brand new iPad. I mean, the way electronics are these days, like that's kind of a blessing. It doesn't sound like it, of course, but it is kind of a. Exactly, yeah. $1,200 iPad Pro, yeah. $100, much preferred to having to crank out a new one. It's a nice one. iPad Pros. Nice. Very nice. All right, Neano. Not looking to go face again. Maybe he is.
Don't count me out yet. Ready to move out.
Too late. I already counted you out.
Prepare yourself.
But then now, Dana, what are you going to try to hobble along with the Android for a while, or are you going to try to get that replaced too? I mean, it sounds like you kept it around for just such an occasion, which is pretty smart on your part. Most people trade it in and get, $30 off their new phone. So it's good that you had a backup.
Thank you.
Android is screwed. Okay, well, never mind then. Never mind.
Prepare to die. Kashyyyk is done for.
Neano getting a little savage there. A little savage with his monk. I feel like there's some feral cat coming out there. Well, give me GG anyway, but he's like, meow. This cat has claws. It's literally shattered. Oh, wait. No, I'm talking about the... Didn't you say... Oh, wait. I thought you were saying that you're... You're using... Yeah, because you said... Aren't you... You're using a replacement. But it just doesn't... It's not new enough. My other phone is Android 14, right? Okay, yeah. So that's what I mean. Like your other phone, the Android 14. That one's also broken too? Best believe I'm going for top 10 tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp. It's too advanced for Tesla. Oh, it's too advanced for Tesla. Oh, because the app is too old. Oh, interesting. Okay. Wow. I guess I haven't even tried to play it on there. I thought you were saying the phone was too old for the app. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was. It was. I definitely don't like playing against the supports. All the versions of supports. They're all hard to play against. But if you have 14, you can't download Tesla on Android. Well, that's a crap thing. Man. Well. Ripperoni pepperoni. That is true, Dano. That is true. Ripper. I haven't heard that phrasing before, but it's kind of a way, I guess, of saying, hey, life is gonna life. Que sera, I guess, is saying there. Never tried that on pineapple pizza. Nor ever shall you or will you, for you will never again eat pineapple pizza, for it will be banished henceforth from the world of the living. If you want to get into Valhalla, or Valhalla, or Valhalla, whatever it is, you will not eat pie. They don't have that there. They don't have that. That's the thing you don't know about the afterlife. No matter which afterlife you believe in, none of them have that. And if you eat that, it's kind of like a disqualification. They're like, why? We want you to cherish life in all of its many wonderful aspects. Why would you diminish the enjoyment of life for you and others around you by profaning it with something so lewd and vile? Vile. Pineapple pizza, just eat fruit salad. Bam, Dano, bam! Spoken like a man who has nothing to lose. Spoken like a man who knows the hardships of life and is not willing to tolerate no shenanigans. I don't think Valhalla is looking for new members. That would be my luck. I'd be like, in the afterlife, they're like, where would you like to go? I'm like, pretty sure I'm looking for Van Halen. And they go, yeah, he's that way. And I end up in Helheim. It's like, why'd you go to Helheim? Well, I kind of besmirched the name of the heaven that I was trying to get to. And I didn't die because I was fighting somebody. I died because that's kind of a morbid thing, trying to think about even a joking way of how you would expire. Death by turnip, maybe? I don't know. I think I'm 150-ish, going to go for top 10 tomorrow. Damn, Dano, damn. And here's the thing, folks. Here's the thing. And Joe hit it on the head earlier. I am uniquely lucky at what anybody is this season because the last day of the season is Halloween. Who's going to be playing the game like in Halloween? Everybody's going to be out trick-or-treating, right? All of us adults, we're going to be out trick-or-treating. Everybody's going to be out doing the thing, especially the young folks. They're going to be out there doing that, having parties, whatever. You know, Halloween is a party night for whoever and however. Nobody's going to be trying to play Tessel. So if I can get under top 100 by Thursday, at the end of Thursday, I don't think I have to worry about people ranking me out because I don't think anybody's going to be playing that late into the night, you know? Whereas other times, yeah, there would be some sweaty people out there going, I need to be top 100. And I'd get booted out at the last minute. I'd be like 105 or some nonsense. But not this time. No, indeed. Halloween is going to bail my butt out of the fire. Helheim's not so bad. Depends on the region you go to due to the life you led. Okay. So there are regions. I was wondering. I was like, how can it be Valhalla and then everybody else goes to Helheim? Just because you add Heim to it doesn't mean it makes it any less hell. But they have regions. There's not layers. It's not like, you've got different levels of Helheim. It's regions. So you can be in the crappy side. Are you on the north side, east side? Are you on the other side of the tracks? You know, that kind of thing, I guess. No demon spawn. Been running mid-rank and control... Mid-monk and control assassin. Okay, so you're taking a little more ponderous approach, Dano. I have no demon spawns. It's not as big as in the U.S. everywhere else, though. Halloween, that is. Oh, okay. Which is weird, Jonas, because, you know, like we were just talking, the other day we were talking about like that Christmas is the solstice, you know? It was like, you know, the yoinking of the solstice from pagans. Halloween, well, I mean, it was All Hallows Eve, which was harvest. I thought that would be like a universal thing. And if anything, that would be the one that gets the most boo-ha-ha from, you know, other religions and stuff or other, you know, whatever. It's like we're celebrating the harvest. We're celebrating, like, everywhere has a harvest, right? Whether you're harvesting potatoes or turnips or you know, grain. I couldn't think of another thing to harvest. Children. But I mean, kudos to you, Dano, for climbing, trying to make the climb, or making the climb, I should say, with a control deck and or a mid-range deck. The only way mine is made possible is by a burn-ass, and that is... It's doing really well, but I don't think there's any other way I would make it into the hallowed ranks. Oh, so not as... You're saying, Dan, are you saying it's not as much for children in other places? It's not as big as in the U.S. everywhere else, though. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. I thought that would be... You know, that would be the jam, but... Well, I mean, I guess... So in Germany, y'all have Oktoberfest, right? So it's in the same month, just not at the same time, and that's kind of the big party, the big shebang, the big to-do. Which I actually just saw Guinness Book of World Records. I did the video. The most steins of beer carried by a single person was like 25, I think it was. He had to walk like in this square thing, and he had it all stacked up, you know, his arms and everything, spilled all over him. But he did it, and he got done, and like, you know, friends gave him a huzzah and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was won during an Oktoberfest. I don't remember which year. Relatively recent. Sounds like Consume Mid BM worked for you as well. It did. Io. Wait, deck. Wait, Io. Was that your deck? It sounds like he's saying that. It's like, I don't know. It sounds like Consume Mid BM worked for you pretty well. I don't know what genius gave you that deck, but it seemed to do pretty well, I think, right? I mean, you won, like, you leveled up with it once and then went, like, almost a whole other level. I don't remember, but whatever genius gave you that deck, I mean, it sure did work for you. Yes, it did. It did, Io. But I think the rate that I need to win, because I say I probably have about 75% at best of the win rate of y'all. I need to... I can't... So if you all would win, say, 85%, I'm only winning like 60, 65%. That's going to be a much longer climb. And all it takes is losing to the wrong person. You know, somebody who's a much, much lower rank. If I happen to lose to them, I lose 105 points, and I'm way back. So I kind of need it to be really, really, really fast, really, really poignant. And I can't let up, because if I do, I fall. I mean, I could probably let up if I get to rank 10 or 5 or 1. If I get to maybe rank 1, which is probably going to happen, let's face it, then I could probably let off the gas. I just won't play at all, which would kind of suck. So I probably don't need to get into top 100 until the final day, because otherwise I'm like, I don't want to play, because if I play and I lose far more rank, where if I just sit where I'm at like a coward. Yeah. Hell is not to be confused with Christian hell. Similar names, and I don't know if true, but it might be another name introduced to English from Norse for afterlife. Could also have been adopted by English Christians to vilify the pagan interpretations of the afterlife. I'm trying to remember, because there's in the Bible, there's actually 4 different words that are translated as hell. None of them actually are the word hell, but there's Sheol, which is Hebrew for death, which is kind of like Helheim. Essentially, it sounds like it's not a good or bad place. It's just, this is what happens to everybody. Everybody goes to Sheol. There is Tartarus, which is strictly for demons. I believe that's Greek. So there are no humans in Tartarus. It is pure. If I'm trying to remember, there's there's 2 different ones. I'm pretty sure Tartarus is purely for demons. So this whole idea, this Da Vinci idea, or whoever it was, that did the thing where it's like demons and humans in this fiery place, doesn't exist. At least actually in Christianity, there is no such place as that. There is death, but that word Sheol gets translated as hell. Tartarus, which means a place where demons are kept and caged and whatever. That's Tartarus. That's, again, I think that's Greek. Then there's one called, it's not Gethsemane. I can't remember. It begins with a G. It literally is the gates of hell. It's called the gates of hell. Like that's the phrasing of it, but it literally is an actual place. It was a place where refuse and dead bodies and everything else was burned outside of the city. So outside of Jerusalem, they had essentially is a perpetually burning fire that you threw your dead and all these things in there to prevent disease. And, the wind would carry, the smoke or whatever, but it was always burning. It was like a tire fire, just always burning. And so it said, in hell, there's weeping and gnashing of teeth, because people would go there to mourn, because a lot of people didn't bury them. If you didn't have the money or whatever, they got thrown in the pit. And the dogs gnashing of teeth, because you had dogs that were essentially preying on, the dead carcasses and all that kind of stuff. So you actually had the gates of hell. Biblically, there was a physical place where there was actual fire. So you've got fire. In one definition of hell, you have a place where demons are. In the second version of hell, you have just death, and all of these are translated as hell. And then I can't remember the third one. I'm trying to remember now I think, because one was Greek and one was, I can't remember. But anyway, the bottom line, all of those are all translated the same way. So there are some times where it's literally talking about a physical place on earth. There's a time where it's talking about death for everyone. And there's a place where it's talking about a place where demons go. And they all get mushed together in this really weird, bizarre demons in hell and humans in hell and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know where the etymology of the word hell comes from, but I don't know if there was ever a connection to that. But, in actual Christianity, hell is just basically defined as separation from God. Anytime, because God is, in Christianity, God is truth. He is light. He is hope. He embodies all these things. And so to be without that, choosing to be without those things, to say, screw you, God, you are essentially in a place of devoid of all those things, that would be considered hell. Some people would prefer that. Some people find the concept of God to be abominable, to be detestable, to be a blow to their logic and their reason. And, if you believe in that particular variation, God just gives you what you want. He says, okay, you don't want everything to do with me. Well, unfortunately, all these other things come with me. So if you want to be apart from me, that's fine. I'm not going to force you, but there's hell. Or what we think of as hell. It's just separation from God. But, I know there's scriptures about, guys being in hell, like, they were down there in the fire that cannot be quenched and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not saying that there's definitively no fire, there's no context or there's no thoughts of it, but ultimately our view of what hell is an amalgamation of a bunch of different words and phrases and concepts, and it can't be all of them. So anyway, it's an interesting thing. But no, and I didn't confuse it with that, Jonas. I was just wondering. So it sounds like Valhalla is awesome, or Valhalla is awesome. It is the heaven, if you will. So that was my question. Well, if you're not going to that awesome place, where does everybody else go? And is there a distinction between in Norse mythology? Do they say, hey, there are no bad people. There's nobody that's not worthy of it. There's just people who are less warrior-like, or people who did less cool things or had less valor, because obviously that's something that they valued, was the fight and the battle. So maybe in Valhalla, it's not whether you're a quote unquote a bad person, because there wouldn't be much such thing. If you're looting and pillaging on the regular and killing other people, then you probably don't necessarily have what we would consider to be the same thing as bad. It's probably more, were you cowardly? Did you not fight? Did you betray your own people? Like those things, I would imagine, would send you to, or there would be a punishment or a concept of punishment. But maybe that's not a universal thing. Like, why would you conceive of a place where you get punished for what you do? It would just be, hey, die in battle, you go to the cool place. Everybody else, you make do with Helheim. And, there's some nice places. There's some San Diego type places. And then there's some New Jersey places. Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to spend eternity in Newark, New Jersey if you can help it. Yes, Hel is also the name of Loki's daughter, who presides over her realm. Oh, okay. It's her realm, Helheim. I just Googled it. Hel is derived from Old English, which gets it overall Germanic, so it was a term for afterlife in the language before Christianity as well. Yeah. Used in the King James Version of the Bible to capture the Jewish concept of Gehenna. There you go. Which, wait a minute. Oh, no, okay, so that was the other one. Yep. So Gehenna was the fourth one that I was thinking of. So you have, so Gehenna is a place for bad people. Tartarus is a place for demons. Sheol is death. And the other one that I can't remember the name of it is the actual gates of hell that exist in this world. And it's a place of eternal burning and sulfur, because they keep the fire going to burn off disease and stuff, which isn't a bad idea, really, I guess. Nastrond, Corpse Shore, is a place in hell where... Oh, come on, man! Seriously! What? Give me some phonetic spelling here. Nargar, serpent dragon, lives and chews on corpses. It is the afterlife for those guilty of murder and severe oath breaking. See, I told you it would be something about betrayal or screwing other people over. Yikes. Hell is the place most people go according to Norse mythology. Within hell is a specific place of horror for oath breakers, murders, etc. Nidhogg. Really? Is that it? Nidhogg? I kind of liked it better with the way it's spelled. It looks more violent and terrifying. Nidhogg. I feel we lost something in the translation. I appreciate the phonetic spelling, but can we actually make it be Nidhogger? Nidhogg. Careful now. Careful. You can't. If it begins with an N, you got to be very careful about how you proceed. We'll stick with Nidhogg, I suppose. I don't even know what that is. That's a problem. I can't even say what that is. I can say the onion, or the D with a little bean sprout growing out of the top of it is more like th in English than. Okay, so Nidhogger. So nith or nith. Olger. Yes, I use the anglicized letter. Nithog. Nithog? 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 Nithog. The fog. Nithog. Or neath the hog. Neath the hog? Now, neath the hog, I could get behind. If I'm saying that right, neath the hog. Neath the hog, yeah. Neath the hogger. Neath the hogger. Now we're putting the R back in there. Neath the hogger. Neath the hogger. Neath auger. Neath auger? I can do neath auger. Nidhogg. Nidhogg is. I'm glad it's not Nidhogg. Nithogger sounds pretty cool. If I'm saying that right, Nithogger is pretty darn cool. Neathhugger. Neathhugger. Neathhugger? Let's just say, hopefully I don't end up there because I'm going to piss him the heck off. I'll be like, oh no, it's the mighty Nidhogg. It's like, no. Wait, Parthenax? No. Knee hugger? You're trying to piss me off, aren't you? Nithugger? Neathhogg? Come on, man! Oh, you are so screwed. Oh, no. I kind of knew that already. More like TH, as in the, sounds more like a V phonetically. The. I mean, you have people that say the and the people that say the, but I'm going to go with the because the is actually THEE rather than TH as in the. Okay, the. Where's the? Oh, goodness gracious. I will just be content to spell it like that. I will have to just copy and paste it because I don't even know how I could get any of those characters typed out. How do I describe this? Wait, are you telling me that out of all those wonderful, brilliant attempts at I didn't get it right once? I am still off the mark? You know, how about we rename the dragon to something that's a little more phonetically friendly to the rest of the world? Like Alan. Let's call him Alan. Can we just call him Alan? Alan. Alan the dragon. I'm down with that. Or Nalan. There we go. You'll use the N. Or Nalhog. Nalog. Kellogg the dragon. We can call him Kellogg the dragon. I'm down with that. I think he would rather have his name pronounced correctly and have it be a little less badass name than to have it be a really cool name, but only like 2 people that end up there can actually pronounce it. Because only the people that can pronounce it are probably going to not go there. Everybody else is like, I got no idea. Although not breaking oaths or murdering people. So I guess I'm covered. If that's the case, I'm good to go because I'm not breaking oaths and I'm not murdering people. So I should avoid this dragon. Yeah, Nidhogg, phonetically friendly spelling. Nidhogg. You did get it, but I like to make things clear. In God of War Ragnarok, Nidhogg was the mother of the Lindworms, which I thought was a cool interpretation. Oh, so Nidhogg is a chick.
We must protect our stronghold.
I thought Nidhogg was a dude. Why did I think that? And chews on corpses? Oh, yeah, you didn't say. You just said where Nidhogg lives and chews on corpses. Yeah, I guess I thought it was a dude for some reason. All right, so Nidhogg is a gal, and she's a mother. Who's got the little lindworms? Who makes nice little lindworms? It's weird. I never heard the name Ragnarok, like, in my entire life, and then suddenly in like a 3-year span, it was in a movie and a video game and probably some other media that I'm not familiar with. And suddenly it just became a thing. Like, everybody knows Ragnarok. All right, this is the last game right here. Needhogg would be a modern pronunciation. A lot of the old phonetic sounds like the D with the bean sprout is no longer in use in modern language apart from Icelandic. I'd have to check, but I don't think Nidhogg actually has a gender that's defined. Oh!
I am but an honest.
Well, I guess that would be called by today's standards progressive. That you can have a mother who is actually not described as female. It's an interesting concept. Interesting they would have thought about that long ago.
Size alone belies
Peculiar.
this one's power.
I mean, to say that the dragon is the parent of, or created, or spawned, I guess that would be, but to say the mother of, that would, I would say, indicates, like, why you wouldn't, otherwise you wouldn't say mother. Mother is distinctly a label that would apply to a female. So unless they don't say mother, in which case It could be anything, but there's good old defensive Bruma. And I guess it's really not important. I mean, it's in theory, it's a dragon that very few of us, if any of us, hopefully, nobody within the sound of my voice, nobody here in chat, nobody that we're playing. I mean, I gotta say, you know, on our poopstone list, there may be some folks there. There may be some folks who have to meet Nidhogg and may get a very good look at Nidhogg, and we'll be able to say, oh, Nidhogg has a turnip. Look at the dangly bits from Nidhogg. And then we'll know Nidhogg's actually a dude, or there will be no turnip. And I'll be like, okay, well, still don't know. Probably not going to ask while Nidhogg is chewing your head off. Kind of makes things easy. Simplified. Oh my gosh, wait, this is a mirror match. Not a mirror match. Hang on. What am I doing? Okay. I can't believe it. We have a chance to dual spectate and I almost missed it. We'll go with it. Here we go. All right, so we see what Thin White Duke Star has. Doesn't look like it looks like Neano is gonna pull this one off as well. And you can see he's number 27. So here's another option. It looks like if you want a ladder, you go support monk. Ragnarok is basically the Norse version of the end times, just like in Christianity, the events are foretold. That's what I was going to say. Jonas, I was actually going to say that, but I was like, there was a little bit of me going, I'm not 100% sure. Oh, look at him do that. Look at him do the thing with the Dagoth and the things and the gal. Wow, look at that. Yeah, that's what I got was like Ragnarok is the end time. It's the tribulation. It's the well, not the rapture, but yeah, the end times. Exactly as you said. That's kind of the idea that I got. It's the Armageddon of that mythology, or of that belief system, I guess. And I will say I think it's very interesting. Oof, poor Thin White Duke Star. That was a nice combo that he had there, but the end of the world is nigh. Imagine knowing your destined death like the gods. Oh, I'm going to be devoured by Fenrir, the giant wolf. Yays. Yeah, really. I think it would be. I don't know, man. I think that would drive somebody insane. Like if right now somebody told you when and where and how you were going to die, but they left out like there was no way you could prevent it. It was just like this is how and whatever, and it's just going to happen. Like I don't know. I feel like that'd just be a mind-bending situation.
Preparations have been made.
I mean, and you know, not the least of which, of course, is like if it's a horrible death. Like that would be horrible. Oh, really, Io? No kidding. The decrease the cards in your hand to the point where you can play them all as 0 cost, and under 2, and that they all get spawned by the Night Mother or the Wisp Mother. But yeah, that would be a bummer. I'd consider that a big downer. Yeah, and I think that would just foster resentment. Like we already have enough resentment, but I mean, if you knew, if people that were going to die a really crappy death knew that they were going to die a crappy death, I feel like they'd probably live crappier lives. Because we already know life isn't fair in general. It doesn't feel fair, and it isn't fair. But if you knew that your death was going to be unfair, whether it's because it's happened soon, or it's really super tragic, or it's some jackass's fault because they weren't paying attention or something, it's like, what the hell? Like, that's even worse. Or if you're going to be devoured by a dragon, you go, okay. Like, there are some people like, oh, that'd be awesome. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure it would suck, Yeah. It would be awesome when you're like, whoa, a dragon's actually here. That's a pretty big dragon. And then it would totally suck after that. Alrighty, well, we have gone far and wide with our discussions tonight, and we've seen some fantastic games, some heartbreakers, but some good stuff. We got another OTK on the books that we are able to see as well. Or you're destined to survive all that to see the world reborn anew. That would be a nice one. That would be a nice fate. I'm interested to see, because even in Christianity, there really isn't a lot, like, people read a lot of stuff into Revelation, but I, like, regardless of what you believe, like the idea of an afterlife where, because if you think about it, like, what's the point of going too deep into what the afterlife entails, because it's irrelevant at the moment. You know, it's like it's not something we really need to be concerned about. But like the idea, if there is something, regardless of what your belief is or where it's going to come from, like all bets are off. Like it could be part of what we think of nothing. I mean, it could be any number of things, but it's like it would be a whole other way of existing. And like what an adventure that could be. I think that's the most disappointing thing. It's not so much, because honestly, if there is nothing after we die, if it is just we just go into a void somewhere and we're not there, like you don't even have a split second of disappointment because you don't exist. Like the moment you cease to exist, that you can't even be like, oh man, well, away I go. You know, it's just like you're gone and you never think about it again. It's just the end. But the real bummer is, or would be, like how much awesomeness there could be out there, and to think that there's just nothing at all. It's like, man, I was looking forward to seeing what else is there, like what is beyond the veil, what else has got going on, and how does it translate with what we think, and why, how crazy is it? You know, is it completely foreign? Is it close? What do we do with our free time? Is there Tessel in heaven, or hell, or what? Helm? Your Mungander. Well, I think you're Mungander too, Io. We're all Mungander, I would say, in our own way. And isn't that the true nature of love? Hail, friend. Oh, honey. Wow. Talk about tardy. Holy cow. Honey Badger, what are you doing? Sorry, I'm so late. Just got to work. Honey Badger, what? Dude. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? But hail, Honey Badger, hail. I'm glad you're here. If nothing else, I know you're okay. I know you survived the week, and you're coming into the office. I think Invade will be in hell. I think so too. Honey Badger, I think so too. I think we know a lot of decks that will be in hell. He is destined to fight Thor to the death, who will slay the serpent but die from its venom. Oh. Well, again, that seems a little like that's putting a pretty big cap on the whole. Like, talk about a glass ceiling. Like, you will prevail, but you will then die from poison that is going to rack your body like you've never thought it could be racked before. But hey, Snake will be dead. How was the stream? It was good, Honey Badger. It was good. Been busy today? All good, man. No, like I said, I never begrudge anyone real life stuffs, whether it's work or play. But yeah, it was good. It was good, Honey Badger. We had a great discussion. Covered all sorts of stuff. Very little discussion of the food, actually. We did touch on it. We have to. It's obligatory. And Antoine gave us 2 great recipes. Well, I don't think the second one could really be classified as a recipe. It was a pretty much eat a baked potato is what he said to me, but because I said his other recipe was too complicated. But it was good. We've been all over the place. Been talking about Helheim and Naga live here anymore, or Naga Nidhogg, and all the stuff around that realm of Searcher and Fire, basically. What is Muspelheim? Wait. Jonas, in my lore, the world serpent, my equivalent, will constrict the world, causing the endless sea around it to flood to the other realms below, all the way to the bottom with Muspelheim. Realm of, okay, the fire giant. Oh, like Helheim. Hey, look at Honey Badger. Look at that. Honey Badger just jumping in at the last minute and just nails it. Knows exactly what they're talking about. Apparently, I'm the only one who missed out on the Norse mythology. All we had when I was growing up was Greek stuff. And that's just messed up stuff. I'm not going to lie. Like, Greek is just, I'm not saying Greek's people or the nation is messed up, but Greek mythology, good gravy. And so he had sex with a corn dog, and that corn dog somehow became a human, and that human then turned into a spider, and that spider was Arachne, but Arachne pissed off a Titan, and so the Titan screwed her, and the web became a thing that the god stepped in and got his foot pregnant, and so his toe gave birth to another thing, and then that got pregnant. It's a bunch of really funky ways to have sex with people and things, voluntarily or otherwise. That's what I remember from Greek mythology. It's very bizarre. Didn't get any Norse mythology. Yeah, Zeus was a man whore. Zeus was absolutely a man whore. Sticking his lightning bolt everywhere. Everywhere. Greek stuff is still cool. Wrote a paper in university on magic in the Greek world. Didn't even know there was magic in the Greek world. Dude, watch God of War 2018. Gamers Little Playground has a game movie of it. It's great. There's also a novel. So there we have Honey Badger's education in the Norse ways. God of War 2018. Cool in terms of history, right? It's a little hard. It's a little hard to be like, oh yeah, totally. Just how many times did he force himself on whatever it was and whoever it was? And yes, I love Norse mythology. Okay, cool. Then you'd like our D&D campaign. A little bit of a plug there. A little bit of a plug. Hey, you know what? A fifth person wouldn't be the worst. Eventually, our empty shell of a I don't even remember his name now. He's a little more than an NPC. He's there to be, well, even then he won't even be a meat shield sometimes because he's being silly. But you know, my knowledge isn't just from God of War. I do just love Norse mythology. Sorry, I did not mean to accuse you, Honey Badger, of superficial education or knowledge. I just find it interesting when like people, whether it's you, Baldric, you know, anybody who like pops in and just is like right on beat, like picking up the pieces, you know, picking up the story with other people is like, whoa, okay, that's awesome. Especially when it's something I have no clue about. I pretty much, what I have learned here today has quadrupled what I knew about Norse mythology to begin with, which if I knew anything, it was little bits that is somewhat parallel with Skyrim. I like the God of War interpretations. I did play God of War 2 for a few hours. But then in Kratos is the most OP deity ever. He's just angry. He a scrub. He's a Spartan and angry. Bad combo. Skyrim takes a lot of inspiration. And that's what I mean, Jonas. I think like the little bit that I, like when you guys talk about something, like, oh, that kind of sounds like what they say in Skyrim. For Skyrim! Like, and like you got Jornberger, or whatever his name is. Who's the guy that you got to get his axe? No, Isgramor. Norse mythology, but also Scandinavian folklore through the ages. Oh boy, now we're drawing lines, distinctions that I would have a very difficult time following. Scandinavian versus Norse. Where is Scandinavia is a country, right? Is it still a country? Scandinavia? Is that in a completely different realm? Different. I mean, I feel like they're kind of together, right? Is it Scandinavia and Norwegian kind of in the same ballpark? The Jornberger. Hey, I'm hungry, damn it. I'm looking at Five Guys right now. I draw my inspiration from other places, other sources than you all. Okay, you get it from your games and stuff. I'm getting it from food. I'm looking at a Yorsch burger right now, and it looks delicious. And fries, fluffy fries. Scandinavia is a region. Was it ever a country? Was it ever its own thing, or is Scandinavia is a region of Norway? Is that right? I think I saw that some Norwegian university actually studies Skyrim because of the Draugr and architecture. Oh, is it Draugr or is this the Droff? No, it's gonna be Draugr, right? Scandinavia is the region of the world where the Norse existed, and we, their descendants, live now. Okay, gotcha. Oh, so it's much broader than the country itself, necessarily. Okay. Interesting. So it's kind of like Great not Great Britain. Yeah, Great Britain, right? Because it's called the UK now, as the United Kingdom. So Great Britain used to describe the place where the Britons were from, but now it's called the UK or England. I feel like I'm butchering this. Geography is not my friend. Scandinavia gets its name from the Scandinavian peninsula, geographically and ethnically from North Germanic peoples of the Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish peoples. Ah, an amalgamation then. So all of them coming together. The Danes, the Swedes, and the Wegians? The Norse? The Norse. Yeah, Norse, the Swedes, and the Danes. Or are those offensive abbreviations? I don't know. I don't think they are. Drog. Okay, so it's Drog. Is it either or is it Draugr is pronounced Drog? Or Draug? Draug? Smaug? I kind of like the R at the end, like Draugr. Drog just seems like Drog. Do you have any Queen of Hearts? Well, let's go fish. Never mind. You pronounce the R. Good. That makes me happy. I'm glad. Sometimes, those letters are silent, and sometimes I think it's to the detriment of the word. Norse refers to the culture and people in the past. Draugr. Look out, it's a Draugr. Takes a lot of effort to say that. I need this whole thing is just really complicated, the whole process of articulation and communication. Like the modern day Italians are referred to as Romans. Ah, there we go. Thank you. That analogy. I mean, okay, I was tracking with you. I got it, but that is a really good way to describe it. Modern day Italians are referred to as Romans. Right. Okay. Yep. Very true. Very true. And it's just a little more complicated because your region, the Scandinavia, includes multiple things, whereas Italy, Romans, wherever, but it's like, okay, Scandinavia, big land, big overall, but there's several different ethnicities that are now encapsulated or would be encapsulated by that. Ah, but they should be, says Honey Badger. The Roman Empire will rise again. Huh. Well, if they can build good roads, I wish they would send some of that technology our way because our roads still absolutely suck. Take several coming breaths. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Oh, Honey Badger is very, very adamant, very, very fervent. The Roman Empire will rise again. It's good to be passionate about things, even if they don't make sense to me. When in Rome, hey guys, we still rocking and rolling? Kind of, sort of, Todd. We are, like, Honey Badger just showed up, and we were discussing Scandinavia and dragons and the end of the world. Well, I heard a little something about the end of the world and a ring and the end of the world, but wait, what does he say? Nothing at all. Just a little something about a ring and the end of the world, but that's something. And they said, but don't turn into me anything unnatural, but he says something else. Anyway, that's pretty much it. And Draugr are very much taken from our old folk tales. I wasn't dropping no eaves, sir, I promise. Right. Wasn't dropping no eaves, sir, I promise. Speaking of potatoes. So yeah, to answer your question, Todd, we are carrying on, but as you can see, we haven't been watching too many games at this point. We did see Nayano and the Thin White Duke Star duke it out moments ago. And Nano's still playing. So I'll put the game up there as we are still continuing to talk. But so we are rocking, but our roll is slowing. All right, Nayano beseeching Nayano. No, Nayano beseeching Azora. And it looks like he's got it. Yeah, baby, he's got it. Well, we are into the post-streaming ramblings of anything and everything. Yeah, and usually it's just me going off on some random tangent, but this time I was joined with my chums, who propagated the chat with words I can't possibly pronounce, and then I tried and kind of succeeded, I think, but still have no way of knowing exactly how I did. Potatoes, boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in stew. Lovely big golden chips with a nice piece of fried fish. Ugh. Even you couldn't say no to that. Oh yes, we could. We are well. Oh yeah, we're the round table of small lords of ramblings here. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All are equal. All may ramble at the same rate and about whatever their fancy, whatever may strike their fancy. And it's been a good learning experience. I've learned many things. There's Rump and Rufus. Well, you see the conspiracy? Everybody stopped playing? They're like, this is usually when he stops streaming. Like, if we just stop playing, he'll go away. But we have persisted, and now we can see how many people end up playing after I stop streaming normally. And it's very disgusting.
Everyone does.
Gonna snag the Viper. Viper of the Territorial Persuasion.
Must I do everything myself?
Oh, let's see the Cruel Fire Bloom. Or the altar, that's fine. Seriously, what would our world be like without Telvanni Catspaw? I honestly think this is Darker Timeline because of Telvanni Catspaw. If that card didn't exist, and Cruel Fire Bloom, by the way, I think we would be in a golden age right now. I think the movies would be awesome. I think video games would be like blowing our minds. I think we would all have like $1 bazillion and it would be worth $1 bazillion. And I think people would just get along. And we wouldn't have corrupted souls like some of the folks that we played recently.
The Oriole do not waste time chatting with mortals.
The poop stone would not be a thing. There would be no names on the poop stone. For the world would be a better place. All right, Io, sounds good. I'll be joining soon because yeah, I gotta get some rest and get some stuff done tomorrow before the session. But thanks for talking, and I will see you on the morrow. All right, since we are discussing deities, favorite deity in the Norse, Roman, and Greek pantheons. You got me, man. I don't know which ones. I mean, I know some of the naughty ones. I don't know which ones. Maybe who's the guy who runs around with the winged sandals or whatever? It's not Ares. It's
Will make them
Hermes. I think it's Hermes. I think I dig on Hermes. I think he's cool. And then, but I don't know if he's Roman or Greek. And then he has his counterpart in Greek or Roman. So I'd go with the same guy there. And then Norse. The closest thing to Superman, I guess. I prefer All Might. He's like 20 times better than Superman, but I don't know if you know who All Might is, so it might make it a little bit difficult. So yeah, the Draugr is a restless spirit in Skyrim that is translated to walking corpse, but in folklore they could also be spirits. Now let me ask you, Jonas. In this folklore, could the spirits interact with people, or was it literally just like a specter? Like you could see it, and it would waft around, but it could go through you, and you really wouldn't know? Or is it like Skyrim, where it can tear you to pieces with its axe and swords and stuff? Frankly, Mundus doesn't ruin the game as much as the copy-paste frustrating decks people like to play. No, it's the poop stone. It is my way of designating these people. It's like a trophy. Think of it that way. It is a representative. It is a mighty pillar raised in memorandum of those who play the game like pieces of poop. That's where it comes from. It's not saying people who play Mundus Stone. It's you must do far worse things than play Mundus Stone to have your name on the list. It just so happens that I think it stands as a pretty good testimony to, or testament, and wow, you really want to ram, don't you, buddy? Norse Thor, of course. Thor, of course. Greek Poseidon, the water guy. Essentially, he's Aquaman. Let's be honest. Can't believe you like Aquaman. Goodness gracious. Roman Neptune, which is just talking. Yeah, he's just to knock off Poseidon. So yeah, you're doing the same thing I am. I just like the guy with the who can fly through the sky, and you like the guy who breathes underwater. The Draugr later were specifically used to describe the restless spirits of men who died at sea, haunting the coast. Oh no, that's interesting. I wonder why they get special treatment. Like, why is it specifically? Why do they have their own thing? What is it about dying at sea? Is there something in the mythology that makes dying at sea worse than or different to somebody who dies on the land? I think that if invade wasn't a thing in this game, the world would be a better place. The lower ranks are full of it. Well, Todd, as we saw, I mean, well, honestly, we came across, one or two, maybe, I think, in the past 4 days. So there aren't as many on the ladder as there used to be, or at least as many in the higher ranks. But yeah, I agree. It would be a better place. Because, and here's the thing, folks. This is the catch to it all. I'm not saying that, and for me, the cat's paw, but, we want to say invade. It's not just that it doesn't exist. It would mean that the minds behind it didn't think of it. Not that they necessarily didn't exist, but that somehow the world was such that people would not have even conceived of that card and that combination. And I think that would mean that there was a certain mentality or a certain way of processing, a certain way of living that simply doesn't exist. And therefore, in its absence, our existence is better. Red dragons, for example. If this abomination of a deck didn't exist, red dragons would not be... I mean, he's not necessarily on the pool. You can't be on the pool list just because of the deck you play. You have to play it like a complete tool. And as much as that is a ridiculous combo and just stupid and blah, 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 it still isn't, it in itself, I wouldn't say, should push you on the Pooh Stone list. Honey Badger, yes, it needed a complete overhaul. Absolutely. Aquaman, oh my gosh, seriously? Aquaman is my favorite DC character. I'm not surprised, Honey Badger. I don't know why I said seriously. For some reason, Honey Badger, with you, I am not surprised. I am about as surprised at that as I am about this Telvanni player having the Elid Guardian. Like, that's... And he just got Devase Experiments, so Rump and Rufus, you got to get that off the board, otherwise, yep, finish it off. Yes! No Devase Experiments for you! No Devase Experiments! Can't bastardize that card anymore right now. I mean, you could probably play a fresh one. There's no way you pulled a whodunit. The later interpretation came from long after we were Christianized, so the dead at sea thing comes from not being buried in hallowed ground. Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I missed that whole thing. Like, the basic upbringing that I had. Okay. Rumpin probably doesn't have any way to banish. He doesn't have the control slayer that we have. Look at this.
Greetings.
Get out of here, Parthenax. Nobody likes you. Get bent. But yeah, so I missed that whole thing. So that whole, all the hallowed ground, all that kind of stuff, anything, any object or place that is considered holy or hallowed is completely foreign to me. It's a very bizarre concept. And Rumpin just says, see, again, that's a red victory for Red Dragon. Most people would be like, wait, you don't want to play it? Why don't you want to play anymore? Like, I wanted to keep playing. But he's like, that's how I win. I bore my opponents to death. In Lake Superior in Michigan, there are storms called November Witches, and there is one in particular storm with 3 rogue waves called the Three Sisters that are believed by some to have sunk the Edmund Fitzgerald, which I'm guessing is a boat or a ship of some kind. Long before that, it was a general term to just mean undead. Okay, so it is evolved. It's evolved over time. I guess that makes sense. And I'm guessing there's some... Yeah. I get that, I guess. That is down there. What an experience. Wait, because if I could have anyone's power from DC, it would be Aquaman. It's nice to fly and all that, but to be able to swim to the bottom of the ocean and breathe underwater and see everything that is down there, what an experience. Yeah, but functionally, Honey Badger, that's the thing. Like, I guess. I guess. I mean, okay, here's the thing. I don't want to see anything bigger than like 2 feet in the water. I don't care if I'm in the water or not. I don't want to see a giant. So I don't want to see a whale shark. Whale sharks, they eat plankton. They're not harmful to people. If I saw a whale shark, I would crap my pants. If I'm in the water with a whale shark, I am scared to death because it's just so freaking big and just the way it moves through the water. So like the idea of going to the very depths. Now, granted, you'd have to have something with you because even though you can see in the water, light doesn't go down as far as you're talking. You would have to carry you'd have to have some mechanism that allows you to see, and it has to be able to withstand the pressure, the devastating pressure of those depths. So you could go as deep as you wanted, but you wouldn't be able to see anything. Besides, nothing's going to kill you. You command all the sea life. I guess there is that. Don't hurt me, I am your master. I am Aquaman. Screw yourself. It's weird, Honey Badger, because I was thinking about it and going, yeah, but you're so limited because it's water. But then it's like, well, 70% of the world is water, so you technically have more of a realm than anybody else. But it's like all the cool people are on land. So you can do really cool things, but nobody's hanging out with you. You're all by yourself with little mer people and your fish poop and all that kind of. I mean, just think about that. Like, we walk around. You may get some particles of fecal matter around because flatulence and that kind of thing. But in the water, you're perpetually swimming through crap. Like every animal craps in the water. Or every creature craps in the water, and you're just swimming through it. It's passing through your body if you're breathing it or whatever, gills or what have you. So I don't know. I feel like that's, you want to talk about pollution. That's even worse, man. You're swimming through it's a giant toilet bowl, the ocean is. I mean, when you're taught about history and mythology is mostly determined by where you're from. America doesn't tie much back in time as over here, so medieval and earlier stuff doesn't carry over. Yeah, that's true, Jonas. That's very true. But I mean, what we did, I remember we I know about Arachne. I know she wove beautiful things, and I don't remember if it was Hera or Athena. So one of the goddesses got pissed off, got jealous, and what's her name? Arachne was not terribly humble about it. And I think there was a competition. One of the goddesses had a competition with her, and she actually won. But because she was all arrogant about it, the goddess was like, "Okay, screw you. I'm going to turn you into a thing that all you're going to spend is the rest of your life you're going to weave." And so like it actually showed like Arachne like half transformed. It was freaky. She was like half human, half spider. It was like as she was being transformed into the spider. It was really disgusting. So we had like these things that we would study. But yeah, you're right. We don't go back as far. And yeah. So we don't have a lot of that stuff. Look up The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald by Gordon Lightfoot. Great song and an interesting story. Oh, okay. The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Oh, I love giant sea creatures. The bigger the sharks, the cooler it is. Oh, see, you're a big Mastodon fan, eh? Want to have those monstrosities brought back from the dead? A tooth the size of a man's fist? Okay, I just woke up and heard the boat reference. Who said that? And do they watch Big Old Boats and Ocean Liner? I watch Ocean Liner Designs. This is your friend. What's his name? It's like, hello, and this is your friend. This is your friend, Sean. Is it Sean something? I haven't watched it in a little bit, but I love Ocean Liner Designs. But I was not the one who said it. Obviously, that was Honey Badger, I believe. And I haven't watched Big Old Boats, but Ocean Liner Designs is a good program. Aquaman can see on the bottom of the ocean. Okay, that's fair. I mean, why wouldn't he, right? If he can survive, like honestly, do you understand how like Aquaman, how strong Aquaman's constitution has to be for him to survive, in theory, to survive like the very depths of the sea? Like he should be indestructible. Like the amount of pressure brought to bear at those depths, he's beyond Superman level of imperviousness. Like there should be nothing that can hurt Aquaman. Like nothing. If you can not only survive but swim, So not only should his body be like invulnerable, his muscles, he should be stronger than Superman. If he can move his arms at that depth and move his legs and propel himself forward, he would be the strongest among us. He would be the biggest and the baddest. He would be unfathomable. His power would be unfathomable. Unfathomable. Meh. 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 But getting away from the Draugr, other folklore creatures to make it into things everywhere is our trolls. Ah, yes. Especially the internet variety. Lots of internet trolls who are people without souls, apparently. In the Aquaman movie, they fight on the bottom of the ocean. Okay, maybe we're talking about the different bottom of the ocean. I'm thinking you're talking about like the Marianas Trench. I think I pronounced that correctly. Like, it goes down like 3 miles or 20 miles or some nonsense, crazy thing like that. I thought that's what you're talking about. But it sounds like we're just talking about the garden variety, bottom of the ocean. It's like 3,000 feet or something, or 2,000 feet, or 100 feet, or whatever. And if that's the case, why is it so well lit? I haven't watched the movie, but I've seen some of the battle sequences, and it's like they're fighting in the sky. They just add bubbles. How is that possible? It's like pitch black after what? 100 feet? 60 feet? Something like that? It's like there's no visibility. Where's the light coming from? I didn't see anybody with torches down there. How do torches burn underwater? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. DC is asinine. Megalodon. What did I call it? I called it Megalodon, right? Oh, no, Mastodon. I called it Mastodon. Megalodon. Sorry. Mastodon, Megalodon. It's a bunch of big sharks, big body sharks, trying to chew you to bits. Could fit 10 men in its mouth, they say. Big old body, big old mouth in the big body. Like, you're more likely at that size, you're almost more likely to just get swallowed whole than you are to actually be chewed up, which would actually be worse. Kind of. It'd be like, you're just in this giant shark and you can't get out. Because if you get out, you're probably going to get swallowed. I mean, in theory, if there's air pockets in there, you can survive down there. And he's going to swallow other fish and other things. You could probably survive in there. Of course, you're going to be drinking ocean water. That'd probably kill you before anything else. Those two channels are really good for boat stuff. Those two channels are really good for boat stuff. Is Part-Time Explorer. There we go. Mike Brady, that's it. Yes, Mike Brady. This is your friend Mike Brady of Ocean Liner Designs. He's come a long way, really. Like, you see, like, his earlier stuff and everything. Not in a bad way, but, like, he's really, he started off just doing, like, pictures of boats. Made the art. And then he got more into it. And Titanic, fell in love with that whole story. And now he's got other people that he partners with. And they got completely computer rendered designs of like the Titanic and what it looked like inside. Very fascinating stuff. Definitely fascinating. Yeah, I believe Mastodon was a mammoth or a metal band. Probably both. I'm pretty sure it's both. SpongeBob destroys Aquaman. Paul. Dynamite. That is a drop in worthy of body bag right there. Well said, sir. Well said. SpongeBob destroys Aquaman. Careful now, though. Careful. You're treading on delicate territory. Part-Time Explorer visits old wrecks and ghost towns. Fascinating. You're really arguing a character that lives at the bottom of the ocean when he exists in the same universe as Superman. Yes, because Aquaman, who has only one weakness, bottom is bottom. I don't know who Mastodon is. 4,000 meters, 13,000 feet, no light. Wait, proven by death battle? Wait, the meters, the amount of meters, no light, or the SpongeBob beats Aquaman? What I'm saying, Honey Badger, is I don't think anybody considers Aquaman to be at Superman's level. I'm saying if Aquaman can survive and swim, move around in the depths of the ocean, the absolute depths of it. Again, we're talking as low as the ocean can go. If he can do those things, he should be able to beat Superman to a pulp. Like he should have been able to kill Doomsday, no problem. There should be nothing that can hurt this man. Like the amount of pressure per square inch at that level, like it's ridiculous. It's like the it's as I said, unfathomable. I'm not saying it's ridiculous. What I'm saying is ridiculous that he is not considered OP in the universe. But yes, DC is to me just it's tomfoolery is what it is. It is DC is our version of the Greek gods. DC, everybody is overpowered in DC. It's just like, hey, let's just make the biggest, baddest thing there is, and then we're just gonna add powers onto them whenever we have to. The thing Marvel has going for it is its characters are at least vulnerable. I mean, Captain America, for everything that he can do, it's still within the realms of some kind of normalcy, and you shoot him and he's dead. He actually gets killed. He gets assassinated on the steps of the courthouse, I think. You know, Tony Stark, outside of the Iron Man suit, you could kill him with a knife. You know, it's like they're very vulnerable. Whereas DC, except for Batman, who, well, I don't even know why I said except for Batman. Technically, except for Batman, but Batman does stuff all the time that I don't care how much you train your body and how whatever you are, you're not going to get away. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do what Batman does. Batman is essentially a low level god himself. That's DC. I'm just saying Aquaman would have to be phenomenally stronger than he's given credit for in the DC universe to be able to do all that. Same thing with Flash. We talked about that a little bit. You can run at the speed of sound and your body's not torn asunder. He should not be able to get cut. He should not be able to get shot, because his body should be able to withstand far worse punishment, and does if he's traveling at the speed of light, especially traveling through space. Like what is it they say, that there's so many particles, just around there. If you travel through space at any point, you'd be torn to shreds, because there's more than enough stuff there that if you're traveling fast enough, it would just rip through you. And I know the coolest and most reasonable thing to do is apply real world logic to superheroes. SpongeBob has no weaknesses, proven by the fact that he lives in a pineapple. No, Jonas, what it is, he has been made stronger because he's been exposed to the worst thing that the world has to offer. It's like Doomsday. Doomsday was created in the harshest environments ever, and he died and was brought back, and he just was genetically created to be impervious and to continuously evolve against anything that could possibly kill him. And so SpongeBob is the same thing. He's been living inside of a pineapple, so if he can endure that, there's really nothing that can thwart him. He is out of his element, no pun intended, when he's fighting on land. Right, but his body would still have to, his composition, whatever allows his body to resist the pressures of the depths, that same fortitude would have to bear out on land as well. It's not like he deflates when he gets on land like that, or I mean, unless you want to say that similar to Superman getting his powers from the yellow sun, Aquaman's powers and strength only manifest when he's in the water. You could say that. I mean, we can make up anything we want, but then that would make sense. Otherwise, whatever it is that allows his cells to resist the pressures, the crushing pressures of the depths, should hold him in good stead on land. DC is superior to Marvel. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, let me feign surprise. Honey Badger has a hot take. Honey Badger has an opinion that is inherently and unequivocally horrible. DC is superior to Marvel. And you're talking to a guy I grew up with Superman, Batman. I didn't really. Wonder Woman, she didn't have a good figure. She didn't have a good action figure. I mean, she has a good figure, but not a good action figure. I have the original Superpowers line, a lot of it. I loved DC growing up. But then I got older, and what is that? Well, I'm almost saying that. As you get older, you grow out of DC and grow into Marvel, because DC is fancy for little kids. It's like, oh, look, bright costumes, you can do anything. My daddy can beat your daddy up. My daddy can beat Superman. Superman's amazing. Superman's untouchable. And then you go, wait, wow, Superman's just kind of untouchable. Like, how boring is that? Let's go find some heroes that are a little more engaging and a little more flawed and have a little more, stuff other than green rocks, for crying out loud. Oh, and I'm sorry, that doesn't count changing the color of the rock. So it's like, oh, well, his weakness isn't just green kryptonite. Green kryptonite gradually makes him die. It's like poison or cancer, radiation. But if it's yellow kryptonite, that just makes him really weak. And if it's red kryptonite, not red kryptonite, Red nullifies. Red light or red radiation nullifies the power of the yellow sun. So again, no Superman. Then there's blue kryptonite. There's purple kryptonite. And the colors of the rainbow. And they all do different quirky things. One of them makes Superman go crazy. I don't remember which one that is. So that's their creativity. Let's invent different colored kryptonite and it'll do different things. Without that, like, that's why I love the death of Superman. I didn't want Superman to die, but Doomsday was the first time that he actually fought somebody where he wasn't nerfed. It wasn't like, oh, I don't have my powers, I'm getting myself beat up. It's like, no, there was no kryptonite involved. Doomsday just wrecked him completely and utterly. And he wrecked Doomsday too. After trying to lobotomize him, by the way. It was like the first time Superman... And you know what's crazy? There's a panel in there. This is going in my video. There's a panel in there, I think I mentioned this, where Lois Lane is like, you can't kill Doomsday because you're Superman. Superman doesn't kill. It's like, Lois, have you not been paying attention to what Doomsday has been doing? Have you not seen the slaughter? Do you not understand that if Superman doesn't stop Doomsday, he will destroy the Earth, and including you? I think Superman's allowed to kill him, but look, Superman tries to lobotomize Doomsday, and it doesn't work because he evolves. He adapts to it somehow. Anyway, regardless of the comic brand, I prefer street-level stuff. Really enjoying the Penguin series right now, for instance. Oh, yeah, with Colin Farrell. I heard it was okay. I don't know anything about it, so I can't spoil anything anyway. Paul says 6,000 meters, 20,000 feet. Usual max depth of ocean rarely. 11,000 meters. 11,000 or... Yeah. 36,000 feet. But the Marianas Trench, Paul, like how... Let's see. Hang on. The deepest part of the ocean. Okay, no, you're right. Okay, max depth. Max depth, as you said, 36,000 feet. Well, they say 36,200. But I mean, I got to imagine the pressure is pretty significant down there, isn't it? 36,000 feet. That's pretty deep. And the pressure, I would look up the pressure that's involved in that, but I wouldn't know what that is. It's at some point it's just a lot of freaking pressure. But thank you, Paul. That is good to know. 36,000 feet. I also prefer Spider-Man when his villains are gangsters instead of aliens. Yeah. A little more grounded. 6,000 pounds strength limit of Aquaman. Uh-oh. See, Paul's whipping out the metrics here. So that's the most he can lift? 10 meters is 1 gravity of force. So, Paul, okay. So are you saying that 6,000 pounds of strength is what Aquaman would need to swim comfortably in 36,000 feet of water? Or are you saying that's his limit? Okay, so that's what it would take. But what would his body composition have to be? Like what? I mean, his bone structure, his bone density, like everything about his body. What would his lung capacity? All of that. How strong would that have to be to withstand that pressure? So 6,000 pounds is pressing in. I can't be right. No, you're saying that's his strength. Okay. He probably drinks a lot of milk. That's the answer. That's it. Mystery solved. But where does he get it? Oh, come now. There's no lungs, gills. All right. Does he have a spleen? Does he have gooey bits inside? That's my question. Does he have no lungs? So wait, he has gills? Where do we see the gills? I'm not saying he doesn't. Reason would say he would have to have them, but where do they stick the gills? We never see gills on Aquaman, do we? Are they in his armpits? They're not on his neck. They're not anywhere on his neck or face. Where does he stash the gills? He's got his little green boots and his little red orange shirt, his little green gloves. Where does he stick the gills? But Jonas, he would get the milk from the sea cows, right? Sea cows, manatees, just little udder grabbing there. Exactly. There you go. Sea cows. Exactly. Yes. Can someone explain to me why every hero has to have a flaw? Going back to your point about flawed heroes in Marvel. Because otherwise they're boring. I mean, yeah, they're absolutely boring. That's honestly, Honey Badger, why I think God makes a horrible protagonist, because what is there to do if you can just think it or do it and it's over with? Like, you have to have character development, which if you have no flaws, then there's no character development. You have nowhere to go as a character. If there's no challenge, if there's no flaw, if there's no problem, what are you doing? Like, all of us, our stories are rife with flaws and failures. If you have no flaws or failures, what do we relate to, and why do we care? Like, nobody wants to see somebody who's godlike just doing godlike things. It gets very boring very fast. Superman is dull. He is absolutely dull and boring as a character. And even if you factor in Kryptonite, he's a Boy Scout. He's just the do-good, whatever, moral black and white, which is boring. And yeah, without flaw, without problem. He's just a good old boy, doesn't do anything wrong. It's like, that's why I'm saying All Might, I'm going to pitch him again. All Might is far superior. All Might has incredible flaws. He's bad at a lot of things. He's injured. He can't even do the things that he used to be able to do. He's operating at, minimum capacity. He's passed on his powers to somebody else, and he's still trying to fight the big bads. He got half his organs taken out during a fight. It was ripped out of his body. He tried to kill the bad guy that was destroying the world and took all the organs out of his body. He turned his head into red mist, and the guy somehow survived, but he was willing to do that. That's a character I can get behind. Superman has this very, very superficial morality, very simplistic. And it comes from comic book logic that says we can't kill off the villains because if we do, we don't have a rogues gallery. We have nothing to market. We have to come up with a new villain every time. We have got to keep them alive. How do we justify the fact that the hero allows murderers and serial killers and people who do really horrible things to stay alive? Well, I don't kill. That's not morality. That's not the high road. That's not aspirational. Aspiration is not compassion for wickedness and evil. But that's Superman for you. Hell, that's Spider-Man too. There's plenty of superheroes that abide by that. Punisher is really the only hero worth a damn. Wait, who makes a horrible... flawless characters. Characters without flaw. That's what I'm saying. Any hero that has no flaw is without... You're just saying, can someone explain to me why every hero has to have a flaw? And I'm not talking about every hero has to be a perversion. Every hero has to be like, weird or have some... whatever. I'm talking about a character in need of growth, a character with flaws, a character with problems, a character with issues they have to face. I mean, Spider-Man's is like, one of the least relatable, I think. Like, none of us have that level of power. Like, you want the everyday common man kind of problems. I'm sorry, with great power comes great responsibility applies to almost no one. Yes, if you're in a position to do something right, the evil triumphs when good men do nothing. That's a generalization that we can all get behind and say, yeah, we should all do something. But none of us are daily grappling with, I want to have my normal life, but I've got superpowers too. What a drag, It's not terribly relatable, and he whines a lot about it, which I get, but it's like, come on, man. Like, there's some other people with problems as well. I don't know. Behind ears and inside lung capillaries. Okay, so Puel's got the anatomy down here. All humans have gills while in the womb. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I don't think... You don't think Superman is... What's exciting about Superman? And we can't say the Clark Kent Superman difference. Ever since Christopher Reeve was the only one who really made a very big distinction between Superman and Clark Kent. Every other iteration, Superman is just Clark Kent. Like, there is really no difference between them other than one wears glasses, the other one doesn't. So we're talking about one being. There's not even an alter ego here that we mess with. What is exciting? What is interesting? What is compelling about Superman? Like, where's the tension? Where's the drama? Aside from something like the death of Superman. I'll tell you, the death of Superman, I love Superman in that. And I found him very compelling because he was afraid. It was the first time he was afraid. He's like, whoa, I'm bleeding. Like, he's actually, like, he goes from, I've got to shut this down now, to, oh my gosh, oh, that actually hurt. Oh, this is not good, to, oh my gosh, he's becoming way too strong. I need to end this now. Oh crap, that didn't work. Let me try this. I've got to be smarter. I've got to fight smarter now. This guy is actually coming after me. To, oh my gosh, he's got me outsmarted too. And he's just getting stronger. And I can't even do damage to him now. And oh my gosh, now he's cutting me. His bones are strong enough to cut me. And now I think I found a weakness. But no, now he's body slamming me. And oh my, like, that's compelling. That's flawed because he's essentially, when you see Superman fighting Doomsday, it looks like a dude fighting a bigger dude, like a wrestler kind of thing. he's not Superman. When he's fighting Doomsday, he's not very Superman. Like, he even tears his little cape off. So now, I shouldn't say little cape. It's a long cape. It's a big cape. But he tears the cape off, and now it's just a guy in a very torn and battered looking kind of costume thing, looking very unheroic. He's got bruises on his eyes. He's got blood gashing down his face. He's got tears all over the place. And he looks exhausted. And he's saying things like, can't keep my eyes open, can't stay awake, must keep fighting. That's compelling. That's somebody with, again, not a character flaw per se, other than, but he didn't even have the flaw. So in that sequence, in that comic book, he does not have the flaw of, but I can't kill Doomsday. Killing Doomsday, I can't take a life. I should have compassion for this bad, evil thing. He must have had a horrible upbringing. As Denise would say, he's misunderstood. We don't have that bull crap there. So he does have some relatable humanistic characteristics, but that's not common Superman. That's not Superman every issue. That's not Superman every show. That was kind of a one-off. And there are definitely times where he visits that again, but for the most part, he's just doing stuff. In my opinion, why do I need to relate to someone who is fighting aliens and flying around in a $1 trillion Iron Man suit? Why? I don't understand the question, Honey Badger, because it comes down to, like, what are you watching for? If you, like, then it just becomes a spectacle. That's the thing. It's a spectacle. It's guy doing things. It's like watching a fighting game. I like fighting games well enough, but they are not intriguing to me. They're not engaging me. And once the spectacle of it wears off, or I see a lot of it, it kind of loses its charm. So somebody who's just poom-powing and shooting and laser bolting, that has merit. It has value, especially, and again, this is not meant to be a slight, but as a kid, that stuff fascinated me. Powers fascinated me. But as I got older, I started going, but what else is there? Like, okay, beyond the powers, beyond that, what's the story? What's the life of this person? Like, why do I care about Tony Stark as a character? It's not $1 trillion Iron Man suit. I think it was $1 billion. Except for when Henry Cavill threw some glasses and walked around Times Square with Superman's shirt and no one recognized him. Wait, what? Threw some glasses and walked around Times Square with a Superman shirt and no one recognized him. Oh, did that actually happen, Honey Badger? Was there actually a time where, like, when he was playing the role, that Henry Cavill walked around with sunglasses, with a pair of glasses and a Superman shirt and no one recognized him? Is that actually a thing? Spider-Man's relatability comes from the fact that he's a normal guy trying to balance his life, and his morality drives him to take up responsibilities, to use his gifts for good, despite what it costs him in his personal life. And also, Jonas, what it costs other people. Again, his morality is not a zero sum. You decide you're going to let villains live, you are directly impacting the lives of innocent people. I would say that a hero takes on that responsibility, takes on that burden of having to live with having taken a life. Personally, that's my personal thing. So his morality makes his life more difficult, far more difficult, and not for justify. It's one thing to say, hey, I don't lie, so yeah, I'm going to have a little more difficulty. There's going to be, more things that I can't overcome because I'm not gaining the system. I'm not trying to get away with stuff. But when you just continue to allow your villains to live time and time and time again, you're inviting them to come after your loved ones. You're allowing them to prey on people and saying, okay, I know I can't stop them, so I'm going to let him live. He's going to get free. He's going to kill somebody, and then I'm going to come save the day. He may come after somebody else. He may threaten my own life. I'm willing. Like, he's kind of masochistic. He's kind of stupid. He's like, I'm going to allow this crap to keep happening because of my morality. So people are going to die because of my morality. People that I love and care about are going to be perpetually in peril because of my morality. I got to say, you probably should reconsider your morality at that point. Think about it. I mean, Captain America, man, he was forged in war. He had no problem killing when he needs to. He still doesn't. I would say that's probably a better line to take for old Spider-Man. So I have limited compassion, I should say, for Spider-Man. I can relate to him to an extent, but as soon as he starts doing his, oh my gosh, the serial killer just died. Oh, woe is me. Oh, this is so horrible. It was a life. If you can't distinguish between the life of an innocent civilian and a serial murderer, I got nothing for you, Spider-Man. So I can relate to him to a degree, but then a lot of his decisions he makes, I'm like, You're whining. You're bringing your own destruction. You are the cause of your own problems because you have this hung up on whatever morality thing. And I can no longer relate to you because you're no longer making. It's like when those people go, in the cabin in the woods or whatever, and it's like, oh, let's go explore this haunted cabin, and it's like, no, don't go in there. Oh, let's split up. No, don't split up. Okay, you're asking for it now. You're begging for the disaster to happen, and that's Spider-Man. So I can only deal with him for so long before I go, all right, screw you, dude. Like, you do what you got to do. I'm not here to judge you, Spider-Man, but most of your stuff is self-inflicted. I would venture to assume that you aren't the biggest fan of Narnia, Schwartz. No, I like Narnia. Why don't I like Narnia? I mean, it's an allegory. It's a very blatant allegory, but like Silver Chair was great. I like Narnia. What's? I mean, you're talking about Aslan, but Aslan's not like. Aslan exists, but he doesn't save the day every time. Like the original Lion of the Witch of Wardrobe. I mean, that's a Jesus story. That's Jesus doing his thing. But like all the stuff after that, Aslan exists, similar to God existing, if you believe that thing in our world. But it's the peril and the adventures of the people that are living out the story. But that said, it's been a long time since I've read Chronicles of Narnia. I've read them all at some point, but it's been a long, long time. Also, you missed my sea cow joke. I didn't miss the joke. I said the sea cow. Why, the manatee, right? I said it, and then you said it. Well, you may have typed it before I said it, but yeah, the sea cows under no lungs gills. I could have sworn I said sea cows or I said manatees, and you got the little teat thing. I mean, I remember mentioning the teat. Unless I missed something else, Jonas. The story is Superman is OP and kicks the crap out of everyone. See, but here's the thing, Honey Badger. Here's the thing. One Punch does it right. If you're going to have an OP character, you make the story about the people around him that aren't OP, and you make his angst, has nothing to do with being the strongest. He's bored to death. Saitama is bored to death because he doesn't feel anything when he fights. There's no tension. There's no suspense. There's nothing. He's like, I do light punch and it kills somebody, or a big monster and I go, okay, here's a heavy punch and boom, and he's like, oh, it's gone. So his angst is, one, he sucks at video games. He keeps getting beaten by other people in video games. He's still trying to pay his rent. Again, you get a little bit of the Peter Parker in there. He's still trying to pay his rent. He has to find deals at grocery stores. Nobody acknowledges him. He's considered to be a fraud a lot of the times. And none of this is earned. He's just doing what he's trying to do, but he's considered to be, just now in the series, is he actually being appreciated for who he is. And people are going, hey, wait a minute, this guy I think is a little bit stronger. So the story is not about him. If you're going to have an OP character who kicks the crap out of people, it's boring unless you make something unique about him that's like, okay, I can feel for him. He's like, I want a challenge. Like, I'm looking for somebody to actually challenge me in a fight. Like, I want to progress. I don't want to be a teacher. I don't want to be a this. I don't want to be that. I just want a good fight. And then, again, the story revolves around people around him. Like, we follow them around. And yeah, he may show up at the end and like just one punch the bad guy. But we got to see Genos get his butt kicked and trying to develop his own thing. And then you see these other characters that we get to know who are not on the same level anywhere near as Saitama, and makes them interesting. If One Punch Man was literally about Saitama being the strongest guy and just one punching every bad guy, it would be the dullest comic ever. Nobody would read it. It's like, okay, it goes through blah blah blah, and then he punches the guy and it's over. That's what I'm saying. Oh wait, okay, hang on. Blah 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 do 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 do. Yeah, I think it was when Batman vs Superman came out. Henry Cavill did an experiment on Clark's costume. That's funny. Not hilarious, but that is amusing. First of all, I love Henry Cavill from what I know about the guy. I don't know him personally, but from a lot of the takes that he's had, the things that he's tried to do, his perspective on the media that he's been in, I like the guy. And it's funny because I remember seeing him in The Count of Monte Cristo. He played Albert, who ultimately we find out is the Count's son. And I remember seeing him. I was like, damn, he's a good actor. I said, well, it'd be interesting to see what happens in his career. And the next thing I see, Albert is all grown up and he's freaking Superman. And that also tells me how freaking old I am. I probably got 10 years on Henry Cavill, which is horrible, but he seems like a really good dude. But that seems like something he would do. And that's pretty darn funny that it actually worked, that he walked around in plain sight, but because he was wearing the glasses, even with the Superman shirt on, nobody noticed him. I will admit Batman is complicit in vast majority of the Joker's murders, not to mention all the other villains. Yeah. Many of Spider-Man's villains are personal to him as well, people close to him. Lizard is his friend and teacher. Green Goblin is the father of his best friend, which honestly, now it's again, from a comic book perspective, I totally get it. Like, you can't, if you kill off all your villains at some point, you're going to be out of villains. You're not going to have a rogue gallery. Either the villain is never going to get caught, and so you're like, well, what's the good of having the hero if he never actually captures them, and they don't get out? Because that's the thing. That's the other part of it. You could say, well, it's enough that he puts them in prison. No, because a villain in prison is not compelling. Nobody's going to care about, like, if the Green Goblin was put in prison by Spider-Man and he never broke out, you still don't have a rogues gallery. Whether they're perpetually imprisoned or they're dead, you don't have your rogues gallery. You don't have compelling villains. So I understand that. What gets me, though, is them trying to push it off as if it's some kind of high moral value thing, when it really comes down to, we need our villains to stick around. And that false reality, and the way they have to contrive and contort reality or morality to make that work, the whole, well, if we do this, we're no better than they are. Especially for young children who are reading this stuff, I don't like the messaging there. I don't like what that tells. I don't like that idea. I don't like that we are teaching kids not only have compassion. Hey, this guy robbed a store. Maybe he was misunderstood. Maybe he had some stuff going up. We're not going to go hard on him. Here is a manifestation of evil. Here is somebody who has been murdering other people. I don't care if he's your father. I don't care if he's your best friend. This is a murderer who is going on sprees, and continuously his existence is to kill, steal, and destroy. That is evil. That is wickedness. You are not supposed to have compassion for that. You can not enjoy it. You don't have to delight in killing or in violence. That, in fact, we shouldn't. But to say, we need to have compassion on pure evil, I don't care. And hey, old Yeller taught us, if you're that whacked out of your head, you're so distraught that you are no longer acting as yourself in perpetuity, or in mostly perpetuity, you need to be put down. Like, it's not like, well, he's still in there somewhere. Yes, but tell that to the 75 people that he's murdered. Well, he's still in there, so there's still a good guy in there somewhere. And we had him, but we let him out. Tell that to the next person. Hey, your mom was killed by this guy. Well, but you know what? Somewhere in there's a good guy still. It doesn't really work. At some point, compassion for the murderer, compassion for the evil villain is a lack of compassion and a lack of understanding, a lack of empathy for the victims, for all these people. We never hear Spider-Man bemoan them. He for a moment says, "Oh, people are dying, but my morality." So the amount of time that Superman, Spider-Man, all these heroes mourn the NPCs, and that's the problem too. It makes these people dispensable. It's like, well, they're not. We don't know their names. We don't know their faces. They're just their bodies that are left there in this comic, in this particular panel. We see a bunch of bodies strewn about. We don't know their names. We don't know their stories. We don't care about them. So it's easy to be like, well, no, just because he killed them doesn't mean that it's right for me to take his life. The hell it isn't. And I guarantee you the family members of those people are saying, why not? Why do you have compassion for evil? Where's your compassion for us? Where's your compassion for the future victims of these people? Boy, howdy. Now, but I mean, to be fair though, John, that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand that they make compelling reasons for it. It comes back to his fault then, being selfish about wanting to save them from themselves rather than ending their existence. Right, but I agree. I would say in tandem to that though, I don't think the comic does enough to address the fact that that's wrong. Like Spider-Man isn't waking up at night seeing the dead bodies that these people leave in their wake. The comic doesn't suggest, like at the end of Maximum Carnage, there's an editor note. I've got it in my thing somewhere, where it's like Spider-Man is like the best and most virtuous and blah, blah, blah. It makes it sound like that weakness and that fault is not really a fault. They don't portray it that way. So I'm with you, Jonas. We can agree that would be selfish and whatever else. But the comic book doesn't portray it that way. It makes it seem like that's his greatest strength, in fact, that this is a really good thing that Spider-Man does. And that's his humanity, and that's his true strength, is his compassion for everyone. And I'm like, that's twisted. In essence, what I'm trying to say is that I don't need a hero to always have a flaw so I can relate to him. I don't care. Frankly, it gets old when you see a hero falling apart over whatever. Know the joke, the painted sea cow. I'll repeat it here. I once saw someone who painted a sea cow in all different kinds of colors. Oh, the humanity. Oh, gosh. No, I did. How did I miss that? How did that get skipped in chat? But thank you for repeating it, Jonas. It was worth repeating. I once saw someone who painted a sea cow in all different kinds of colors. Oh, the humanity. All right, Jonas. Thank you for the levity. I appreciate that. They missed opportunity by making Supergirl his cousin and not scheduled betrothed, as Kryptonians are genetically engineered to race with scheduled unions, but have no drive to mate. Use machines. The bear children, but all are broken. I think I'm missing something in what you're saying there, Paul. I would say they missed something making Supergirl his cousin. Again, how many times do we like Wonder Woman, for all her craziness and weirdness and bizarre history and origins and all that kind of stuff? She's at least an original character. How many of our female characters are just knockoffs of the guy characters? You know, with scheduled unions but have no drive to mate. Well, that's interesting though, because I mean, again, I'm not saying Superman 2 is canon, but I would say Clark saying, "I'll hand over my power so I can screw Lois." That seemed to be kind of a compelling. I would say he was compelled to mate. But they use machines. I'm reading A Woman Underground by Andrew Clavin. I'm familiar with that name. I actually know that guy. He's with Daily Wire, right? And the main character is falling apart when in the last 3 books he was fine. I like the book. It's great, but I'm getting a little tired of the mental breakdowns. No. And Honey Badger, I'm with you, man. I'm not saying mental breakdowns. I'm not saying, when I say flaws, I don't mean an alcoholic. I don't mean somebody who is maniacally depressed or schizophrenic. I'm not talking about crippling flaws or sobs or self-pity. I'm talking about having struggles. I'm talking about, again, as we were talking about, like Spider-Man to a degree. If Spider-Man's aversion to killing, if he is so averse to that, and if it was portrayed as a bad thing, as I think it should be, that would be a compelling part for him. It's not a like a flaw, like, you know, that wrecks him. It's something that he is constantly grappling with, because if he was saying, look, I know the right thing is to do this, but I just can't bring myself to do this. Now, granted, it would still get old. Every time he fights a villain, you know, in theory, he would have to be having this conversation with himself. And that's the thing. It does get old. I started reading, probably made a mistake. I started reading like back issues of Captain America and Spider-Man. And every single time, almost every issue, Peter's always going, with great power comes great responsibility. Oh, but my responsibility, but my freedom, but my life. And oh, what about the loved ones close to me? And like, it's like the same 3 woe-is me's. And I'm not saying they're not justified, but they do kind of get old hat after a while. So I'm not saying we need to have crippling, debilitating stuff. I'm not saying our heroes need to be screwed up in some major way. I'm just saying they need to, there's a relatability. I care about you because if you are flawless, if you can't be touched, I don't care. Like there's nothing that compels me to watch your adventures, because it's just you being awesome. And there's a place for that, I guess. There's that spectacle, like John Wick. But even John Wick isn't flawless. He makes bad decisions, and ultimately, you know, the guy gets, you know, gets whatever. But he is, for all intents and purposes, you know, he's the boogeyman. He's whatever. So there's the spectacle. John Wick is a spectacle. It's really not, we're not really invested in the character too much, at least after the first movie, after the whole, you know, avenging his dog thing. You're just watching it for the gung fu, which is fine. It has its place. But an entire comic book run, an entire, you know, history of a character coming down to spectacle, to me, that's where I have the issue. Dano, Aslan and Jesus. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Dano, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It was not a disguised analogy. C.S. Lewis wrote it to be a way to make the story of Jesus accessible to children and to understand the idea of, you know, laying down his life for somebody else. So it's going to be limited to a degree, because it needs to, you don't want to make an allegory out of, you know, of the whole story of Jesus and then kind of go off on your own little tangent and stuff. So it's kind of confined to a degree, but there's plenty of creativity in it. Don't get me wrong. I think they're great stories. Big brain. Are you saying that Narnia being an allegory is a critique of some kind? I genuinely don't know. No. I'm simply saying what it is. I mean, now, like Tolkien said, he despises allegory. I don't share that. I'm simply saying that that's what it is. At least, like Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. That's not a critique of it. That's just saying what it is. I like the story. I like the way it's written. I like the whimsy of it. I enjoy it, but it's just another way to go. You can do Tolkien and say, there is no allegory here. This is all just creative stuff. You can go the C.S. Lewis route and say, I'm writing stories to make these principles or these ideas more accessible to children, or, even to adults. He wrote, goodness knows, the Screw Tape Letters. What is it? Not Divine Faith. What is it called? Something Faith. Anyway, he wrote a lot of great. I find those books more interesting, to be honest. I find those a little more interesting to a degree, at least at this point. Like Screw Tape Letters, I think was freaking amazing. Something Christianity. Basic Christianity. Anyway, but I like Narnia well enough. I do. Henry didn't experiment with Superman costume. He was allergic to the red underwear. Wait, what? What? He didn't experiment with Superman costume. He was allergic to the red underwear. Is that canon? No, you're talking about the actor. He was allergic to the red underwear. Was it? But that wasn't even touching his skin, right? That was on top of the tights. It's good they got rid of the underwear. Oh, I see. I got you. I don't know. I don't know if he was medically allergic. I mean, he might have been, I guess, but I would say I was allergic too. I mean, it was based on, like, they had strong men back in the day. Like, if you see, like in the circus, you would have a strong man. For whatever reason, they had that kind of get up. They had, like, the tights, and they had the little underwear thing or whatever over it. I think it was modeled after that. Also, I like to iterate that I'm not 100% against heroes with flaws. I just don't like that every hero needs a flaw. Right. No, I get you, Honey Badger. And I like, I get you. Maybe it's semantics. Maybe we're defining flaws in a different way, because like I said, All Might, it's my favorite guy. Like, I consider him to be very flawed, but there's no wallowing in depression. There's not even like moral quandaries. I mean, he prostrates himself in front of in front of Deku's mother, because he's like, I'm so sorry, I screwed up. Like, this is the hero, the champion of peace, the big dog, like the greatest guy in the world, and he's begging this kid's mother for forgiveness because he put him in a tight spot, and he let him, danger come to him. Like, he's a humble guy, but he gets pissed, and when he gets pissed, he does things to bad people. Like, and that's not a normal thing. He doesn't like kill everybody, but like I see All Might as flawed, but he doesn't have a flaw. He doesn't have something that makes him debilitate. I mean, other than the physical, he has a physical limitation, but there's nothing about his personality where you're like, oh, he's kind of a dick, or he's depressed, or he's, so I don't think of those. When I think of flaws, I think of as a three-dimensional entity, as an existing human being. There are problems that he faces that he can't beat with his muscles, that he can't surpass with his powers or strength. There are things that test him and stretch him and try him in other ways and bring out those flaws and show where he is lacking. Some ways he's able to improve, and some ways he's not. Those are just kind of weaknesses of his. I don't see that nuance in Superman. He doesn't have to have some grating, flaw in there, but if he's just the good old boy that does the right thing all the time, like, but to your point, I mean, I enjoyed the heck out of like watching the Superman cartoon and stuff like that. Like, it has its place for me. I just don't go that deep with it at this point. Like, if I want to see spectacle, I'll watch Superman. If I want to see like cool powers and cool things happening and all that kind of stuff, but that only goes so far with me. But I'm with you. But I mean, I think there's a difference between flawed heroes and anti-heroes, or heroes that are just twisted as hell. I'm tired of that. I'm tired of seeing heroes portrayed as... That's one of the reasons why I liked All Might, because at that time you had Indestructible, or was it Invincible came out, and then the good boys, the bad boys, the boys. And it was like, hey, here's a hero. Here's a good guy. Oh no, he's really not good. He's actually a sadistic son of a bitch. And I'm like, really? Can we have heroes that are not bad? Can we have heroes that are actually who they say they are or show that they are? And All Might at that time was like the first hero. It was like, I looked at him, I was like, oh great. He's smiling. He's bigger than life. Everybody seems to love him. He's got this giant, almost over the top smile. He's bad. Of course he's bad. He's going to be a jerk. He's going to be stealing money. He's going to be, driven by money. He's going to be whatever. And it's like, no, he actually is all those things. He actually is a really nice guy. But he's got this history and he's got this past and he's lost a lot of things in his life. And, he's not the man that he used to be and he's having to deal with that and he's getting older and all these other problems. A straight arrow is nice to see once in a while. Yeah. Well, and again, I think that's part of the problem is when you have so many defective heroes, selfish heroes. I mean, come on, Captain Marvel. Oh my gosh, the guy looked at me wrong. It's okay for me to break his arm and steal his bike. Like Hollywood has really done a number on, and I would say even the comic book world has done a number. I mean, for crying out loud, what was it? Was some issue we had of Superman where he's out there protesting with a sign? Like that's what we're watching. That's what we're reading the comics for. Is to see Superman at a protest holding a sign. Come on, like modern media has defecated on things of the past. But that was the thing. Superman was the Boy Scout. Like he was considered that. Batman was supposed to be kind of the edgy one, but Batman wasn't even all that edgy. He didn't do anything. Him and Superman pretty much had the same thing. Batman was just willing to punch people a little bit harder, I guess. He was a vigilante, which I guess Superman was too, because he was never ordained. He was never given any authority. So they're both vigilantes, but apparently Batman's the worst vigilante because reasons. But everybody else was supposed to have an edge, but they all kind of don't. Like Wonder Woman's supposed to be a little bit harder, a little more Amazon, a little more warrior, a little more like I want to fight. And you see a little bit of that at different points, but again, same kind of drawback, same kind of thing. And if she does actually go for the throat at some point, Superman's like, no. And that's a problem. As the biggest bad, or as the biggest guy, as the strongest guy in that universe, what he says goes. If he wants to be Boy Scout and wants everybody else to be Boy Scout, they kind of have to play along because he can stop them. He can kind of enforce his will on there. So it's like, he gives you that look and says, we don't do those things. And it's like, okay, well, I guess we don't do those things. So I agree with you on the messaging of the comic books, to be clear. I'm just speaking from a perspective of understanding the character's motivation. Oh, no, Jonas, I understood. I absolutely get that. And to be fair, I mean, not everybody does, so I appreciate that we kind of share that perspective. But I hear what you're saying. I get you. It's like understanding the character. It's how he's written. It's the fact that isn't considered to be a struggle. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all. Like, but I hear what you're saying, and I do agree, and I do think that is, like you said, I hadn't thought about that, but I mean, I think they changed it. Like Doc Ock, I don't think was always somebody that Peter knew. I think Doc Ock was just a villain at some point, but then like the John Raimi or whatever his name is, Spider-Man, made Doc Ock like a mentor to him for a little while, and he was a good guy, but then, shades of gray kind of thing. His Rogues Gallery wasn't quite the Rogues Gallery, but I mean, Rhino and Scorpion, I think his name is, there's a lot of villains that aren't necessarily that, but, and then Spider-Man gets preachy, like in Maximum Carnage, Firestar, I think her name was nuking Carnage. Like, and this is after his swath of destruction, and he's killed so many normal people, but then also a lot of the heroes. Now I think they brought her back, but he killed, it's Cloak and Dagger, they're a team, and I think he killed Cloak. Oh no, he killed Dagger, who's a gal, and is like Cloak's, I think it's wife or significant other anyway. So like, he's done horrible things, and Firestar, because of her abilities, her powers, is able to fry this guy. And in the middle of it, Spider-Man's like, yeah. And then he's like, no, this isn't right. It's like, the hell you mean this isn't right? You can't handle the guy. Nobody can. You fought him at your best, and he kicked your ass. He kicked everybody's ass. You do not have any reason to believe that you or anybody else can contain this guy, and yet you're insisting on him living. And the comics make it seem like that's the right choice. That Spider-Man it was morally correct, and Spider-Man was good. It wasn't a struggle for him. It wasn't a moral quandary. The real victory was saying, no, we have to cherish the value and value the life of this megalomaniacal, evil, through and through, serial murderer. This wasn't a guy who was influenced by the symbiote and became murderous. He was a serial killer in a maximum security prison who then got the symbiote with him as well. Like, this is not in any way, shape, or form a victim of anything. And yet Spider-Man's like, no, I can't do it. And I'm like, what are we talking about here, man? Like, who is your compassion for? Why is this guy? Why is that? And the comic does nothing to indicate that that was a bad decision or that Spider-Man is now culpable for everything. Because after that, Carnage kills another 20 people, or I don't know how many, but we see panels of him killing people, and like, why is that not addressed? So I'm with you, Jonas. That like, again, from his character perspective, but I think the writers need to address the fact that that is a problem with Spider-Man or Peter Parker, not pretend like that's what makes him a good hero. So my beef isn't necessarily with Peter Parker as a character. It's the lens by which we are shown him is supposed to be he's magnanimous, and it's actually his compassion for a serial killer. It's his compassion for evil and his gentleness towards evil and his goodness towards evil that makes him so strong. That is inverted morality. It's twisted. And that is the bullcrap that a lot of kids ingested and take away from it and will regurgitate. If you go online and say the stuff that I'm saying, they're like, no, that's what makes him right. That's what makes him more. That's what makes him now, nobody says Spider-Man is an aspirational hero. They say Superman is an aspirational hero because he doesn't kill. I'm like, when did we equate those two things? When did we say that it's aspirational for goodness to tolerate wickedness? Not a guy who made a mistake, wrong place, wrong time kind of thing. Overt wickedness that we see in these villains. When did we decide that that's what we want to see our heroes do? We want to see our heroes be compassionate towards evil. We want our heroes to tolerate evil, to allow evil to fester and grow. When did we decide that's aspirational? When did we decide that's what we're going for? When did we decide that it's not okay to smack down evil and to beat the crap out of it and to drive it out of existence? Why? But no, if you say that, they say, well, then you're no better than evil. No, because I'm doing it to wickedness. I'm not doing it to the fair citizens of Gotham or New York or whoever. I'm doing it to wickedness. When wickedness is gone, there's nothing for me to fight. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not coming after you or your parents or your kids or whoever. There's a difference. There's a distinction. And the comic books do not make that known. They fudge it. Mere Christianity. That's it, Honey Badger. I knew you were going to get there. I think there's parallels to Frodo's ill-fated wish to save Smeagol and bring him back to the light. Yes! Yes, Jonas. Absolutely. And that was another thing I was thinking. Like, could you imagine if Aragorn was like, we must take on Sauron, but we cannot kill him. We must try to see the good in him. Morgoth corrupted him. He was once good. He was once good and noble. He was once one of the blah, blah, blah. I can't remember. Not Elvar, but whatever. But Morgoth was the one. We need to find a way to bring out the true heart of Sauron once again. And the orcs, well, they're just instruments of evil. We can't, they have no will of their own. We must be humane to them. We must be nice. And so the whole thing is them doing the Spider-Man thing and imprisoning all that works, as unrealistic and ridiculous as that would be. And then not killing Sauron, but saying, whatever. I mean, it's a joke. It's laughable. Like, we don't have that in our mythos, in our history. It's only recent incarnations of heroes where they're all nice and lovey-dovey to actual wickedness. And it's very disturbing. But yeah, so I mean, Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, there's two big themes of Lord of the Rings that I love. First of all, you can't take something that was designed to be or is in fact inherently evil and use it for good. You can try, but it's going to corrupt you before you impact your will on it. It is folly to try to use a tool of the enemy for your own benefit. Two, that exactly right there where, okay, yes, he was spared, Gollum was spared, and he did have a point and a purpose, but it wasn't redemption. There are some creatures, there are some people that even though we're sympathetic to them, and even though as a kid I was really wanting Smeagol to be redeemed, I really wanted him to turn the corner, and having watched Return of the Jedi, I'm kind of spoiled to think that all villains pretty much can be turned around. That's just a thing. But I like that theme of, no, there was a purpose for him, but it was to bite Frodo's finger off, take the ring, and then get thrown into the fire and dance himself into the fire, which, is not what happens in the movies, but in the book, it's his own self-destruction. Were it not for the wickedness, perpetual wickedness of Smeagol, which is ironic a little bit, that wickedness destroyed itself. But that's also another messaging of it, I think a theme. Wickedness does destroy itself. Wickedness is marching itself off a cliff. It's marching itself to Mount Doom. It's just trying to take everybody else with it. But it is itself self-destructive by its very nature. And I personally think that's another theme. And that's something that we don't see in a lot of other stuff. Some of those compelling Spider-Man villains are the ones he's responsible for having become villains. His responsibility in his mind is not only to stop them, but to bring them back to the light. Right. And again, but how do you? Yes. So again, understanding that it may be selfish, but it's understandable. And I agree, the collateral damage to others they create does make it a fault, not a virtue. Yeah. So I think we're simpatico on that. Seeing both sides of it. You understand Peter's difficulty with it, and to be fair, it's the same kind of thing where you see those movies where it's like, oh no, there's a missile headed for the city. It's going to kill 500,000 people, but the 5 family members of the people that we're watching, the protagonists, are also there. And so even though it's going to, or they're, when it comes down to it, the movie makes it look like it's like, if we don't, we have a chance to take out these bad guys. But it's, or no, wait, hang on. In order to stop the bad guys, we have to, we need to destroy this island. I think it's like think of it, The Rock. We're watching Nicolas Cage. He's the protagonist, so we're rooting for Nicolas Cage. There are 500,000 people in San Francisco, I think is where they were launching the rockets. We don't know them. They're faceless. They're nameless. We don't know who they are. We know who Nicolas Cage is. We want him to survive. So when the planes are going by and it looks like they're going to bomb it, you're going, no. Now, granted, part of it's because the bombs have been diffused, and so there really is no threat to those 500,000 people. That's the movie magic. But in real life, if you have to make that decision, we're going, no, but I want Nicolas Cage to survive. I don't care about those people. I don't know who those people are. I care about Nick Cage. But you're like, well, wait a minute. He's this girl's boyfriend, father of her child, right? But those 500,000 people are comprised of nothing but mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, sons, daughters. Why is it okay for 500,000, essentially Nick Cages, to die just because we don't know who their names are? We don't know their faces. We only know Nick Cage. Why are we so averse to them being saved at his expense? And I mean, it's natural. I think, Jonas, it's illustrating that point. It's natural for us to empathize with the protagonist and to empathize with Spider-Man and go, okay, yeah, no, I understand where he's coming from. But when it comes at the detriment, or like you're saying, at the loss of other people, just because we don't know them, just because we're not familiar with them as readers, it's almost like that's kind of discarded. And I think in some ways that's okay. But I'm just saying, as an adult, as somebody who grew up and went and is reading these now, I'm going, that's not okay. Like, there's something missing here. And that's, I think, part of the problem with the aspirational hero is the aspirational hero exists in an artificial environment. He exists in an environment where he is allowed to be, quote unquote, the best of the best humanity has to offer, the best we can aspire to be, but only because he is protected from the events and the situations that would require him to get his hands dirty. So the only way the aspirational hero works is in an isolated environment that protects him and protects that morality, because if he was put in reality, he would very quickly cease to be an aspirational hero. And it makes you wonder, what's the point of the aspirational hero other than, okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah. If I ruled the world, if I was God, okay, great. But bring it down to earth here, bring it down to my reality, bring it down to what I'm living with and what I'm going through and what I see in the world and the wickedness that I see. Try to make that relate to me. Aspirational doesn't work. It put the ass in aspirational. For example, James Reese from The Terminal List by Jack Carr if someone was like, he needs to have a flaw so that I can relate. Okay, why do I need to relate to a lieutenant commander Navy SEAL? I think, Honey Badger, we may be hitting a hiccup in terms of also in relating to. It's not, I need to see myself in him. It's, in theory, I need to care about Lieutenant Commander Navy SEAL. If that's what the movie wants. If the show is about, I don't know anything about the Terminal List. It's not he needs to have a flaw so I can relate. It's he needs to be a human. And unfortunately, like it or not, a lot of our humanity is based, our commonality is based in where we suck. It's where we have our problems. It's where we have our limitations, or it's in the decisions we make that may very well be flawed or may very well not be ideal. Like Jack Reacher, that series, he's not without flaw. Like it's not crippling flaw, but he is bullheaded. He does get himself into more trouble than he needs to because he's, not willing to play ball. He's got his own way of doing things. And they go through his history. Like they talk about him as a kid, like you always get in the fight. You always pick the fight. Now, I don't think they did a very good job necessarily emphasizing that. It was more like we wanted him to fight because these were really horrible people. But he does have moments where he's fighting with the other guy and she has to step in. The gal, I can't remember her name. She steps in and says, hey, you have a good heart And I think that is a sorely overlooked key in that series. I think is beautiful. You got this, 5'4" toothpick of a gal, and you got this jacked giant guy. It's not her threatening him. It's not her saying, well, I could kick your ass. I could kick your ass back to Texas or whatever. It's her doing something that if a dude told me you have a really kind heart and I don't think you want to be responsible for blah, blah, blah. If a guy says that to me, I'm probably going to punch him in the face. I mean, if I'm Jack Reacher, like that doesn't work. A guy telling me that doesn't. A woman saying, like, looking in your eyes and telling you, I think you got a kind heart. That's a very unique thing for a woman. That it had the same effect as if a guy had threatened and said, hey, I'll kick your ass if you do this. But she didn't have to do that. All she had to do was use, an element that really she's the only one in that situation that could have said that and had it work out. And it's enough to dissuade him. It's enough to calm him down. But he had his issues, and I don't think he had a lot of them. It was still, I would say, largely a spectacle. But at that point, we care. One, he's taking care of business. He's not sparing the bad guys. He is, if you want to consider that a flaw, he is kicking ass and not even taking names. And so it's like, if you want to see, like, watching that is catharsis. It's going, okay, here's wickedness, here's bad guys, and here's the angel of death. Here is the avatar of justice wrecking face. And I can get on board with that. I don't necessarily need to see a flawed character to care, but it's not because I'm invested in that character, because I know he's going to survive. I know he's going to always kick butt. He's not really ever going to be in a bad situation. But that's because I want to see justice done in a powerful and unassailable way. I want to see the tombstone where he's like, I'm coming to town and hell's coming with me. I want to see that attitude. You don't get that from Superman. You get the blandness, you get the lack of anything really interesting about him. It's not relatability. I don't need to relate to an alien per se. But then it's like, okay, but why do I care about Superman? That's when I say relatability, I mean, why do I care? And if he's not going to be an avatar of justice, if he's going to be an avatar of impotent justice, of, well, we got to play nice. The fact that people had such a problem with him snapping Zod's neck after Zod said, I'm going to kill everybody. I'm going to do this. I'm going to loot and pillage, and I'm going to do these things and all these horrible things. And we've seen, I mean, not only there's 3 of them, but like, we've seen what Zod can do. We know that there's probably really no way to restrain the guy. There's no prison that's going to hold this guy indefinitely. And even if so, it would be a stupid thing to try. The fact that people got pissed off that Superman snapped his neck, a man who was frothing at the mouth with the desire and a lust to kill and maim and murder. The fact that people took issue with Superman ending that guy's life in a moment where he actually had him at a disadvantage, to me says all I need to say about what comics and what the character Superman has done to people and what he's done to their brain. That should never, like, there should never be a moment where we're going, oh, he snapped the evil, murderous man's neck. Yeah. And everybody's now alive because of it. Yeah. Omni-Man is cool, mostly because it's J.K. Simmons. I do like J.K. Simmons. I can get on board with that. I like J.K. Simmons. One trope that I get infuriated with is, I can't tell her I love her because insert villain will use her against me. And what happens? The villain uses love interest anyway. Yes. Sam Raimi. That's the director. Yeah. It's... And again, on Honey Badger, that's another one of my beefs is they're not trying to disguise the fact. Really what it is the tension of having a hero with a secret identity and having a love interest that doesn't know who he is. That tension keeps a lot of things alive. There have been many instances in series and stuff. Once that she knows the identity, once that tension is gone, that, will she find out? How is she going to find out? How is he going to keep it a secret? All the things that she's saying to him that she doesn't realize she actually is saying to the hero, all of that, when that's gone, there's a huge vacuum there. There's a lot that you lose. So it's smart from a narrative standpoint to maintain that tension, but you're right. The justification, she use it against me, or she's gonna hate me for lying to her, whatever it is. Like, there's no, okay, well then she's never gonna know, you're never gonna be with her, so what does it matter? You might as well tell her and she won't be with you anyway. Like, but yes, I agree with you. That they used against him all the time, and because they leave him alone. Oh, another thing I hate is, like, when Rings of Power did with Sauron, is the need to humanize the villains so that we connect with him. Oh, No, and Honey Badger, I agree with you 100% on that one. I don't need to. The villain is not there to be related to. We should not have compassion for the villain. We don't need. The closest they've came to doing that, and I think they did a good job, but it does kind of fudge the waters, is again The Rock. Ed Harris's character. This is a retired military man. Everything he's doing, by the way he got the rockets, the way he got all the gas, was done in a decidedly non-lethal way. They shot people with tranquilizers, essentially. So nobody killed. They're holding people hostage, yes. His plan was to release them no matter what, and he was never going to launch the rockets. We know that he is not going to jeopardize people's lives. Everything goes off the rails, of course. But his intention is just to get justice for people that were killed, who were disavowed by the government. They were pretending like they didn't exist, and nothing happened. He has righteousness in his cause. He has a good reason to do what he's doing. And he really hasn't screwed anybody over. And it makes it nuanced, but it also makes it hard to root against the guy. The way they fix that, though, is they make the mercenaries a bunch of tool bags. They make them bloodthirsty a-holes. And so you go, okay, I'm sympathetic with Ed Harris, and I'd like to see them work it out. As soon as he's out of the picture, we're back to being able to hate the bad guys again. So no, I don't. There's no reason to sympathize with the villains. Are, as my video about weak characters, strong characters, or weak women, or no such thing as strong women. There's no such thing as strong men either. The villains are inherently weak. They have nothing. They don't grow. They don't change. They're stuck in their one way of doing things. We're not supposed to relate to them. We're not supposed to like them. We're not supposed to sympathize with them. So I'm 100% agreeing with you there. It doesn't mean that they can't do things that may look nice, like Palpatine, the way Palpatine treated Anakin. That was a good way of they didn't make him sympathetic, but it made the evil more sinister. I think it made it more sinister and more subtle, and that's how evil works. And so I thought that was actually good. But we're not supposed to be like, oh, but Palpatine's such a nice guy. Personally, idolizing someone for not killing the bad guy, I think stems from the misinterpretation of thou shalt not kill. Yes, Honey Badger, yes. Which is bizarre, though, because I kill was misinterpreted in the Hebrew word for murder or the malicious killing of an innocent. Right, exactly. What blows my mind, Honey Badger, is not long after the Ten Commandments, or even before, up to the Ten Commandments and after the Ten Commandments, God saying, kill. Hey, these people are doing child sacrifices. They're on the land. Get them the heck out of here. Kill them all. Like, or at least as I would say, that's, whatever. So the idea that, like how people maintain that mentality when the Bible itself is very clear that like there's a distinction there, anyway, but yeah, I think you're right. But then there's plenty of people that don't believe in God and don't believe in that. They still have that kind of morality because it's very simple, and it washes your hands. It makes choices very, very simple. It's like playing aggro. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to go, you know what? I have to grapple with this. It doesn't force you to take on the weight of that, because a normal, rational person who does not delight in destruction, death, or violence, it does stuff to you. I mean, there's a reason why soldiers come back with PTSD. They see things, they experience things that human beings we're not supposed to endure. And that doesn't mean we don't do it. That just means that there's a part of us that breaks. There's a part of us that is tainted. There's a part of us that is grieved. There's a part of us are conscious that, you have dreams, you have nightmares, and it may last your entire life. The faces of the people that you had to kill, times. You have to come to grips with the fact that that a human being does not exist here because of you. And it doesn't matter how bad they are. It doesn't change the fact that that's a life. But it is still that is incumbent upon the good people to do that to wickedness and wicked people. And to miss that is ugh. Thanks for explaining everything, Schwartz. I think it boils down to I want my knights in shining armor to be that, knights in shining armor. I don't need them to be human with all the human flaws. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I get you. Having a character that is wholly good is okay by me. But that's my thing, Honey Badger. We just agreed. Not killing people doesn't make you a good, wholly good person. In fact, you could argue that Superman is not a wholly good person because he doesn't kill. Spider-Man is not wholly good because he doesn't. Because in that misrepresentation of goodness, they're actually allowing people to die. They're allowing for the murder to continue knowingly and willingly. Every time Superman lets Lex Luthor go, he doesn't kill Lex. He knows Lex Luthor is wicked, that he conspires to destroy and to kill and to promote his own gains, and yet Superman allows him to live. I would say that makes him not a good guy, because he is putting his whatever view, however we want to say the reasoning for it, he's putting that above other people's lives. And you say that you're protecting people, but you allow a perpetual threat to people to continue to exist. That's incongruous with your messaging. And that would be interesting if the comics chose to portray it that way. That to me would be a flaw. That to me would be a problem, something that he has to work through. And maybe sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't, whatever. But they don't go that route. And so he is pristine. But like I said, I think there's a time and a place for it. But when I see Superman playing nice with the bad guys, that takes that thrill out of it. For me, if I'm going to see somebody kick butt as an invincible avatar of goodness and a knight in shining armor, he needs to skewer the dragon, not try to be friends with it. Though I think that they work better in a fantasy setting, Jack Reacher and James Reese being set in the real world, I see how it's a little more difficult to do that. Right. So, yeah. St. George slaying the dragon, for example. I know nothing about the story. I just know this knight in shining armor slew an evil dragon. I'm okay with that. It's a good story. Yeah. No, absolutely. And again, it's exactly what I said. He slew the dragon. He didn't go up there and go, but the dragon is probably not all that bad, and he's a product of his environment and probably got made fun of, and other knights probably poked him with sticks, but I'm sure he's got a good heart. So we're just going to put the dragon in a cage. How unsatisfying is that? So I'm with you. We should not sympathize with evil, but as Gandalf also said, do not be too eager to deal out death and judgment. Right? Not because evil should not be vanquished, but because taking the name of justice in your mouth does not make you a rightful dealer of death. No, absolutely not, Jonas. That is very true. The problem is, well, not the problem, I would say. I'm not religiously Christian myself, but I agree that the judgment of dealing death belongs to a higher power, if anyone. But then how do you... I don't disagree, but it says don't be too eager. To me, that's the distinction. Wickedness, I have been... Whoa! Legends just kicked me out. It says do not be eager. And to me, that's the deciding factor. Biblically, it says the wicked delight in murder. They delight in violence. They delight in destruction. They say, hey, what can we do to harm people? What can we do to bring about wicked? What can we do to cause mayhem and chaos? There is a delightfulness. There's an eagerness to do that. Somebody who is reluctant to take a life, I have no problem with. Somebody who's going, I don't want to do this. Don't make me do this. Like, stop fighting me, or however you want to phrase it. So I think it is that is because he doesn't say don't deal out death and judgment, because Aragorn does it, Legolas does it, everybody does it, Gandalf himself does it. But he says don't be too eager to. Don't look to do that. Don't have that be your first option. I think that's 100% fine. But to say we shouldn't do it at all, and that only God can, or the whoever. I mean, that doesn't work in the Lord of the Rings universe, and I don't think it works in ours either. So I think it is that eagerness, and to me, that's the distinction. Like, because you can say, okay, well, this hero is violent. Why is that good? And a bad guy being violent is bad, because the hero doesn't want to be violent. The hero doesn't want to punch somebody's face in. The hero has to do that because the bad guy will not stop. The bad guy is using lethal force. If you're not using lethal force either, you're at a disadvantage, unless you are a Superman and you can't be hurt by it, in which case, okay, slow clap for you, Superman. You didn't take out the bad guy who can't possibly threaten you. Well done. Most of us, in fact, here's the thing. On one of the videos, there was somebody who came back at me, and it wasn't mean or anything. It wasn't aggressive, but he was saying, because I kind of said what I said about Superman. I was like, All Might at least, is willing to do these things, and I said, because they were talking about how Superman, it all comes down to his character, and people like the key important thing. It's not his powers, it's his character. I'm like, bullcrap. If you take the characters away from Superman, he is a very boring person. Nobody cares about Clark Kent. Nobody is interested in that. There are plenty of people in this world who are Clark Kent. Good-natured, good-hearted people, compassionate people. What makes it interesting is you give him these powers and enable that goodness to do the things. If you take the powers away, it means nothing. And I said, look at Superman 2, the movie. We had a brief moment where Clark is without his powers, and what does he do? He bleeds, whines, and goes back and tries to get his powers. Nobody was rooting for Clark. They didn't try to make him stand on his own 2 feet. They didn't try to give him fight training and have him go against Zod with whatever, boxing training or kickboxing, whatever he learned. No, he gets his powers back and then goes to fight him. And this guy tried to say, well, but since then, Clark has started training with guns and swords. and martial arts training to kind of shore himself up to get good so that he's not just reliant on his powers. And I said, isn't it interesting when Superman is factoring in an existence without superpowers, he's using lethal force. He's training with guns and knives. And I'm sorry, I don't care what universe you're in. I do not buy for a second that he's training with guns and knives to skillfully disarm and incapacitate his opponents. When Superman goes, hey, when I don't have my powers and they're trying to use lethal force against me, I need to respond in kind. Like, I can't just play nice. I can't just be like, okay, you go over here, little guy. I have to fight to win. I have to fight to and that's going to involve me killing them. So I mentioned that. I was like, I think it's great that he's training to do that thing. I approve of this. But it's interesting that without his powers now, Superman is willing to do what he thinks is immoral or wrong to do as Superman, and is willing to actually kill because he realizes that that's what we human beings have to do in order to confront evil on its own terms. If you're fighting somebody who's trying to kill you and you're just trying to make sure that you don't hurt them too bad, you're at a huge disadvantage. You're probably going to lose because everything that you could possibly do is probably going to hurt that person considerably and possibly kill them. If you're going, no matter what, I need to make sure I don't kill this person, you're going to be playing with kid gloves and you don't win a fight that way. So I think that's the distinction, like Jonas, I would say, is if you're trying to, if somebody's coming to take your life or the lives of other people and you're trying to fight them without killing because you don't believe you have the right to do that, you're going to lose. You can't fight holding yourself back or refraining from doing things. You need to be gouging, punching, biting. This is your life you're fighting for crying out loud, or somebody else's life. You can't play nice, you know? You got to go out, you got to go for the jugular. And even Superman apparently is doing that when he doesn't have his powers. That comes back to my statement about taking the name of justice in your mouth. It's a claim of representation. Or, I mean, hey, I'm totally fine with the heroes. I mean, I don't think Punisher says I'm doing this for justice. I just think he says bad guys need to die. And I'm okay with that. I mean, and in the Bible, we talked about this a little bit. Jehu? He did David's dirty work. He went out there and killed a whole bunch. He was an assassin, man. He was ruthless, and he did a lot of things for David in the name of Israel. And God said his gray head is going to go down to the grave in blood. Like, he is a man of war. That's how he's going to die. So even then, even if you're saying, well, he did the things that he was told to do, he served the king, David told him to do these things, he was obedient, the fruit of that is still, you're going to die by the same sword that you used to kill. Like, that you've chosen a life of violence. The same thing with David. He's like, you can't build my temple. You're not going to build my house because you're a man of war. I want it to be built by a man of peace. And so that's why Solomon was, took on the thing. Of course, he was filthy rich at that point. But David was a man of war. There were limitations on that because of the life that they had to live. It's not without consequence. Even if that's your calling, even if that's what you're supposed to do, he still says, hey, there's a barrier there. There's still, that's the life that you live. And that was your calling. That's what I asked you to do. That's what I wanted you to do. You did a good thing, but you've got blood on your hands. And this is not the life for you. So I think it could be both. I don't think it's just because I did this in your name, I killed people in your name, everything's honky-dory. It's like, yeah, you did. It's kind of like there's a K-drama I've mentioned before called Goblin, or The Great and Lonely God, Guardian, The Great and Lonely God, where there's this guy, he fights for his king, and he's amazing. He kills all these people, all the bad guys, because they're trying to invade and all this kind of stuff. And when he eventually gets killed, actually gets betrayed, but he gets killed. And this God character, he's called the Almighty in the show, says, yes, you did amazing things for your king and you saved many lives in the kingdom, but you still took lives in doing so. You killed many of my children while doing so. And so he gets like a blessing and a curse. He's given immortality, but he also can't die. Like he's got to do certain things. And there is an eventual end that comes with the show, but the idea is it's both a blessing and a curse. You can't die, but you can't die. So you can fight and do whatever you want to do, but you don't get the release. You have to watch people that you love get old and die. You don't get to die with them. You don't get to have a normal life. You are perpetually staying alive. And anyway, it gets off on that. But it was just that idea that, okay, yes, you did these things. And yes, you were protecting your family and friends by doing this, but you were still killing other people. That's not without consequence. That doesn't mean you're condemned to hell. but it does mean that what you've chosen to do, which was not a bad thing to do, it's still going to wear on you. It's still going to eat at you. It's still going to be a thing. And I think that's the other thing. As a good person, you're knowing I'm going to have to live with this. So you're going to be much more reluctant to do it because, it's not like in a movie where like, oh, I just killed these people and nothing comes of it. I do agree with you, Jonas. Just because you think you're doing something just doesn't mean you're in the right. Many dictators in history thought they were doing is just. And which makes a distinction between motivation and intent. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. But there are differences. Motivation is your reason for doing something. Intent is an end result that you want. Something that you're trying to get out of it. If your motivation is to save somebody else, that's the end result. I'm trying to save this person. If it requires me to take a life, or requires me to maim this person or do whatever, my intention isn't to do that. But my motivation is self-preservation. And so I don't necessarily have an intent to do these things. So there is a distinction. So you can do things out of a good motivation, and it doesn't mean that your intention, the road, like you're not saying, oh, well, my intention was for this. It's a much more raw, visceral thing. Doesn't make it right. Two peoples of different but similar faiths can both declare holy right to destroy one another. Doesn't make it right. Exactly. But again, you're not doing it. But here's the problem, Jonas, and I guess this is the key. Two peoples disagree. One declares war on the other one. What is the other one supposed to do? If this one says we've decided that we are going to wipe you out because you do not have our religious beliefs, whoever that, I'm not saying that's any in particular. I'm just saying in this scenario, one says we're going to wipe you out. Our existence is to wipe you out. That's the only way that goodness can be restored. The other one may be saying, look, we don't want to fight you. We don't want to kill you. That's not like we can disagree. Our faiths can disagree. They don't have to be simpatico. We're not going to try to kill you, but what do we do if you've made it clear that you are going to try to kill us? We now have to kill you in order to preserve. That's how you have a fight. That's how you have a war. But I would say in that situation, neither one is there is one that's in the right and one that's in the wrong. Whereas yes, if you have both sides going, our faith is right, we're going to fight and kill you because of that. Yeah, that's a problem. Now, if one side is going, hey, your religion does, inherent in your religion is these things, child sacrifice, mutilation, slavery, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying, again, there's no real world application that I'm thinking of. Then it's not even so much you're waging war against a religion. You're saying, okay, you're trying to impose these things on the people. We're saying no. And you're going, well, yes. And I think then it gets a little muddy, but whatever. The dragon is misunderstood. I can fix him. See, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, see, it's funny, but that's what we're seeing. That's what we see with our modern heroes. Don't be eager. I think this is where due process comes in. But look at our legal system, though. It's not a justice system. It's a legal system. It is incredibly flawed. Incredibly flawed. How many people have been executed? We know, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's not a small amount of people who have been unjustly convicted and even killed or died in prison. Either way, it doesn't make it any better. Whether you killed them outright or whether you left them in prison to rot for the rest of their lives was done just. How many wicked people, how many people who have killed and will ultimately, as we know from history, go to kill again, who are let off on a technicality? So due process is not justice either. Just because there is a system in place doesn't mean that it's right, doesn't mean that it's good, doesn't mean that it's without corruption. So it's not, to me, it's not a default. It's like saying society. Well, if society is okay with it, then it must be okay. No, society is not the determinant of whether something is right or wrong. Our justice, our legal system is not a determinant of whether something is right or wrong. And our due process is not in any way, shape, or form. It's not even intended to bring about justice. It isn't intended to satisfy the law. The law is the means and the end. Our legal system does not bring about justice. It hopefully does, but it is there to satisfy itself. If a lawyer can use the law itself to get his client off, whether everybody in the world knows that client is guilty or not, the law is satisfied and the law says you can go free because I have been satisfied. My measure, my requirements have been met for this person to be allowed to leave. Does that mean that person is not guilty? No. Does that mean that person is not, should not be held accountable? No. Does that mean that person could very well, we know with the what is it called? Not the reciprocity, the rate at which people return to the same crime or the likelihood that they return to the same crime that they were convicted for or that they were accused of. Is he suddenly going to be like, whew, dodged a bullet there, I'm not going to do anything bad anymore? Some people might, but for the most part, recursory rate or whatever it is, more than likely he's going to kill again. He's going to do that same thing again. The law, it's a miscarriage of justice. We have that phrase, miscarriage of justice, is a big deal. Our legal system is there to satisfy itself. So why we hold that to any kind of standard, why we say, well, now we got to go through it. We know how corrupt it is. So I don't know why that would be considered better than somebody saying, here's a guy has killed people. Somebody's mother is dead. Somebody's father is dead. Somebody's sister has been murdered by this person who did it just for the heck of it, who did it for poops and giggles. Giggles! This person shouldn't be allowed anymore. This person is an affliction on humanity, is fully aligned with wickedness. Why do we need to have a system in place that could very well, by virtue of corruption or simply the flaws in the legal system itself, allow that person to go out and do it some more? Why is, like, there's so much emphasis placed on the, like, oh, it's not our right to condemn a wicked person, evil. And I'm not talking about arbitrary, like, oh, well, they believe in this religion, or they rooted for this sports team. We're talking about overtly wicked stuff here. We're talking about they've gone around and murdered people. This person, he's done things to women that should not be done to women. Like, why are we having moral quandaries with going, well, let's not pass judgment. I'm not judging the person's soul. That's for God to do. That is not a judgment of that person's soul. I'm simply saying your actions make you unfit. Inherently, your disdain for human life has made you unfit to live, to coexist with humanity. You are more of you have made yourself a liability. It is more risky to allow you to live or to exist in our society than it is to eliminate you. That's your own doing. And I think it is the unfortunate thing is it is to give compassion to and to say, well, to stay our hand against overt wickedness is to at the same time grant leniency to it, and therefore put in peril and put in jeopardy unnecessarily the innocent lives. If it was a negative sum, if it's like, okay, we can if we spare this person, nobody else will. What if, and it doesn't happen in the book as far as I know, as far as I can remember, but what if by letting Smeagol live, Smeagol kills Sam? What if on the steps of Mount Doom, Frodo, by staying his hand, the pity that stayed his hand, what if that led to Smeagol killing Sam before he eventually took the ring and threw himself into the fire? How would we feel about that then? How would we feel about, like, what would Frodo say to Gandalf? Now, granted, obviously, if Smeagol was still the only way to get the ring into the fire, then you go, okay, well, that's unnecessary evil. But I think that changes the dynamic. We don't see Gollum kill any of the good guys. He kills orcs. He does, whatever stuff. He doesn't actually get them killed. He tries to. But after that, after he tries to kill them, like overtly tries to kill them, aside from his initial attack on Frodo when they kind of calm him down, and then they bring out Smeagol. After we see Smeagol, this is the first time that he's tried to kill them after they bring out Smeagol. They have no more fellowship with him. They're at odds. The next time they see him, he's trying to bash their brains out, and essentially Frodo pretty much curses him and says, if you touch me again, you'll be cast yourself into the fires of doom. But I'm pretty sure it's implied by the power of the ring there. That statement, that curse, is part of what brings Gollum into what ends up happening. He says, but yeah. You killed this man off with your head. Okay, wait a minute. What if it's self-defense? What now? That's what I think Gandalf meant by being eager. Don't pass judgment on face value. There's more to this than meets the eye. But, to be fair, we know that Gollum, most of what Gollum did was not self-defense. We know that he was deceitful, that he was very mischievous at the very least, and that the ring did corrupt him. But once it's corrupted him, what do? He tried to kill Bilbo. And Bilbo says that. He's like, look, I was just saving my own butt. He would have killed me if he could have. I was lucky to get out with my life. And, so I do think, and look, if the problem with what Bilbo did, and it's not actually a problem, but the real world issue is, you could say pity stayed Bilbo's hand. He could have stabbed Gollum, because Gollum was frantic. He was like, where's my ring? He's looking around, and Bilbo could have stabbed him in the back essentially and killed him. One, he didn't need to do it in order to escape. Now, granted, he almost cracked his head on the roof. It could have ended very poorly for him. But what if Gollum had gone around and slaughtered a bunch of people after that? Like, I think the vindication comes, okay, pity stayed his hand. Gollum really only preys on other wicked things. We don't know of him killing any other humans or good people. Although I think they say there was a creature that came in the night. There's rumors of a creature that comes in the night and steals, babies out of the cribs. I think they're referring to Gollum. Anyway, that's the only thing. Though I am in favor of capital punishment, as am I. But again, none of this is talking about petty theft, and even theft in general. I mean, that it needs to be punished, but I mean, we're talking about almost exclusively about murder or, again, unspeakable things done to people. Where there's no question about it. But to be clear, I agree that a good person is one who knows when to wield their sword. Right, exactly, Jonas. I remember you making that quote, saying that the good person is the one not who doesn't unsheath his sword, but one who knows when to do it. But I am wary of creating the image and brand of goodness that can be then wielded as a justification to deal out judgment against their enemies. When in reality, it's not a good and evil situation, but an in-group and out-group situation, but you brand it as good versus evil. I know you hate the prequels, but Palpatine taking the highest seat of power and destroying the Jedi was in the guise of the good of democracy. Right. Well, and see, that's where I have a problem with the phrase, the greater good. That's a big problem. When I'm talking about a hero killing a villain, it's not for the greater good. Well, it is in a manner of speaking, but it's the vanquishing of evil. And I would say that what we're talking about here, like there are shades of nuance, but there are definitive times where it's not about the in-group, out-group. Like if you kill somebody because it was convenient, because they have something that you want, because they looked at you the wrong way, because you have deep-seated hatred for them, because like any number of reasons really other than self-defense or preservation or a freedom. Like if somebody is trying to take away your freedom, actively trying to take away your freedom, I would say that's, you do what you got to do to preserve that, whether it's on a personal scale or a big scale. To me, those are pretty black and white. Like that's not, it's not like, oh, you're a group that I don't agree with. It's this group is actively trying, this person is actively trying or has killed people. Like to me, that's not a grouping. That's not a you're I don't know. I mean, and now I guess to your point, Jonas, that person could say, well, I did it because these people don't believe what I believe, and so therefore they are poison on the earth. You could justify it, but I would still say, like we had that discussion, I'm like, I'm not going to fight someone. I'm not going to swing at somebody unless I feel like my life is threatened. I'm not going to do it because you make me angry. I'm not going to do it because we disagree on our personal beliefs. I'm not going to do it because you voted for somebody that I didn't like. I'm going to do it when you immediately threaten my life or are an immediate threat to my freedom. And I think that's pretty clean cut. And you can justify that however you want, but that's when I justify my taking action, is when you are going to do those things. And I would argue that if I'm not doing those things to you, you don't have a reason to kill me. Not a justifiable one. But I mean, that's open for interpretation. But if we leave it as completely relative as that, then again, then you're stuck with, well, we can't kill anybody because they all have a reason for doing it, and who are we to say that their reason is wrong? I know that's not what you're saying. I know that's not what you're saying, but I think that's where it kind of goes, or can stray. Evil men will corrupt good institutions, like Palpatine with the Galactic Republic. Yep. I disagree with capital punishment, if anything, because they don't trust the judgment towards its own citizenry in the hands of the state. Not saying some don't deserve it, but I do not trust the state to wield that power. And okay, and that's a good question on the Badger, because that was going to be my initial question as well. Yes, but the difference is that someone is wrongfully convicted of a crime, they may be released. You can't bring an innocent man back to life. And what if they're not? Life in prison without choice of parole. You're arrested at 20 and you die at 60 years later, never having seen the outside world again. For the record, I'm not arguing. Yeah, exactly. No problem. I treat this as philosophical. Yep, exactly. Yep. Hypothetically, the state could lock me up in a little cubicle, never see the light of day again until my dying day. I never see my family again. I'd never step out of my cell. Because that can happen to an innocent man doesn't mean that it should be done away with or that the power ought to be wrested from the state. I admit many innocents die from wrongful convictions, but that doesn't mean that capital punishment never gets the actual criminal and should be done away with. And because humans are flawed, mistakes will be made, severe mistakes with serious consequences, but capital punishment is a net good in my opinion. Yeah, and that's kind of where, because I have a friend, Jonas, same as like we agree on a lot of things, but he's a police officer, no less. He does not believe in capital punishment. He's like, I'm like the only person on the police force that I know of that doesn't believe in capital punishment. And he said, for the same reason, he said, you know, I don't, one, he's like, I don't think that humans have the authority to do that. You know, kind of what you were saying, the authority is in the higher power. And also he's like, you know, it's God's judgment, you know, one way or the other, because he is a believer. But then my question is, but is it then right to put somebody in a cage for the rest of their life? Like, why do we have the authority and the right to do that, but not that? And like you're saying, I mean, there is a finality to death, certainly. But again, mistakes can be made. You can have somebody in prison for life who dies in a cell. And I mean, I guess you could still say levels of magnitude. Well, okay, yes, but at least there's a chance. Yeah, and it's hard because I remember having a discussion with somebody, you know, we talked about, like, he was erring on the side saying, hey, there's a lot of innocent people that get wrongfully imprisoned or killed. And I say there's a lot of guilty people that are released and they kill again. So, you know, either way, you're like, to err on the side of one way or the other, it's still an error, and it is still either it's killing an innocent man or it's allowing a guilty person to go out and kill innocent people. So I don't know, but yeah. And again, I'm not arguing either, but it is a curious thing. I don't operate from net goods. I operate from the rights and liberty of the individual. They were wrong and sad, but because whatever percentage were wrongful, we can't get rid of it. Operate from net goods. I operate from the rights and liberty of the individual. So Jonas, so if in an if, again, trying finding the common ground there, if there was a way, undisputable, unquestionable, not a problem, to ultimately say, yes, this person was absolutely guilty of doing these horrible things to these 5 women. If that was undisputed, and we knew for a fact, somehow in this magical world, we knew for a fact that this person did this to these people, would you then be okay with it? Is it only the fact that innocent people could possibly be killed? Or are there, you know, more facets to it? Or is it simply, look, most of the time, or the belief, I guess, because I think there's plenty of times that we know for a fact, one way or the other, whether or not the system does it the correct way is something else. But, you know, but there are definitely times where we don't know, you know, and I think more so back before cameras and DNA testing and all these other ways that we have to really have a much better picture. But you got somebody on camera butchering 5 people. You see him do it. It's right there. The DNA's, like, all the evidence is there. And you go, okay, why are we paying for this person to be allowed? What rights and liberty does a person like that still have? And I guess, I mean, that does beg a bigger question. Do you still see, like, I remember people saying, hey, this, again, I don't think I'm allowed to say the word on YouTube. That's why I'm not saying it. But this man, who we know for a fact tortured and did unspeakable things to these 3 women, it's inhumane to give him a shot in the arm that kills him. And I'm like, well, first of all, inhumane would be what he did to those women. Second of all, this is a responsibility of a governing to make sure that this person does not have access, is not able to do that again. It is incumbent upon them to do what they need to do to make sure this person never is able to do that again. And I personally don't think that society should be burdened with the cost of that. But I lost my train of thought now. But yeah, but is that, do we still consider that person a human? If you act as an animal, like what some people do to others in the way they kill them, and we're not talking like, oh, I shot him while I was running away. We're talking about some really horrific things. You see that and you go, what's human about that person? At what point do you say, okay, well, you still get due process. We're not going to just say, oh, well, you know, this guy ran and he looks like the guy, you're dead. If we prove it in a court of law, these are the inhumane things that you did. These are the unspeakable acts that you did to another human being out of your own bloodlust. At that point, what freedom and right does that human being have anymore? when you are so far afield as a human being that you have no scruples, you have no problems eviscerating and destroying other people's lives, why do we afford you at that point? Why should society be required to afford you any freedom or right beyond making sure that you're actually the one who did it? Or rape. Okay. Yes, then I agree. The problem is ultimately that the power to wield that judgment can be mishandled intentionally. Okay, and I understand, Judge, because this goes back to our discussion about how big we want government to be. So I get your perspective there. It's because again, and Honey Badger, I think, and that's something where, when I was younger. I mean, and I still do agree with the capital punishment, but I do get the caveat and the very real reality that you've got people that are willing to lie, cheat, and steal, like lie about stuff to get their political opponents either incarcerated or killed. The corruption in government, the corruption in the court systems, the corruption in those things make it, I think he's saying, far more likely than we would like to believe that people are wrongfully put in prison. And so I think it's coming from the idea of, I'm an average citizen, but I said something that the powers that be don't like. If they have the power to kill me and all they have to do is falsify some stuff or pay off whatever, it gives them the power essentially to manipulate the system and kill or incarcerate people for reasons that are not justifiable. But if you can manipulate the system, which we know they can, we know that our system can be manipulated, is highly susceptible to that, and it's very easy to bribe and to pay off or to threaten people and get results that you want. It does make it a much more precarious thing when it comes to when there's any amount of uncertainty. And so I think that's where we got the common grounds. Okay, yes, we're not saying that people who do horrible things should be allowed to live, but we need to know that they've done those things and that it wasn't done, again, because the news can twist things. We know this. We know the media can twist things. We know it can twist reality. It was a book or a movie. I think it was a movie. Maybe you guys know this one. I don't remember all of it, but I remember it was in trying to hunt down, there was some guy, it was like a bomber. He blew himself up. But there's a guy who's like, I think there's something screwy about that. He goes to investigate and goes down this rabbit hole and finds out all this corruption. And in the end of the movie, he finds the truth, but they end up using him, or they kill him and use him as a scapegoat, essentially making him another terrorist. And so he dies trying to stop the government, trying to stop the corruption, but they spin it in the media as yet another terrorist meets his end, thankfully, at the hand of his own bomb. So they use what he was trying to do to stop them and twist it to make it sound like he was a terrorist trying to kill other people, and they stopped him. And fortunately, the only one killed was him and his associates. I can't remember the name of the movie, but that was a very chilling tale. And it was like, well, how much of that is true? How much of that is we're being told, oh, this was a really bad person? And how much was it that wasn't really a bad person? He just had a view. He was going to expose these people, and they used it there. That makes it a hard thing. Let's see. Can I ask, sorry, which ones? Oh, those. I'm sticking with just those as the worst of the worst for the point of the discussion. Imprisonment. The important thing is to separate them from the rest of society. In the past, they could simply be banished from the land. Imprisonment for life, chance of parole or no. But here's the thing, Schward. We live in a fallen world. No justice system is going to be perfect. No, I know. I'm just, what I'm saying is I understand that, because again, I'm a small government person. So I'm understanding, and Jonas and I had talked, and we have that in common. So I think that perspective is to be leery of giving a government that is, very, very keen on corruption. Like, in other words, I'm seeing, I hate to say this because it sounds like I'm not fence sitting. Like I said, I have one opinion, one way or the other, but I do understand the caution and the being leery of that, because I guess what it comes down to is how partially. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Jonas, but Honey Badger, if you think about it this way, what if it was you? What if you're the one facing that system? You know you're innocent. You didn't do it. But because this exists, you're just done and away with. And, you're on death row for however long, 5 years or 10 years or whatever it is. And eventually you're off, and it's unjust. It's not right. But so I get that. But then I flip and go, okay, well, for my personal belief, okay, well, I do believe there's a God and I believe there's an afterlife. So I'm going, okay, this really sucks. It's not just, I'm going to fight it to my last breath. But ultimately, my hands, my life is in God's hands. And that it cuts both ways. When we talk about God doing things one way or the other, I believe in inverted miracles. I believe just as many times as we say, what are the odds that, this person showed up at just the right time with just the right amount of money to help get me out of this tough situation that I was in where I lost my wallet and this person just happens to show up. It's a miracle. Like the odds of that happening. My bill was $45. And this person shows up out of nowhere and just goes, wait, how much? I happen to have $45 in my wallet. We would consider that a miracle because the odds are so astronomically small of something that ridiculous and crazy happening in real life, in our way of living. But I think the inverse can be true too. What are the odds that we know for a fact this has happened. Now, granted, it doesn't always work out for everybody, but a loved one who was supposed to be on a plane, but because some random thing fell off the shelf. It's been bolted to the wall with freaking anchor bolts and everything, but that thing fell off and landed on that person's foot, and now they can't fly. They had to go to the doctor, and they missed their flight. And that flight ended up, not going well. Now, again, like I said, it gets a little dicey because you go, well, what about the people on the plane? And that's a whole other conversation. But, or a better one. Forget that one. Let's scrap that one. It gets too complicated. The person who has some freak accident, and because of that accident goes to the hospital, and only because of that visit do they find the cancer that had just started to go or was beginning to grow. And so because of this horrible accident that was not fun and was not good, ultimately some really awesome good came out of it that wouldn't have happened otherwise. I call that like an inverted miracle. It's hard to see that as a miracle sometimes. It's hard to see it as a miraculous thing when it's something we don't like. But all that to say, I think it cuts both ways. We say, okay, if somebody's life is in God's hands, that works both ways. If God doesn't want that person to die, he can do things, amazing things, to free them or to spare their life. There's been stories like that, people on death row getting bailed out or things happening, evidence coming to light that was, who knows where it came from or how it came up, but it came up at the last minute. So you can say both things. And I know, Jonas, you don't necessarily subscribe to that, so I'm not trying to hold you to that. But I'm just saying I think that can go both ways. For my friend who does believe in God and says, well, it's not our place to judge. Okay, well, if it's wrong, if we're wrongfully doing something, then he can step in and correct it. And I'm not saying that that's incumbent upon God to do that. I'm just saying it does cut both ways. If you're going to say, well, if God wanted this person dead, he would have had him killed. Well, if God wanted him alive, he would have spared him. If you're going to argue that. I don't think that's necessarily the case. But yeah, it goes both ways. No, not all are the same. Even horrible criminals are individuals. And depending on the person, some may be able to correct their course and eventually become a normal citizen. I mean, they are individuals, Jonas, but then if okay. I mean, again, I have scruples with the phrase, evil triumphs when good men do nothing. And I go, I think evil triumphs when good men don't do enough. Because you can do something, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's what is needed. And what is needed may not be pleasant. It may not be fun. It may not be something that makes you feel good, but it doesn't mean that it's not needed. And so for me, it's like, okay, if somebody who does horrible things, again, I hate to use the example, but the most innocent among us are the ones that really, get you, goes in and butchers somebody's family, the dad, the mom, and the two kids, does that and steals some of their stuff. To say that he may change his ways, I think that, I call that BS. To try to factor that in. This is not somebody who did something and then was like, oh my gosh, and he turned himself in and said, I don't know why, I don't know what I did. Oh my gosh. This is somebody who delighted in it, somebody who took their possessions and went off and sold. This is happened. This is not making it up. These things have happened. To me, that person is not, I don't care. I don't care what they may or may not do. That's not, they committed an atrocity, horrible thing to somebody in society, and they celebrate it afterwards. That's not somebody who I'm going to believe is going to have it go like, you know what? Maybe I did the wrong. Maybe that wasn't a great thing. So, and maybe that's what you mean by not all are the same. But we're not talking about first-time offenders. We're not talking about accident. We're not talking like manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter. We're talking about convicted people who have done really horrible things. I don't tolerate wickedness. I don't. And to me, that is overtly wicked. I don't care what walk of life you come from. I don't care how you define it. To me, there has to be wickedness, and evil cannot be a relative term. If we say it's relative, then we've lost, because you can't define anything as wicked or evil, because somebody is going to say, well, it's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. So unless we can say that there's a definitive measure of that certain things are qualified as wicked or evil, we're screwed. Because then that phrase, evil triumphs when good men do nothing, that's how it prolificates. That's how wickedness takes a hold. You know, the only people that really don't want wicked people to get to no longer exist, typically it's wicked people. I don't think any good person says, yeah, I want overtly wicked people around. I want to pay for this wicked person to stay alive. That seems like a good way to spend. That's a good, with limited resources and in limited vein that we have, I think it's okay for us to pay for this person to have 3 hots and a cot for the rest of their life. That seems like a good thing, especially considering the victim's family and those people are going to be paying for that. That doesn't feel like justice. That doesn't feel right to me either. So wait a minute. Woke up again and there's capital punishment debate. I hope I didn't start out on the pineapple pizza. Depends on the toppings. Yeah, Denise, I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, wars have been started for less. That's all I'm going to say. You know what? We're there have been, pineapple on pizza. We're determining whether people who have pineapple on pizza, capital punishment should be applied to them. The reason I ask is ultimately, what is the difference between life imprisonment without chance of parole, where you die without ever seeing the free world again, and capital punishment? Your right to life is not taken away. And again, now, Honey Badger, that's where I say that. To me, that is you have given up your right to life once you show disdain and contempt for the life of another person. And again, not a murderer. If you take the life of a murderer, that's completely different. But if it's a human, just another human being, and you say, hey, I don't like you, I don't think you should live anymore. You're at that point, I guess the better way to say it is, I think our rights are intertwined. Once you show that you do not have respect for somebody else's right to live, just for whatever thing, not because they're taking your freedom, not because they're threatening your life, but just because whatever reason, because you enjoy it, because you were having a bad day, because you got angry, whatever that reason is, once you've determined that they know that another human being is not deserving of that right to live, to me, that's your right is tied up in that as well. And so you say, okay, well, you reap what you sow. Like you've decided as a human being that other human beings don't need to live. That disqualifies you as well. That's kind of how I, honestly, that's kind of how I lean into it as well. But the better question, which is my point, if any human rights can be granted or removed, who then holds that power? I believe they are natural, or as you might put it, God-given, and not for any institution to grant or remove. I agree. For example, the Constitution doesn't give us our rights here in the U.S. It protects our rights in spite of the government that may try to take them away. There we go. We got some common ground here. I don't think rehabilitation equates to doing nothing. If anything, I think it may be a harder thing than leaning into mere punishment for punishment's sake. It's not, Jonas. It's preservation. That's the key. That's something that people conflate with God all the time. They're like, oh, God punishes the wicked. No, there's consequence. It's called consequence. And to me, it's not punitive. Like, to do this, if I say, like, I'm doing this to make you hurt, like, I'm not saying I want this person to die, or I want to execute this person because I want them to suffer, or I want to stick it to them. It is irresponsible as a society to continue to sustain and allow people who have taken lives for, again, these myriad of horrible reasons, or done these really horrible, wretched things to other human beings. It is irresponsible of us to allow them to exist in our society. It's not punitive. Again, there's no delight taken. If a society is going like public executions, honestly, the capital punishment, like I said, personally, I don't have a problem with it, but the whole make it public as a stance or whatever, or to be cathartic, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't know exactly where I stand on that. I haven't had to think about it before. But to me, it's not punitive. It's not we're doing this because we don't like you, or you did a bad thing and now you're going to be punished for it. It's you have made it very clear that you are not compatible with society. Therefore, it is our responsibility to make sure that you are not able to further harm society. And to Honey Badger's point, I go, like you were saying, I don't think an institution should take away your rights. Well, freedom is part of that. And so to take away somebody's right to freedom, i.e. to imprison them in a cage, it's just a prolonged death. You're saying you can't read, you can't grow, you can't become anything as human. We are taking away their rights. We are taking away things that we're saying you have the right to. Unless, now I don't know, you may say that there are, that we don't have the right to be free. We don't have the right to come and go as we please. If you say that is a right, that is a fundamental right, God-given or naturally given, then taking that away is still wrong. To your point, you're still saying I'm taking away something that you should have naturally because as a punishment. The only difference is, as you say, it's not final, but it's still caging a human being. It's still taking away that freedom. An institution has that power to do that. And I mean, along with, now granted, I'm not going to argue that this is an exception, not a rule, but just as you have a chance that person may be innocent and get off, there's a chance that they may find false evidence that gets them off, or there's a prison break, or they say, hey, you know what? We've arrested all these people for these things. We need to make room. We have 25 murderers. Well, these are the ones that didn't seem quite as bad. We're going to let them go because we don't have the capacity anymore, because we just got an influx of really horrible murderers in the past 10 years and we don't have the capacity anymore. And then you start going into, okay, now we're spending money. Instead of spending money on bettering the society that exists, we're going to spend money on making sure we can take care of and imprison people who have done horrible things to society. And that doesn't sit well with me either. I don't think we should be paying. It's like, well, okay, well, if there's not enough room, we need to expand the prison. Why are we making our prisons bigger instead of expanding schools, expanding highway, making life fight? Like, again, I think the dicey point comes, and I'm not saying it's a point of contention necessarily, but I think part of it is, again, the rights of a criminal who has done horrible things versus the rights of a person who has not. And I think there is a point where those rights are compromised. You have those rights as a human being until you prove yourself to not be human. And I think it's very inhuman. It is not a human characteristic to murder and to destroy and to mutilate people because you just disagree with them. Or again, unless, like I said, if your freedom is being taken away from you, or for unjust reasons, or your life is being taken away, those are reasons to defend yourself, to fight and to kill. But anything short of that, killing, to me, you're no longer a human being, because human beings don't do that to each other. That's not something that we engage in. If there has to be a distinction. And to me, that's good and evil. And if we can't make that distinction, then I think we have an issue. Let's see. Wait a minute. And I'm with you, Jonas. Rehabilitation, but that's another problem. That's another issue altogether, Jonas. And I'm glad you brought that up. Our prison system, I don't know about it in your neck of the woods, but in America, our prison system is not in any way, shape, or form designed to rehabilitate people. I mean, you could say, yes, okay, they provide schooling. Again, this is taxpayer dollars, but whatever. They're providing schooling. You can do with these things, but prison is ugly. And bad things happen in prison to people a lot. Typically, people don't go into prison and come out better. It does happen. I think that depends a lot on the person, but I don't think you've got people going in there that have done unspeakable things and they go into a place where unspeakable things happen to them and they have a change of heart. It does happen. There are people who find redemption and have a change of heart in prison. I would say it's a very, very small percentage of people. And to be fair, if they do and they're on death row, in theory, if they truly believe what they believe, they're going to meet their maker and they're redeemed in his eyes, but there's still consequences to what we do on earth. And I'm not one to try to beat out consequence. But I mean, there is a natural consequence to things. But my point is we do not have, and so to create an environment and to create a prison system that is not only confining, but also rehabilitory, that is a huge, huge, huge investment of personnel, of finances, of everything. And so again, we're going, okay, the right of this person or the benefit of trying to redeem somebody who has done horrible things. Why are we spending the money and the resources on trying to make that person better instead of benefiting the people who aren't doing those horrible things? I think that's I think that's a fair question, but as it stands now, we do not have a prison system that is conducive to rehabilitation. It can happen, but it almost happens in spite of the system as opposed to as a result of it. Our founding fathers understood that our rights are God-given and the government has no right to take them away. However, here in the U.S., they also adhered to the Bible, and the Bible says that unjust executions are still unjust. Not trying to preach, just stating where I'm coming from. I have to respectfully disagree with you on public execution, Schward. I think that public executions serve a purpose to dissuade potential criminals from continuing down the road of lawlessness. And if someone murders someone, takes away the victim's right to life, the murderer's right to life is now forfeit. That part I concur. Can I just step back and say what a great discussion? It is good. I mean, because it's still respectful. I don't and the thing is, I've spoken with both you and Jonas enough that I don't think we're all at disparate points. I don't think there's anybody here where there's a fundamental disagreement on reality or anything. I think we're all examining nuances or different valid perspectives on something that is a big deal, and none of us are trying to argue to say you're wrong or you're bad or you don't have any morality then or you're completely twisted. It's saying, but have you thought about this? Have you considered this? And the bottom line is, unfortunately, as it relates to what we're talking about, broad policies that are applied to individuals, and every individual is different. As Jonas is saying, there are people that genuinely they're misled, they're deceived, and they do something because they didn't know any better, or they really thought it was the only way out, or what have you. And those people probably very likely to be rehabilitated once they learn what the truth is. You have people that are just inherently wicked, or not inherently wicked, but they have chosen wickedness and they do things, and there is no turning back for them, and they really should be expunged. But we have very inefficient ways, or pretty no way, to determine that heart. And so we're almost having to make heart judgments in a broad sense. And I think that it's going to fall short on one side or the other. And the question just is, do we, either way we err, and either way lives can and will be lost. Freedoms can and will be lost. And so and so Honey Badger, I remember when we actually had to do in my high school, we had to do a debate on different things, and we got assigned a topic and a perspective on it. And I got the death sentence or the death penalty, and I was supposed to argue for it. And unfortunately for my opponent, he did not come well prepared. He kind of stammered and stuttered his way through it. I got up there. I had my note cards. I didn't actually read off them, but I had it down pat. I was like, picture this. You get home. Your mother and father have been murdered. They're bleeding out on the floor. They're calling out to you in pain. Like really painting this graphic picture and everything. And did the whole thing. And I actually got some applause at the end of it. Anyway, I don't know how many people actually agreed with what I said, but it was a very whatever. Anyway, but in the research, if I'm not mistaken, the deterrence. Now, the problem is with using murders as an example. The problem is there are so many loopholes. There are so many things that there's no direct correlation. if the murderer or whatever, they can see the death and they go, oh, that sucks to be them. But they know damn well that our system has full holes, that our law enforcement is reactionary. They know all these things, and so the problem is because it's such a sieve when it comes to justice and everything. They don't make that connection. It's not a certain thing. Is my point. If it was you do this and your chances of dying are 95%. I mean, there is a reason. It's unfortunate that it still happens. It doesn't happen as often, thank goodness. But like, you kill a police officer, it's pretty much instant death sentence. Like, that's pretty much it. If you kill a police officer, you're more than likely going to whatever. And so, despite the fact that police officers are kind of are taking point on a lot of forays into the dark underground and bad things that happen, the amount of police fatalities, while still significant, and no one, I'm not diminishing any of them, but they're not as frequent as you would think as somebody who is working a job like that, where you're intermingling with criminals every day, because it is a guarantee. There's very little question. You kill a police officer, you're done. The problem with and I consider it a problem, but I mean, you may not, but the problem with our system is there are so many ways out and loopholes that if it's not something concrete where you do this, you will get the death sentence. There's so much leniency. Oh, well, what if I give up the big guy? What if I give you names? Like, there's so many ways that we give leniency. There's so many ways you can wheedle out of that, except for something like killing a police officer, and like I said, I think that is a deterrent, because there is no gray area there. It's like, you're going to fry for this. Like, it's going to happen. Count on it. I think that it does act as a deterrent, and only in certain circumstances with deranged people or whatever are they actually doing it, because they know damn well their life is pretty much forfeit. But we don't have that level of finality with all crimes, even horrible ones. We know that there are people that get off, and they know that there are people that get off. So in the back of their head, it's not a deterrent, because they don't imagine themselves ending up in that situation. If they do, they're pretty certain, because we have a very malleable justice system, that they can get away with it. So I think bottom line is my understanding that they found that it wasn't an effective deterrent, that places with, or, citizenry with the death sentence, it doesn't actually diminish the rate of crime. Because it's not a guaranteed thing. People don't see themselves in that situation, I guess. But if only our politics were this civil. Well, and the catch to it, unfortunately, is we're all talking about this as just what none of us here are trying to make a law. I think it does. I think what makes politics messy is if all three of us were sitting down and going, we need to determine the laws of how this country, or how this chat is going to handle these things, I think then it starts to get a little bit more edgy, because now the values that we're talking about, our perspectives that we're sharing, now they're at the risk of not being able, now that they're at the risk of being sidelined or marginalized or not put into effect. And we would see that as a slight. I think all of us, like Jonas, I think he very well says, hey, I don't think this should be a thing. I don't agree with this. I think differently, or I think, and so none of us would feel right conceding the point. And so I think that's how politics gets so ugly, because once you're in a position to actually make true decisions and that are going to impact society as a whole, it becomes a little more personal or a little more voracious. Whereas we can all just say, at the end of the day, agree to disagree, or, hey, I've come away enriched from this conversation, but we're not going to have to worry about our policy and how it's going to affect the rest of society, including ourselves. Good point. There may be a higher inclination towards your views if your existing systems of punishment result in a higher amount of reoffenders. Well, and that's the thing. What is it? Hang on. Recidivism. That's what I was thinking of. 82%. 82%. Okay. U.S. Department of Justice of recidivism rates in 24 states concluded that 82% of individuals released from state prisons were rearrested at least once during the 10 years following a release. Within 1 year of release, 43% of formerly incarcerated people were arrested. Now, we're not talking about murderers here, but that's a pretty damn high recursion rate. So, wait, what? 4%? Oh, 4% rehabilitation rate. Okay, yeah, I would. That sounds about right. Which, I mean, if you want to consider, if you say they don't, because it doesn't say that they got rearrested for the exact same crime. So if we want to say that if 82% are the people that maybe are not rehabilitated, then that would say that there's 18% that are. But exactly, kind of going back to our Batman discussion, if murder set free from prison and murders again, is the governing body complicit in that second or third murder? I come from a country where recidivism rate is in the lowest in the world. That makes a difference. Notice where the Bible says that punishment for a murder is death. You missed that comment. Oh, did I? And if a prison system can make criminals turn their life around, that's great. If they don't fall back into the criminal lifestyle. Is in Norway. Yeah. And honestly, Jonas, I can probably put the pictures up, man. If you see Norway, nobody wants to commit a crime in Norway. How can you not be happy living in Norway? It looks gorgeous. It's idyllic. It's heaven on earth. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it really is freaking nice. But yeah, so right or wrong, our recursion rate is pretty damn high. And if that's factoring in murders, that's a pretty big deal. So whatever you guys are doing, Jonas, either your criminals are super soft and they're just mischievous and they're like, man, let me see what I can get away with. And it's like, okay, that didn't work. I'm okay now. Or you guys are doing something in your prison system that needs to be duplicated here. Actually, it's on badge. I'm missing this part. It says, no, where the Bible says punishment for murder is death. You missed that comment. I mean, I saw that you were saying, what is it? Because you said not trying to preach. And you said unjust executions are still unjust. However, here in the U.S., they also adhere to the Bible, and the Bible says that unjust executions are still unjust. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics in the U.S., 66% of the people released and roughly half the country will be arrested again within 3 years. In 10 years, it jumps up to 82%. Okay, so that's where... So yeah, the study I was looking at is, I don't know, from 2023... November, but it's 24 states. So within 1 year, almost half, and within 10 years, 82% is the numbers that I'm seeing. Wow, Norway hasn't had the death penalty since 79. Oh, jeez. I think the last account of capital punishment here was related to military treason after the German occupation of World War II. Jeez. Wow. Constitutionally prohibited since 2014. So treason, in other words. This would get messy. Today our law is as follows. Any human being has a right to life. No one can be condemned to death. And I do agree with that. So, right. And I see where you're coming from. My fundamental philosophical beliefs just makes it impossible for me to agree. Understood. I'm looking at Norway right now. It is gorgeous. Yeah. And so, yeah, so Jonas, I guess that's, I agree with that. The problem is any human being has a right to life. No one can be condemned to death. But that is what it's being. If you murder somebody, not you, but if somebody murders, they have been condemned to death, not by due process, not by any kind of anything. Somebody has condemned them to death. Why is there no punishment for that? Why is the punishment for that something that is more lenient? If everybody has the right to life and no one can be condemned to death, then what do you call it when a murder takes a life? That is condemning that victim to death. So, whereas, I mean, that does, so the way that's phrased comes off as protecting of criminals, to speak nothing of the protection of the right of the victim or their family. Like, so I guess that's where, like, I agree with the law, that's 100%, but once somebody breaks that law and condemns their victim to death by virtue of their actions, why that, to me, that should change the dynamic. Like that's as a society should be. I agree with that. That there shouldn't be anything. But once that law has been broken, once that dictate, any human being has a right to life. Once that right to life has been taken away, I think that should reframe that statement, or there should be an understanding that changes the dynamic, because you're no longer in a reality where everybody has the right to life. Now, certain people don't have the right to life. Their right to life was taken away. Why should the people who took those rights away, why should they still have rights? Why should they still be allowed to interact with society, or to be a part of society? Even if it's in prison, again, you're still getting fed, you're still getting taken care of. Now, if we want to go to the prison system of the Bible, and it's not of the Bible, but of the ancient world, where you were thrown into a cell, and if your family didn't come or your friends didn't come and feed you, you starved to death. So if we want to make it where it's like, hey, you are incarcerated, no chance for parole, and your existence depends on people who care about you, I might be more on board with that. What I don't like is the idea of somebody being perpetually taken care of in a system, in a government, in a world, in a country where nobody gets that. I mean, there are criminals. I'm not saying there's a lot of them, and they're certainly not committing murder. But there are criminals who are like, hey, you know what? It was easier in prison. Like, you were guaranteed to have meals. They weren't great meals, but I don't got a job. I ain't got nothing going on here. At least I understood how the system worked. I don't think that's common. I'm not saying that that's a thing, but there are some really nice prisons, and I'm not saying nice in general, but nice compared to, tax dollars, like society is paying to house people who have said you don't have the right to life. My belief is you don't have a right to life, and I've demonstrated my belief by taking a life, by taking multiple lives, by mutilating people, by doing these things, and I feel no remorse for it. Why does that person still fall under that? Is my question. To me, that's a paradigm changer. That changes context. That changes everything, because now you are dealing with people who have violated that. So just as you would feel it would be wrong for the government to condemn somebody to death, like you would say that's not right. What would you do if you could do something? If the government executed somebody, and let's say they deserved it, and the government executed, if you had precedence over the government, if you could then say to the government, hey, you don't have the right to do that, what would your punishment be for that? What would your recourse be? What would you do to the people who made that decision to condemn that person to death? If you could preside over that, believing what you believe, that any human has the right to life, if that government violated it, what would you do to that government? I guess that may be something more similar to where my brain is at. If you would do things to that government, if you would say you have violated this contract, this social contract, by doing this, and therefore you must be, this must happen to you, what would it be? What would that punishment be for that government having done that? Right, but the point of how the murder is dealt with is to do with protecting society from them. Right. And that's a legal system I can entrust to the state. Bolivia's like that. Even when my family was down there, the family of the incarcerated is responsible for their food and well-being. Going back to medieval and earlier history, way back in the day, we did do things this way. It was called blood revenge, legally sanctioned killing of the murderer of your kin. It did not protect society from murder. It created a cycle of hatred and violence. Well, that is the problem with what, again, the comic book morality of if we do it, we're no better than they are. If my granddad looked at your granddad funny, or if let's say that your granddad and my granddad were pursuing the same gal, like a tale as old as time, and she chose my granddad, and your granddad murders my grandfather, that is an unjust killing. That you do not have the right to kill just because you didn't get your way. That's throwing a tantrum on an exponential level. So I don't mean to make it. We'll switch it around so it sounds less bad. Let's say she chose your grandfather, and my grandfather said, well, screw you, and he kills your grandfather. My grandfather was not justified to do that. That is wrong. He is wrong for doing that. If somebody, and the problem is, the reason why that's a big problem for society is, when else is he going to kill again? Why else would he kill again? If he killed because he didn't get what he wanted in that situation, what happens when the prized pig that he wanted to have for his barbecue is taken by somebody else. Is he going to kill them too? We don't know, because he's already set out a precedence that if he doesn't get his way, that he feels he's justified in killing. That to me is a volatile person that society is better off without. If somebody says, you know what, that guy is dangerous, not you killed my father and I'm going to kill you because you killed my father, but you killed my father unjustly, that's a distinction between the two killings. One is saying you did it because you didn't get your way. I'm doing it because I don't want you to kill the rest of my family. I'm going to kill you because I don't want you to kill other people because you don't get what you want with them either. And so it's not I desire to kill you because it's revenge, because I get what I want, because I'm punishing you for killing my dad. I'm saying you have done something that made you a rabid dog. You are unfit to be in society because you think you can kill just because you didn't get your way. And so that murder, like my murdering grandfather is killed by your family member. And that's where, in theory, it should stop. Because at that point, justice has been satisfied. The person who unjustly killed has been killed justly and rightly because he was a problem, a societal problem. He was a liability to society because his behavior demonstrated a lack of respect for life. The problem in what you're talking about in that blood revenge is there's no discrimination between a just and unjust killing. It's saying, well, oh, you killed my grandfather, and all I care about is the fact you killed my grandfather. I don't care why you did it. You killed my grandfather, therefore now I'm going to kill your grandfather. And I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. It's a very selfish and a very stupid way of going about it. And that's going to be the end result. But the problem is we have a society where they fail to discriminate between the person who started the fight and the person who defended themselves. We equate the two and we say, well, one is no better than the other. If you kill, you're no better than they are. That's the conflation of those two things. There's a big difference between somebody who starts a fight and somebody who defends themselves amidst that fight. There's a difference between killing somebody because you don't like them or you didn't get your way and killing somebody who has proven that they are willing to take lives when they don't get their way. One is a societal, one of them is can kill at any point. We don't know. The other one is only going to kill if somebody proves that they are a societal liability and not perceived as a societal, not because they said something or because they behave in a certain way or they smell horrible, but because they actually did it. And so I think the problem with that eye for eye is there's no distinction made. It is a revenge killing. It's literally, you took mine, so I'm going to take yours. But it is disregarding the reasoning behind it. And that is the problem. And that's a problem with, I think, our society now. And a lot of it is we say, you're no better. If you punch back, you're no better than the guy who punched you. I'm defending myself. How is that in any way, shape, or form the same thing? I'm not going to go around punching people because I'm a bully. I'm punching people who punch at me. So you, teacher, don't have to worry about me punching you. You might have to worry about that bully punching you. If you do something he doesn't like, he may punch you. That person should be treated differently than me because the only reason I'm going to punch you is if you punch me first, like me personally. Yes, if somebody comes at me and is with an axe and is trying to kill me, I'm going to defend myself. And if it means killing that person, that's the way it goes down. But society doesn't have to worry about me running around with an axe trying to kill other people because the only reason I killed the person was because he was trying to kill me. And if society can't see that distinction, we've got a problem. My issue with not wanting to trust the state with death penalty because it can be turned against the innocent populace. My argument is to soak in life imprisonment. Well, think of what the punishment for thievery was, cutting off the hand. That's pretty severe. Sparta, I think, was like that. And actually, places in the Middle East, if I'm not mistaken. I know for a fact that they were going to cut Aladdin's hand off. No, they were going to cut Jasmine's hand off. I remember that. This is historical. This is historical fact. They were going to cut Jasmine's hand off because he thought she stole an apple. We know what happens. Schwartz FBI agent is probably listening to the stream like, what kind of lunatic did I get stuck with? Damn straight he is. Nothing to hear, folks. I understand the distinction between the killings. The point is that there are options to the justified killing. And I understand that it may be unfair to burden society with imprisoning and rehabilitating the offender. I do. But that comes back to my very first point about the power to act upon the power to lawfully take a life. But that comes back to my very first point about the power to act upon the power to lawfully take a life. Well, okay. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jonas. What about this? You have what we call the blood killings. That person. Oh. I am, but we're not. So yeah, so okay, that it isn't that you can just kill indiscriminately and get away with it. You are brought to trial, but the evidence then is brought forward, and you say, okay, here are the circumstances, and then so it's not that it's automatically condoned. It's not like, well, you just did the thing that you were supposed to do, so you're okay to do that. You say, okay, but that's what we have right now. I mean, now granted, we do live in a society where they say, hey, you can't just go around killing people. And like, so even if I kill myself in self-defense, I'm going to be I have to go out on trial. I have to stand in front, and it has to be proven that my life was truly threatened, or that what I did was justified. However that's proven, whether it's craziness or whatever else, it can't just be, oh, I did it because he pissed me off, because like I saw that he got off on the trial. I mean, there was a guy, and honestly, so here's a question. There was a guy, his son was molested, severely molested, by a guy who was trusted by the family. He was kind of a homeless guy, more or less, and he was brought into the family home and trusted and allowed to be in their house. And he went out and essentially, again, did really horrible things to this man's son, and eventually abducted him, kidnapped him, and took him across the country, across the state and everything. And eventually the guy was caught, and the son was returned, but that's when he told what had been done to him. And the father got a tip from the police, waited at the airport, and when the guy got off the airplane, he shot him, killed him. And the guy who shot him had to go to trial, and he was not convicted. He was released. And to me, that is kind of you could say it still wasn't lawful or wasn't right, but I think that's where kind of what we're talking about is that distinction is made. Not a single person on that jury is going to say, like, wouldn't have wanted to do the same thing if it was them. So I think there's an understanding in society. I'm not saying that every jury trial is correct, but I think you'd be hard put to say that justice is served if that man who killed the guy who molested and did horrible things to his son, was let go or was just in prison. Like, why should that be allowed to happen? And that somebody who actually put a definitive end to that he is, that now that he's, that he should be in prison. I don't know. It does get messy. I understand. I get it. I get the difference. Yeah. Okay. Ward 4 is in a debate at 8. Well said. Well said. My point comes back to the natural right to life not being something to introduce to decide upon for several different reasons. Right. I got that. And you're saying, and I'm pretty sure you would agree, because it hasn't been said, that when somebody does violate that right to life, that doesn't change at all. And I'm not saying that to be slight or to be dismissive. I agree. The natural right to life not being something to be taken. But now you're saying institutions. So would that mean that an individual then, if the right to life has been violated, that the institution may not, but that it can be done by others? Okay. I got you. Okay. Gotcha. And yeah, I guess that's where That's where our the discrepancy, I guess, is for us there. And the distinction then, because we've talked about it, it's gone back and forth, but just to clarify, the distinction between so you're saying, so you've said essentially right to life, not a right to freedom, that people don't have an inherent right to freedom, a natural right to freedom that the institution cannot take away. The right to freedom is something that can be taken away, hence imprisonment. And the distinction there, the reason why you can take away somebody's freedom, that the government has the authority to take away somebody's freedom, but not their life, is the permanence of it. Is that right? My freedom ends where yours begins. Right. So again, coming back to how does that work when you take somebody's right to life? I mean, I don't think there's anything worse that you can do to somebody than take away their right to life. Why is that still, how does that not, I just don't understand how that, because like the right to freedom or so okay, that's your distinction. Freedom ends where yours begins. So you can be locked, your freedom can be taken away, but your right to life doesn't end where, okay, sorry. No, I got lost in the, sounds fun. I'm currently in Indonesia. Here it's 11:30 a.m. Wish you about it. Let's see, 11:30. So that would have been 3 minutes ago, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. 7 o'clock. Right to life and freedom are not the same. Do I have that correct, Jonas? If you're a genuine, constant threat to everyone's freedom, society's responsibility is either keep you away from everyone else to rehabilitate you where you can exist in society. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, but that's good. We have a lot of common ground. And again, like I said, I don't think anybody, you know, we're all wanting the same thing. We're seeing the same thing, but I guess that would be the distinction. I don't think it's society's responsibility to perpetually that it should be a burden on society to keep somebody who has violated somebody else's right to life, who has shown disdain for that, shown contempt for it. That's where I don't think society is any longer should be burdened with that person's existence. But yeah, so yeah, that would be our distinction there. But I mean, that's, but yeah, no, but again, we're coming at it from just different angles, but that's where we kind of hit our boink moment, I guess. But yeah, and you know, it is what it is, but we understand each other at least. And now I understand where that's coming from. And it's a lot easier to hear it from somebody where the discussion is amicable and the genuine desire to understand where that person is coming from. That's one of the hardest problems. A lot of times the debate is to win an argument, at least speaking from my experience, that can be the pitfall versus, okay, it's not important that we agree, and it's not important that I prove that your point of view is wrong, because I can't do that. Because even, here's the thing, because I remember I got into an argument with a friend, not an argument, but he was trying to justify I can't remember what movie it was. There was some movie that he really liked, but he hated Lord of the Rings, or he wasn't a fan of Lord of the Rings. And he was trying to justify it by saying, well, this movie has this and this and Lord of the Rings doesn't. And I was like, no, Lord of the Rings has that too, and it has this, and it doesn't have this. And we did it for like an hour, and eventually it came down to, I don't like fantasy. I don't like sword and sorcery fantasy. Like that was ultimately what it came down to. And I was like, okay, so I can't change his mind. Like, he doesn't like fantasy. So me arguing the points and trying to justify it and say, well, this is how they're similar. And it didn't matter, because ultimately at the fundamental point, he doesn't like fantasy. So I'm not going to change his mind. Now I can say whatever things and make counter arguments, But at the end of the day, regardless of why his belief is his belief, it is his belief. And so the only thing I can do that is worthwhile is to understand why that belief exists or where he's coming from. You like really get down to that root and go, okay, well, I'm not here to change that. I'm just here to understand exactly why it is you feel that way. And eventually we were able to get down to he didn't like fantasy. And it's not right or wrong, but then I know, okay, we're not going to argue about, I'm not going to ask him to watch whatever other movie. Well, I'm not going to ask him to watch The Hobbit because he would just want to end his life. But my best friend thinks Lord of the Rings is boring and he'll only watch it for the battles. He's still my best friend, though I disagree with him. Lord of the Rings is my favorite trilogy. Well, yeah, Honey Badger, we disagree on almost everything except for the Lord of the Rings being an awesome trilogy. I think virtually everything else under the sun, we found some common ground here and there, but ultimately we disagree on almost everything, which, to be fair, that is a company you share with my best friend, Eric. Yeah, we're almost 30 years friends, and we disagree on almost every darn thing, and that includes some politics. A lot of politics, actually. I mean, we're both, I would say he's very similar to Jonas. Reminds me a lot of Jonas, where we disagree, but yet I can understand where he's coming from. It may not be my perspective, but I understand it, and I don't think any differently. I don't think any lesser of him for it, just because we don't agree. It's just like, okay, well, we have reached a point where we can't reconcile our perspectives further, but that doesn't mean that we're at odds with each other. So you're in good company, Honey Badger. You are, my best friend of all those years. We also don't agree on many things, and I think he even likes pineapple on pizza. Seriously, he's a weird guy. Or maybe not. I think maybe that's one thing where I was like, oh, thank God we agree on that. That's the most important thing. But I really, yeah. And the only thing, I mean, the problem is there is, and there never will be, at least, for our discussion, there is no way, I think, to keep all variables the same, but change like the certain things that we do disagree on, and you can definitively say, okay, after 25 years or 50 years of approaching crime this way, this is how society functions, and this is how people feel about it, and yada yada yada, and all the ripple effects and whatever. And here's another segment, equivalent, and this is how they deal with it, and this is the result of that. Which is a shame, because then you go, okay, well, regardless of what I feel, maybe this is the best way. Maybe that is the right way to do it. It decreases the amount of animosity. It decreases the amount of this and that and whatever, and go, okay, I can't argue with the results. If you want a society that largely functions in harmony, my way of justice or my way of doing things isn't the right way or isn't the best way. It's not conducive to that result. I can still insist that I want it to be done my way, but because it's my way, but this bears it out that, that's may not be the best thing to do. But I was in the middle of saying that he's a great guy, and then you said no. So no, he's no longer a great guy if he doesn't like pineapple pizza. Well, I'm glad, Honey Badger, that if nothing else, that your opinion is conditional, very, very conditional. That is an excellent thing. But yeah, he's no longer a great guy. But he might like the Hobbit movies, or maybe didn't hate it. And I think he liked the prequels. Okay, put it this way. He liked the prequels, and I don't know if he'll even admit this. He even liked the sequels. He was all like, whoa, the going to light speed, the holdo remover was awesome. Until I was like, and what else did you like about the movie? He's like, well, I mean, it had some cool parts. Oh, he's getting better now. Oh, he's getting better. Oh, but it's not great because he doesn't like pineapple on pizza, and he kind of like that. But eventually, that was the thing. I was able, as a true Star Wars fan, I was able to communicate with him why the prequels sucked. And he decided they suck as well. It just took a little bit of, bringing to bear my expertise and my wisdom on the subject matter. It didn't take a whole lot to convince him the sequel sucked. He kind of got that. But he is also one that can be susceptible to, he does read a lot of IGN. So, he's very opinionated. He has his own, makes up his own mind. He's not subject to the whims of the media. But, if enough outlets are pointing out the stuff, like I can say, hey, check out this YouTube where they talk about how crappy this thing is. And he's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But if a source that he trusts, IGN or whatever, says the same thing, it may not change his mind, but he might give it more credibility. Whereas I am the opposite. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what IGN says. It depends on what, I'm going to listen to the facts as they are brought forward by a source that I trust. Wait, sequels? He is no longer a great. I know. Or okay, I know. But he has backed off that, as is most people. Like, you remember how many people were going to bat for The Last Jedi and saying, oh, it was great, and well, you're overblowing it, and Rey's not a Mary Sue, and all this kind of crap. And now, even news outlets are like, yeah, they pretty much torched the trilogy, and the one that came after that was even worse. I mean, it's the same crap that happened, with a lot of the stuff that happened in 2020. It's just very quietly being swept under the rug. All the people that were spewing the hate and saying, you should die and you're a horrible person and you're disgusting because you don't do what we think you should be doing, despite like all the evidence of the past 100 years of medicine being to the contrary. Right. Like I mentioned previously, my views come not from what the ends may be, but from a fundamental philosophical principle of liberty and natural rights. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you, Jonas. Yep. And when you say it's a fundamental principle, it means like that's bedrock. That can't be changed. So like you were saying, entering the equation of something that violates liberty and natural rights still can't alter that. So whatever the recourse is, it cannot include violating that principle. Yeah. I get you. I get you. Yeah. When I think about this kind of stuff, I always think about the victims. And I think about, if somebody had done something to my family, the idea that my tax money is going to pay for somebody to have meals and to be taken care of by somebody, or an attempt to rehabilitate, which again, statistically, at least in this country, not very high. I'm mitigated. The like you were saying, that philosophical principle, which I think in general I adhere to, is mitigated when I start thinking of the repercussions on the innocent and on people that have to live with these consequences. Like there's no recourse for them. There's no, and yeah, I would say that there's really no, yeah, I think we figured that out pretty well. Yep. We do. We all know where we stand on capital punishment. And again, what the focus is, like Jonas, you're saying, it's the philosophical principle of liberty and natural rights. And to a degree, not to a degree, I do respect that, because it's one of those things where if you're willing to fudge it here, if you're willing to fudge it there, then it's not fundamental. It's temperamental, or it's fickle, or it's immovable, it's wavering, I guess. So you can see that as either steadfast or rigid, I guess. It's pretty much the exact same word, or no, steadfast or obstinate, or steadfast or inflexible, maybe. Both words kind of mean the same thing, but one is a virtue, one is a detriment. One is saying, look, I hold to this steadfast. It's unwavering. I hold to this like without moving, which is an admirable thing. But then you can also look at that and go, okay, but that's also inflexible. That's also unadaptable, which isn't necessarily a good thing. So, but then it goes either way. Then you say, for like my position, well, I'm saying in this situation, it reframes how my principles operate. And you can say, well, that means that your principles are in flux, and that they aren't grounded, and that they are ripe for manipulation or whims of your fancy, because they're not grounded. There's nothing rooting them down, which would be a negative thing. But you could also say, well, it's it's flexible and it takes other things into consideration, which would be an asset. So in both regards, having that adherence can be a champion thing and can also be considered a detriment depending on how you look at it or depending how it plays out, as is something that is more flexible. Both of them have their pros and cons. It's just the 120 a day per inmate. It's pushing 40K a year. It would not be a principle, not to start a whole other thing, but I had a whole journey of changing views on other topics because of the same principle. Interesting. Well, what are we talking about, Jonas? I mean, unless you don't want to necessarily, get into it. I'm just curious, like what. I had a whole journey of changing views on other topics because of the same principle. And I'm guessing, Jonas, I'm not 100% sure, but based on our discussion, I'm guessing some of those changes are things that I would personally agree with. Like, I'm guessing based on some of our discussions, things that maybe you thought that it would have been different, but okay, but because of this principle, you're saying, I'm guessing this principle that has caused a disagreement or that we don't see eye to eye on also is the same principle that is probably going to have us see eye to eye on some other things. But it's a very big one on politics that has to do with right to life. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Jonas. And if it is what I'm thinking it is, that is a. If it is, yeah. But I hear you. I do think there are some distinctions to a degree, but like I said, that is my paradigm shifting. But I think it is. Yeah, but if it is what I think it is, then we do agree on that for sure, 100%. With like I said, but we shall not go into that. But that's a big one. That is a big one. You're not wrong. If it's what I'm thinking, it is indeed a big one, and not an easy thing to change a stance on. Especially if you thought about it a certain way for a while. I'm trying to think. There was something I could have sworn for me. Well, maybe it wasn't as poignant, but my trust of government. Because the way I grew up, which was both a good and bad thing, with the exception of Miss Spillers and probably 2 or 3 other people here and there, everybody that had authority in my life did not abuse it. They did right by me in that. And so I grew up trusting authority because all my interactions with authority, or most of them, had been good. And so when I see, government is authority, well, government must be good because all the authority has always been looking out for me. They've always been, for my betterment, they've always, it's always been good. And it wasn't until maybe 10 years ago, 2012, maybe about 20 years ago. So about half my life, a little over half my life, I thought that way. And it was maybe about 15 years ago. 15 years ago, I started seeing things, experiencing things, and then especially more so in the past 5-10 years, gone, okay, no, there is some authority. If you're fortunate, you can have parents that are awesome. You can have school teachers. You can have whatever, the people in authority, pastors or, religious leaders or whatever, who are really good and are not exploitive and are actually good people. But there is authority that can be taken to excess, and there is authority that can be abused. And in fact, there's a history of it, a very well-documented history, prolific, in fact. And even in the country that I always thought, hey, we stand for right, we're the good guys. Well, and changing even the view on America, and not changing the view on Americans or America as a country and what it provides and what's provided me, but on the leadership of said country. Just because the country, the vast majority of the populace may feel one way about something, that doesn't mean they have any say in what actually happens. I mean, they kind of do retroactively. You could say, well, vote them out of office. Well, that may be 3 years down the road. What are we doing now? As far as the world is concerned, America took this action. Most, if not all, the country didn't agree with it, but the people in charge wanted it done. And so it was done. And so, but just understanding, well, no, that there are some things leadership has done that we don't agree with. And while we are not necessarily comprised or defined by those decisions in leadership, it is in fact something that needs to be taken into consideration. And so, it's in a broader sense, I think, but it has changed how I view how we interact with the world, what I think our role in that is. and understanding a little bit more how we may be perceived in that way, and how much I actually trust the people in government, and 3-letter agencies and all that kind of stuff. And boy, howdy, it's a 180. And that comes back to the same thing. If the power to grant or detract has the right to life exists, then who holds that power? I don't believe anyone or any institution do. Right, Jonas, but that's where I say my caveat in that is, like, again, if I'm thinking what you're talking about, there's a difference between a life, an innocent life, a life in general, life of a victim, and somebody who actively takes away somebody else's life. That's the only distinction I have. That's the only difference that I make in it. And to me, I think that's what separates that from that. And that's where my caveat comes in. I think that a societal contract that includes the right to life, if it is violated by one party or the other, it invalidates the contract. I guess that may be the best way of me describing it. For me personally, it's like a contract. Yes, I agree with the contract 100%. But if one party decides that it is no longer held by the constraints of that contract, then that contract is null and void, and they are now susceptible to the consequences for defaulting on that contract. And so in the case of what I think you're talking about, no contract is being violated there. So therefore, that the right to take that life does not dwell in the government, because the government should not be the one to violate the contract. Society should not be the one to do that. And so we'd say, okay, well, we can't do that. We can't intervene in that. We can't take that away. If we do, then we're in violation of the contract. And that's a problem. I mean, how does society deal with that? And I think the repercussions for societies that have decided they have the right to do that have been, I don't know about demonstrable, but they have been, I think they exist, and they're going to be exacerbated. We're going to see, I believe personally, again, we're not going to get into the whole thing, but I personally think you're going to see a difference in the prosperity and the productivity, but yeah, we'll say overall the prosperity as a way to sum it up, of different states in this country. And I think it's going to correspond with certain decisions that these states have made, and certain things that certain states allow and don't allow. I think that we are going to see in the next 10 or 15 years, there is going to be a significant difference in states and how the violation of that contract. 2020 created a lot of distrust in the government and a lot of people that I know. Yeah. As well it should. But I mean, to me, it started earlier than that. Not a lot earlier, but definitely earlier for me. And which really was weird, because I was working security as a contractor with government contracts. And at that point, it was, like Snowden bad. And like, I don't know how well, Jonas, you seem pretty savvy. Honey Badger, I'm sure you know like who Snowden is. From a security standpoint, horrible. And for the way that he got in was not very smart, or it didn't require any big brain thing. It wasn't a big whatever. It was some really stupid decisions by people in authority that had clearances. And he didn't really have a good plan afterwards, but what he uncovered, while I don't know, it's much more nuanced, and I probably shouldn't go into it too much, but idea like protect government. Government is good. All the programs, all things that government does are good and right and justified, must protect government. Went from that mindset and having a job where that was kind of the mentality to one of going, most of what we're doing is probably shisty, is probably negatory, is probably not great, and should be evaluated very carefully. And the whole trust but verify, now at this point it's distrust but don't condemn, more so. Don't forget about your FBI agents that's listening in. Oh yeah. Well, I think Vincenzo is going to get him off my back. The secret agent man is going to come to the rescue. And that's the thing, Honey Badger. We joke. It could very well be a thing that I have no assurance that there isn't. I think I'm a piddly nothing. But, you know, should I be afraid of not being a piddly nothing? There you go. There you go. Bringing Vincenzo back. It'll be nice when he gets back. I do not envy him his move. Now, granted, he's got help moving, but that doesn't make the process any easier or any less cumbersome. He's also moving to San Francisco, which I do not envy at all. I mean, literally, they're paying him to do it, so I get it. But you would have to pay me change life money. Another example of what I was saying about creating a brand of good, which has justification for vilification and antagonizing their evil adversaries. Another example of what I was saying about creating a brand of good, which has justification for vilification and antagonizing their evil adversaries. Are you referring to Snowden, Jonas? Or are you referring to security? Government is the brand of good, like you were saying. Yes. Okay. Right. But I will say, like, government, though, there is nothing intrinsic or inherent about government that makes it good. Like, I would say, like we were saying, hey, you know, if you kill the life of take the life of an innocent person, that's bad. If you protect the life of an innocent person, that's good. There's no, even if you don't necessarily agree with that, which it looks like you do, but like government doesn't have that. There's nothing that says the government is right or is just or is good or bad. We hope that it is. We believe that it is. And in theory, laws are in place that grant that. But I think that's the whole reason why in this country you have that clause that says, hey, we need our citizens to be able to be armed because the government isn't those things. It should tyranny rise up, it is the people's duty to tear it back down. And so we need our citizens to be prepared and ready and willing to do so, because we know the government, even the one that we're going to establish here, like they acknowledge, even with the Constitution, even if they were doing, hey, we're starting on a brand new slate, we're starting with a whole new Constitution, all this kind of stuff, all those wonderful things, brand new world, our independence. But we still know even that is susceptible to corruption and destruction and manipulation and perversion. And so the citizens need to be in a position and of a mindset that when that government oversteps, when that government goes evil, goes bad, it is incumbent upon them to rise up and to cast it down. And I think Jonas, that's still pretty much Honey Badger. The fact that they can label anyone as a terrorist whenever they feel, that's sketchy. Oh, right. I have to agree with that. I was one when 9/11 happened, so I don't remember much, but the Patriot Act is a dangerous act for the government to make. Yep. You have arrived at one of my arguments against capital punishment, only in a different issue, funnily enough. Well, but wait, no, so wait, Jonas, we back it up really quick, because I thought we'd established, I thought, but maybe not, that if there was a way to definitively show or prove without a shadow of a doubt that whoever's been accused of or brought forward by the government or by whoever is in fact 100%, no questions asked, is in fact guilty of those things, that changes a little bit the perception. Now you later said, like, no matter what, it doesn't matter. But I thought it was the fact that the government could accuse you of being a terrorist and not have to prove it, or it can just determine, well, you're an enemy of the state without having anything to back it up. Whereas if it could say definitively, you have done these things that have directly harmed people, not what we perceive your intention to be, not what you said that somebody may have seen as a dog whistle, but you have done these things, treason, what have you, that have directly resulted in the loss of life or in a compromise of the security of the nation. And therefore, here's the punishment for it. I think it seemed to be more of the crux of the matter. It's the fact that they can determine what they decide is problematic versus saying, well, this thing, I think we'd all would like, there's no subjectivity to certain things. Like you can say, I guess, like Snowden. Well, it's not subjective. It did both. Snowden both exposed illegal and harmful things that the government was doing, but it also exposed operations that the government was carrying out that were not necessarily, there was nothing wrong with them, but it exposed the people who were on the ground, and either definitively, or I don't remember exactly, and I probably shouldn't even, say one way or the other, but had that it put those people at risk. It exposed people who may very well have been protecting the security of the country. So because he didn't know, that was the big problem. As far as I'm concerned, that still is a problem. He did not necessarily know what he had. He did not, the information that he was giving out, he did not know exactly what the consequences of it were and what exactly he was saying. It was just, hey, here's all the dirty laundry. But mixed in with that dirty laundry was laundry that wasn't necessarily dirty, and it resulted in people getting killed for doing their job and not even necessarily doing something that's harmful. So it's both at the same time objectively good, i.e. revealing truth about things that should not be going on, and objectively bad in that it resulted in the irresponsible dissemination of information resulted in the deaths of people who were doing nothing wrong. They were doing their jobs, and there was nothing inherently wrong with those jobs. They were being done in service to, whatever. It was liberating people from something or whatever. They got programs on to make sure that there were no more terrorist plans going, whatever it was in another country. I'm spitballing. I don't even have examples, but it was compromising things that you may not necessarily want compromised. Yeah, which is where I can see where you're coming from. The possibility of the state to use that power in the situation of corruption, that is to be precise. The way I see it, the Patriot Act is subjective, whereas capital punishment on the guilty is objective. Right. Yeah. Yeah, the only way it becomes, it's not even subjective, but the way it becomes foggy is because we don't live in that world where we know for a fact what is being done, and evidence can be planted. Again, you can, if you pay off a judge, that's that has a big impact on the trial. And so I think Jonas is saying, like we're saying, hey, in a perfect world, if you could do this, would it be different? It's like, yes, but there's no way to get there. So there's always going to be a problem where it's not necessarily, it's punishment on the guilty is not objective, but guilty is not objective because it's not necessarily proven. It cannot be definitively shown. Not in all cases, but in some cases. I don't know what extent capital punishment may be used over there, but my point would in this case be that corruption and falsification of evidence can occur on any level. Exactly. Okay. Exactly the same thing. Right. So that's the thing. So the hypothetical that we can agree on, unfortunately, is not, there's no way to make that a reality. There's no way to bridge that gap. All it takes is someone to be labeled a terrorist would be to piss off those in power. Look at Trump January 6th. Yep. Which is why I would like a convict to be able to live to see freedom should that be corrected. Right. But again, so just like we looked at recursion rates, I would be curious about like the actual amount, because we know what happens, but how often? And again, the problem comes anytime we talk about broad things like this. When it comes down to an individual, it doesn't matter. Like, let's say you're the family member of somebody who is wrongfully accused and wrongfully convicted. We'll say, the fact that statistically speaking, only 2% of people who actually are executed, who actually go through capital punishment, not go on death row, but people who actually are executed, only 2%, let's say, are found to be innocent. Which you can certainly argue and say that doesn't mean they weren't innocent, but to your point, to say they would have lived to see themselves exonerated, only 2% are able, that only happens in 2% of the cases. Unfortunately, that doesn't matter to that family who's that guy whose father is wrongfully in prison and is either facing or has been subjected to capital punishment. The statistics, the unlikelihood of it happening, doesn't matter in an individual case. That's the problem that I think a lot of people rightfully have. The problem as a society, when you have 350 million people, you kind of have to operate to a degree on statistics and understand there are going to be people who get screwed. And it's not that we're okay with that, but that's where it comes down to. That's the decision made, and go, okay, do we err on the side of, like I said, I would argue. Now I know people, I remember when we did this death sentence discussion in high school, it was like, well, if you factor in the trial for the death sentence or whatever, and death row and all the retrials, it amounts to far more than the cost of, somebody for like 20 years or something, like paying for them to live in prison for 20 years. I'm not suggesting that, I would suggest that the system decidedly needs to be changed where that's not the case. There's no reason for retrials and for all of that stuff to cost the amount, to cost what it does. But I would say personally, like, and again, it really comes down to if somebody is guilty or not. If somebody is genuinely guilty, I would rather pay $50 a month out of my own pocket for the rest of my life, that to know that person who did horrible things to my family is no longer a part of society in any way, shape, or form, that I am not supporting that person. I'm not allowing them to stay alive and to enjoy whatever they enjoy, to get that education, to get those things that may or may not lead to rehabilitation, especially if they're not, if we say life without parole, well, what good does rehabilitation means nothing. Unless we're saying we're willing to let this psychopath back out. What was it? Was it Ted Bundy they did that to? They actually had arrested the guy for murder and they let him back out and he went again and murdered some more. But anyway, I would rather pay $50 a month to know that person is no longer being propped up by society than pay $10 a month to give them 3 hots and a cot for the next 60 years. Like, I think there is a level of injustice that makes that very hard to swallow. But again, that's operating under the assumption or the belief that is unquestionably what happened, and that person is in fact guilty of what they've been accused of. Which is why I would like the convict to be able to, in the case of speaking of a case of a corrupt system falsely convicting an innocent man, to be clear. Right. And this comes back to my argument not being a practical one. Many evils may be conducted in the name of practicality. I lean back on Blackstone's ratio. I'm not familiar with Blackstone's ratio. Jonas, what is Blackstone's ratio? But Jonas, conversely, couldn't you say that many evils can be enacted on principle? Because principle is subjective. It's a personal thing, but just because it's a principle doesn't mean it's a good one or a right one. I'm not saying yours isn't at all. That's not an implication. I'm just saying, just as practicality can be conducive of evils, I would say principles most certainly could be as well. So it doesn't place it outside of it doesn't place it outside the potential to fall prey to exactly what practicality dictates. Let's see. Better to let 10 guilty persons escape than 1 innocent suffer. Oh, is that what? Okay. See, but is that? But here's where I come into a problem, because I have 2 different views on this. One, and this is something that happened. I posed this to my friend, and I don't care about talking about it at this point. When we were talking about COVID, I said, what was it? It's the difference between the certainty of death versus either the perceived or realistic high probability of death. That there is a distinction between the two. So there's that part of me that says, okay, if you definitively kill one person, that is absolute. That is saying we know we are killing this person who should not be killed. At the risk of, let's say, 15 people being killed by those 10 persons that are allowed to go free. It is not definitive. It is not 100% locked in that those 10 guilty people that are let go are going to kill 10 more people. However, that is the statistic we're dealing with, and where that recursion rate comes in is you're saying, okay, you either have 100% chance that one person is going to die, or you have a 82% chance that 10 people are going to die. And that's where I am kind of torn, because I'm like, I don't believe in, I'm not a big fan, I should say. I err on the side of, let's deal with the definitive. Let's deal with this. This is a certainty. I don't want to be playing I'm not worried about the odds at this point. But when I made that distinction, it was a one life for a life. And I think that's the difference here. You're saying, it's essentially saying, if the question was to definitely let one person go, or to definitely kill one person, or possibly kill one person, then I say I'm okay with that principle. But when you talk about letting 10 people go, guilty people, we know they're guilty, letting those 10 people go that we know that are guilty, knowing that there is a very high percentage, at least in this country, that they're going to go and do the exact same thing again. You're essentially saying it's the Batman Superman thing we're talking about. Okay, Batman says, well, if I definitely kill Joker, I'm taking a life. I would rather put him in a system, even though I know this system is like a sieve and he's going to get out again. The chances of him getting out are very, very high because it's corrupt and the system sucks and Joker's that clever and he's gotten out 5 times before. I'm saying that I'm not willing to definitively take the life of a murderer. Again, I think that's a factor. That's got to be a factor. It's not, he stole some stuff, or hey, he made a mistake here, or this is his first time even. This is a repeat offender, murderer, psychopath. I don't think it's right to take that life definitively even if it means that 10 people might die or have a very high likelihood of dying by me not killing him. So I think that's where it comes down to a life for a life. I'm going to take the definitive over the chance. I'm going to say, you know what? It's not okay to kill an innocent person, even if it means that there's a chance that like somebody else might die. It's 1 for 1, but letting that many people go, knowing that they could do something again, and the odds are very good. Again, where is the right to life? Where is the right to safety? Where is the right to all of that for those victims that we're letting guilty people go out? But hey, I got to go. Talk to y'all later. All right. Who is punished for killing this? Who is punished for the killing of this innocent? Well, that's what I was asking you, Jonas. Actually, I mean, it's the inverse, and I don't know. I think we both may be short on an answer. If the killer goes free, if the system lets the killer go free and the killer kills somebody, who's responsible for that? To me, it's not a numbers game. Well, I don't think I mean, not a game, but it's you skipped the precious post. The precious post. What's the precious post? Previous post. What? Star. What's the previous one? But bye, Honey Badger. Bye. Who is punished for the killing of this innocent? To me, it's not a numbers game. Which one did I skip? Google. I lean on Blackstone. Is it Blackstone's ratio? Is that? Am I missing something in that? Criminal law principle states it's better to let 10 people. Okay. Right, and we innocent until proven guilty. But if you're proven guilty, Google may have messed up if it's not showing. Oh, I see it. Wait, unless I missed it. Yeah, it's saying, yeah, Blackstone's ratio is a criminal law principle that states it is better to let 10 guilty people go free than to convict one innocent person. And see, I have a problem with that because it's not saying it's better to possibly let 10 guilty people go free than to convict one innocent person. I know. I fundamentally disagree with that. Yeah. Could be a blacklisted word. Here it is again. Oh, crap. Really? Seriously? It's being edited out. So you're trying to type a word and it's, but what about the quandary for you? Should an innocent person, for some reason, be it corruption or incompetence, be unalived, the principle the system operates on is itself guilty. Right. Right. But the opposite is then true as well. If the system lets somebody go knowing that this person is guilty and has done this behavior before, has unalived somebody, and they unalive somebody else, who takes responsibility for that? And I'm saying I don't have an answer for that one, but I don't think there's an answer for mine either. One way or another, somebody's getting screwed unjustly. But who pays for that? Either way, nobody. The system is not paying for it. The system isn't going to take responsibility for letting a criminal back out on the street when it knows that it's guilty and even possibly even knows there's a miscarriage of justice. It may know that the only reason why that person is out is on a technicality and that he killed this many people and he goes out and kills again. You let him out on a technicality because, the legal system, and he kills again. What repercussions are there for the people that made that decision? There aren't any. And just like for me, admittedly, there aren't any for that innocent person. That there's no, I mean, especially for somebody who's unalive, you can compensate the family financially, but that's not adequate. But in neither case can the system actually be held accountable. Yes, someone is always getting screwed. In the scenario of Blackstone, it's not stated that the system knows those who are free are guilty. Okay, in the version I'm reading, it does. So it says, Blackstone's ratio is a criminal principle that states it is better to let 10 guilty people go free than to convict one innocent person. So it's establishing that those 10 people are guilty and they are being let free. It's better. It's saying that regardless, essentially, it's saying even if we don't know, but we're saying, even if all 10 people that we let go are in fact guilty, it's better that happened than one person who is innocent be held or be convicted or, yeah. So it is giving you that number. It is saying 10 guilty people should be allowed to go free if it means that one innocent person isn't held. And my thing is, those 10 guilty people, when they go out and they do something, then the point is that those punished by the system must be certain. If an innocent may be punished under that system, it is unfit for judgment. Right, but that same standard would be held in the other direction too. They have to be certain that they are not guilty, or that they have to be certain that they are in fact innocent, which the fact that our system is set up where you're innocent until proven guilty, if you are able to prove that those 10 people are guilty and you still say they should go free, and if an innocent person may be punished, but that's any system. There is no system that we agree that we are innocent until proven guilty. Okay, right. That is a principle, right. But then then you're proven guilty in a court of law. You can say it's fallible, but by that standard, there is no such system that is inoculated from prosecuting or from convicting an innocent person. It doesn't exist. That's an impossibility. But we can't just say, well, then we can't do it. We have to work with what we got. And I think the best way, I agree that the best way to start is to say you're guilty, you're innocent until proven guilty. I 100% agree with that. But again, that statement says even if they are guilty, it's better that they go free than for one person too. It's a 10-1. It doesn't say it's better to let 10 people go and not know whether they are guilty. 10 people go not knowing if they're guilty than to knowingly convict one person. It's saying it's better to knowingly let 10 people go that are guilty than to convince one person. It doesn't mean those proven guilty should go free. It means you can't say it's okay to punish innocents as long as you punish the guilty along with them. But that is saying, though, that system, like, you're misreading the meaning of the quote. But what that is, so I think I understand what you're saying. But it is saying, so you're saying, if a system that requires that allows for one person who is guilty or convicted to go free, or to be one innocent person to be convicted, that there is no amount of justification for that system if that one person who is convicted unjustly can go there. I'm saying, though, if there is a system that is able to convict rightly and correctly 10 guilty people, and that same system is either likely or guaranteed to convict an innocent person, but it is convicting those 10, knowing what those 10 could do, because you're saying it, I mean, it doesn't mean that they should go free, but that's what would happen. I mean, there's no justification for conviction. No, there isn't. But there's also there is no justification for letting guilty people go either. So again, I don't. If I am misunderstanding the quote, I think it's an unfair quote, or it's an unfair comparison, because you're saying, hey, you can't knowingly convict an innocent person. And I agree with that, but you can't also knowingly let guilty people go free. And our system does allow for that to happen. There are people who are released that we know damn well they're guilty, but because of the law, because of the way the system is, it allows them, the loopholes, the system, whatever. It's a legal system, not a justice system. Our system allows guilty people to go free. We know this for a fact. So what then? Why should that system be okay? Because, again, those people go out and they commit crimes on the populace. That system isn't justified either. So I agree there's no justification. Your argument then is that because the practicality of convicting more guilty people, innocent convictions is an acceptable collateral. That's what it's arguing against. Because of the practicality of convicting more guilty people, innocent convictions is an acceptable collateral. I would say it is, if a system is designed in such a way that there are people who will, the guilty people will be found guilty no matter what. That guilty will always be found guilty and be treated as such. And that in that system there is a chance, because of the way the system is set up, because of the structure of it, there's a chance that an innocent person will also be found guilty. But that those 10 people, that every, in other words, every person who is guilty will be found guilty, but not every person who is found guilty is actually guilty. To me, that's just the inverse of what that's talking about. So if it's, because that's what I'm saying, it's not really fair, because one argument is saying, you know that you're convicting convicting an innocent person, and maybe those 10 guilty people are going to go free. I'm saying the inverse. What if it's, you know for a fact that those 10 guilty people are guilty and they're going away, and maybe an innocent person goes, versus saying, I know for a fact that an innocent person is going to be convicted. But the system does both. That's the problem. Our system does convict innocent people, and it does let guilty people go free, and those guilty people perpetuate crime on other people. So I don't know where that leaves us, because the current, at least our system, I know for a fact, both those things happen. And so both of our arguments are saying that's not okay. You're saying a system that allows for a convicted person to be, or for an innocent person to be convicted, shouldn't be, is unjust and shouldn't be allowed. And I agree with that. But I also think that a system that allows guilty people to go free is also broken and not just. But if you know those are guilty, it is not an equivalent argumentation. But that's where it becomes that's where we talk about it being a numbers game. I'm saying because you also don't know that innocent person is going to be convicted. You're saying there's a chance in the system. I'm saying that our system right now, there's no guarantee that a innocent person is going to be convicted. It can happen, but there's no guarantee of it. So there's no certainty there. You're not comparing one certainty against 10 possibilities. You're comparing one possibility against 10 also possibilities. But both of them are relying on saying we don't know whether or not they're guilty or not. So we would rather have a system that that has 10 guilty people go free than a system that allows one person to be wrongly convicted. To me, that's a numbers game. It's saying we're going to set up our filter in a way that that catches the bad people. But that filter is constructed in such a way that there is a chance that an innocent person might also be caught with the guilty. But those guilty people will not get out. Those guilty people will not escape justice. But because of how the system is set up, and I'm not saying this is how our system is, but you're saying, and you like, but it's the certainty, I think, that's tripping up. If we were to imprison as many possible to avoid crimes, everyone would be in prison. No, it's not to avoid crimes. It's to punish actual crimes that have been committed. It's not, well, you might do a crime. It's, you did a crime. We have the evidence of it. You go to prison. But I mean, we could extend it. I mean, it would be absurd, but you could extend it and say, well, if there's any way for anybody to falsely accuse anybody of anything and end up getting put in prison, then that system doesn't work. And I would agree to a degree, but within realism. And I think that's where I'm wondering if, like, when you say practicality versus principle, I'm not saying this is the case, but it almost sounds like idealism versus reality. Reality is that there is no infallible system, and that innocent people are going to end up being convicted, whether by intention or not. It doesn't even have to be malicious government or anything. The system can wrongly convict people who are not guilty, and the system can also allow people who are guilty to go free. That's the reality of it. We don't have an idealized version that guarantees one or the other, or that says, hey, this system, the way it's set up now, no innocent person will ever be wrongly convicted. But that system may mean that there are 10 guilty people who go free. But we would rather have that happen than the inverse. I think I've got the grasp on that. That's saying, here's our system, here's our filter, and we guarantee that with this particular filter, no innocent person will ever be convicted. But because of the design of this filter, that may mean that a lot of guilty people also are not convicted. But we're okay with that. The problem is that system doesn't exist either. There is no, and I would argue that we are in a much more precarious place if your system is acknowledged to be able to regularly allow guilty people to move through for the sake of making sure that one person is never wrongly convicted. But yeah, it's not about avoiding crimes. It's making sure that people who have already committed them no longer have the ability to do it. And this is, I think, where this was the crux of our disagreement. We both agree that that should happen. I personally don't think it is society's responsibility to keep that person alive. Because we're not talking about thievery. We're not talking about, we're talking about a direct violation of life, I guess. That's the issue, though. Arguing practicality and discussion of principles. Well, I wouldn't say that's the issue, Jonas. I would say that's the contradiction. It's idealism versus reality. Principles versus practicality. Like, at one point you go, okay, to what benefit is to have principles if the principles, it's like, well, if they could be adhered to, my principles would guarantee justice for all. Right, but we don't live in a world where that's feasible. So it's principles for the sake of principle, which does mean it's unshakable and it's unwavering, but it also means practically, and that kind of comes down to our superhero discussion to a degree, where Superman has his morality. It says, I don't kill people, but that principle functionally means people are losing their lives. And at what point are people's lives worth more than principles? If they're and I'm not saying this is actually where we're at, but I'm just wondering if you say, well, in order for me to adhere to my principles, it may mean that 20 people die. Is that worth it? Is somebody's life worth adhering to principle? I would not say there's no reality in adhering to principle. To the innocent facing prison or worse, death, the reality is rather stark. The possibility of the innocent facing prison. But, and again, now, as you said, or prison or worse, death. So, I mean, again, that's what I'm saying, but that's the reality of it. You can't have a system where the innocent doesn't face prison. There is no such system. There's no way for us to do that. There will always be a chance. And the argument, at least as far as I understood it, was you were saying, okay, but at least there's a chance for them later on down the road, maybe to be exonerated, maybe not. Just because they're alive doesn't mean that they can be exonerated. So we can just take death sentence off the table. We just say an innocent facing prison, that's always going to be a reality. That is the reality. In principle, in theory, no, nobody should ever have to face that. But our legal system is not set up in a way that and our life is never set up in a way that you never risk having an innocent person face prison or even go to prison. That's the reality of it. So that's where I'm saying the principle has value. But if that principle says, in order for my principle to be realized, this is the system we must adopt. It's not the one that currently exists. It has to be this different system, a system that by its nature can, and I will acknowledge, will allow guilty people to go free. Then it's arguing principle versus potential lives. I mean, both way it is. I'll acknowledge that. Either way, like I said, somebody is getting screwed, but we will never have a system that frees innocent people from facing prison. Nor will we ever have a system that will guarantee that guilty people will always be convicted and the populace will always be protected from the guilty people. So the question then becomes, from a practicality, to me, then it becomes practicality. It becomes, okay, well, and I think if it's to me, the principle is as far as that principle can go in practicality is innocent until proven guilty. I think that approach is the most realistic way that I say yours, but I agree with you that our belief that you need to be proven guilty. You can't just be assumed to be guilty off the jump. That has to be proven. There has to be enough evidence brought. If there is even a question, that's how our law works in theory anyway. If there is any doubt whatsoever for the judge or the jury that this person is innocent, they should be allowed to go free. That's the principle. That's the principle being put into action. If you're looking at that person and going, you know what, I don't, you told me that all this is there, but I'm seeing holes in it. The defense is proving or showing that there's holes in this. It may not have been that person. It may have been this or whatever. Then I am not supposed to convict. To me, that is a system as adherent to that principle as possible. But even that doesn't guarantee it for a myriad of reasons. And some of it is, the ability to use the law, the admissible evidence, the jury's biases, people being paid off, so there is always that. But I think that's as close as you can get to walking out that principle, is to say, beyond a shadow of a doubt. It has to be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. But we know from history, from innocent people being convicted, that clearly, however it happened, that shadow of a doubt was overlooked, because there should have been a shadow of a doubt. Somehow, if an innocent person goes to prison, that means that somewhere, somehow, whether it was the lawyer, whether it was the judge, whether it was corruption, whether it was whatever, somewhere, somehow, somebody failed to present enough shadow of a doubt, or that shadow of a doubt was failed to be perceived. And so, but how do you have a system practically that can do more than that? I guess is the question. And I guess too, like I'm not putting this in your mind, Jonas, or putting this on you, but for me, I think it comes from where the sympathy lies, or the empathy, or the relating. Like if I'm looking at this and seeing myself as an innocent person facing this system, I think my perspective is different than me as a victim looking at a guilty person or thinking about a guilty person. So I think that could just be where we are. I mean, obviously, like you're saying, there's principles, which would mean it wouldn't change regardless. But I think if you're looking at it going, I don't want to be, or I don't want my family to be in that position where I'm innocent, I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm facing prison or death wrongfully, I can't align with a system that would allow for me or somebody I care about to be put in that situation. Whereas when I come from it, I'm not putting myself in that situation. I'm thinking of it from those victims, or from outside, and going, I don't want that guilty person to go and do it to other people, because I've heard, I mean, it's you get somebody who's sobbing and going, this person was in jail for doing the exact same thing he just did to my mother. Why was he allowed to go out? Why was he allowed to get free? Whether they let him out on the system said, hey, we think he's rehabilitated, so we're letting him back in society, or whether there was, the evidence that was admitted was, or the evidence that was there was not allowed to be admitted, even though when he was guilty, he was let out. That person, so that's where my sympathies end up going. That's where my mind ends up going. Right, but then it's a matter of the principles not being adhered to, not so much the principle itself that is failing. In the case of the system having people falling through the cracks. Oh, no, yeah, no, it's not the principle. But it's the reality that the principle is always going to fail. That it's I mean, we chalk it up to human nature. You just say, like, history shows that it is never going to be, the principle is never going to be adhered to realistically. That human beings cannot be, a society cannot be realistically expected to adhere to those principles. I'm with you. I there's no reason it shouldn't be. I think, like, it's a very cut and dry thing. Hey, shadow of a doubt, you don't let it go. But that's subjective too. Like, there are malicious times where innocent people have gone to prison, I'm sure. But then there are times where it's like that person really, the way the lawyer presented it, the way everything was done, the jury looked at it, and the jury looks at it and goes, it seems pretty clear cut to me. And the defense, either because of incompetence or a lack of whatever, is unable to instill that seed of doubt, is unable to bring that shadow of doubt to bear. That's not even a jury being corrupt or not standing on principle. They're going, yes, absolutely. I am standing on principle. I am not going to say guilty unless I believe it without a shadow of a doubt. And how everything plays out in that courtroom, right, wrong, or whatever, as it's presented, every juror goes, yeah, it's pretty cut and dry. It's cut and dry. This person's guilty. And they do it with a clean conscience. They don't do it thinking, oh, well, we're fudging it. So just for the subjectivity of it, and the nuances of how evidence is presented and everything, that principle doesn't have to be rejected in order for it to fail, or for it not to be carried out. The principle doesn't fail, but the miscarriage of that principle does not require any malevolence. It doesn't require any malfeasance. It doesn't require a conscious decision. All it requires is a set of circumstances that unfortunately are not altogether uncommon. So people fall through the cracks, but it doesn't have to be because people don't stand on principle. They can stand on principle, but just be unarmed with everything they need in order to execute that principle. And that in itself can be chalked up to any number of things that range from malevolence or intent to incompetence or what have you. But that's never going to, I don't think we can ever expect that to go away. At least right now, maybe there's a way, maybe there will be a way in 10 years or something to somehow, I don't know. And I would be all for that. Obviously I don't, because it can happen to me. That's the reality. Like I'm not arguing, if it were to happen to me, I'd be pissed off and full of rage and everything else. I just don't know how to change it. I think we are talking past each other. I'm simply trying to put forward that we can't simply say the collateral of innocent suffering is acceptable. Not definitively, not with certainty, no. But I think for either side, it's not fair to say, well, the possibility of one person going to prison is not worth the absolutely knowing that 10 guilty people are going free. Neither is it fair to say that the possibility of 10 guilty people going free is worth the definite innocent person going. I'm saying I don't think the system right now is that the suffering of innocence is acceptable. But unless there's an alternative that makes that like an impossibility, that's what we're stuck with. Because we have to punish. Like, I guess I would say, what's the alternative then? Because I can almost guarantee you, any system that exists, the collateral of innocence suffering, nobody's going to say it's acceptable, but it is understood that it is going to happen. And so unless there's a system in place, I don't think any system that can guarantee that that's not a possibility is going to be also capable of, with any consistency, prosecuting or locking up guilty. So you would have we already have in many cases a revolving door. So you would have even more people being put back out on there to in theory, not even guaranteed, but to eliminate the possibility. So if the system is guaranteed to condemn an innocent person, then yes, we've got a problem. I can agree with you on that for sure. But I'm saying the system allows the possibility of it, but it doesn't guarantee it. That certain things have to happen in order for that to do. And if you'd say, well, that's not acceptable, then we don't have, either in your country or mine, a system that can effectively prosecute people. Because in both of our systems, there is the possibility. I don't think anybody's saying it's okay for definitively, like this year, a innocent person is definitely going to be convicted if we execute justice this way. I don't think anybody's saying that that's okay or that that's acceptable, because we're talking about an absolute. But if you were to make them equal and you were to say, I can guarantee you this year, if we use this system, I guarantee you there's going to be one innocent person that ends up in prison. But I can also guarantee you that, or let's see, But conversely, if we use this other system, I can guarantee you that 10 guilty people will go free. So either way, if you lock it down to an absolute and a guarantee, neither one is good. The issue is both of them are possibilities, but not certainties. So I think that's the, but it's very weighted to make it a definitive thing one way or the other, because one, that's not reality, and two, it's a no-brainer. Like, well, maybe guilty people will go free, but one innocent person is definitely going to be condemned. Well, that doesn't sound good. But neither does it sound good to say, well, definitely 10 guilty people are going to go free, but no innocent people will ever be charged or ever be convicted. But maybe that's the crux then, is I'm saying I'm okay with a system that runs the chance of condemning an innocent person if it means that it eliminates the chance that, but again, then it's a definitive thing as well. Neither one is good, right? But one is the whim of another individual, the other is the victimization of the state. Okay. Well, that's half of it, Jonas. That is half of it. So I see what you're saying. I get that, because it's one of it is the system is itself condemning. The other one is, well, I might go out and do it. The problem is you still have a guilty person that has done something. So the recursion, the potential for them to do it again, that is their whim, yes, but it doesn't take into account that they actually did do something that has taken a toll on society, that has taken a toll on a family, and that cannot, that a just society, a society that claims to be just, cannot allow that to pass. So I'm following you on that, and I do agree with you on that. That is a, one is saying this is a part of the system cranking it out, and the same can be said for the innocent. What is the whim of another individual? Right? Yeah. No, absolutely. Well, and Jonas, I mean, that was the whole crux, is we're looking at the same thing from trying to protect or trying to defend, I guess, perhaps, the two different parties of this. The bottom line is neither, regardless, like I said, somebody gets screwed. And so like in the case of the criminal, you say, okay, even if that person doesn't go out and kill another person, the victims of that person do get screwed. Like ultimately they absolutely get screwed. And unlike where if you're in prison and you can be exonerated, once you're acquitted of the crime, you can't be tried for that crime again. Double jeopardy. We have I'm sure it's probably there in Norway too. We have double jeopardy. You cannot be tried twice for the same crime. So whereas yours kind of had, like, convicting an innocent person has a certain safeguard in that there is a system in place that can allow for that person to be let out of prison. Whereas once that guilty person is said, okay, you're done, you're good, they can't be tried for that again. Even if there's evidence that comes out that says absolutely they did it, they can't be tried for it. So I would say in that way, so if both are equal in terms of, well, both are injustices, one's an injustice done to an innocent person, one's an injustice done to society in favor of a guilty person. Right now, we don't have a system in place that allows for the passage of time to possibly correct the wrong of releasing a guilty person, but we do have a system in place that does allow for the restoration of somebody who was inaccurately charged or undeservedly charged. Is it more important to punish a criminal or to avoid criminalizing an innocent? Both of them are devastating to society. That's the problem. If you have you want to talk about fostering bitterness and resentment in a society, have them watch criminals go free. Have them watch people be put back on the streets that have already done stuff. That there is mistrust, there is bitterness, there is resentment, there is, okay, where's the authority? There is, we need to take matters into our own hands. There's a whole litany of things that come with miscarriage of justice by letting a criminal go free. And especially if that criminal does continue to do problems, you go, well, what's the point of the law? I would say an innocent person, that is going to be more confined. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it is less. I think the people that are impacted by that, by the innocent person being convicted, is the innocent person and the friends and family, people who know about it. Whereas criminal in society, and what we've seen a criminal do and violate society and be allowed to do it again or be allowed to come back into society, that has wider ramifications. Now, that's debatable. That's more or less off the top of my head, but that would be my impulse then. Then it is a greater good argument. It would be greater good, but in a distinction. So there is, again, it's the definitiveness that this happened. A lot of times when you hear greater good, we're doing this for the greater good. We're doing this to make sure this doesn't happen. We're doing this to keep people safe. We're doing this to keep it is things that are put in place that either hamper life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, or anything in between, in the possibility that something might happen that we have decided is worse than something else. It's another thing to say this happened. This societal contract was violated by this person, perhaps multiple times. Then I think the greater good is a little more warranted, or is a little more justified, because it's not just saying, well, we've decided, because I think all of us agree nobody should be murdered. Their life should not be taken from them because of arbitrary reasons. And like I said, I operate from an individualist perspective and the principles that come with it. But now, Jonas, but doesn't that implicitly, or doesn't that imply also, it would be to the detriment of the populace? If that is the focus, it is not without consequence. So I think I understand what you're saying, but that does invite the other side of it, which says to the detriment of society. One individual is placed above the well-being of the society in general, of which that individual is a part. Now, I'm not definitively saying that I disagree with that. I'm stroking my chin. Because again, I'm not a big greater good broad sense person, but I don't think you have a society in which any individual is protected or is going to thrive if there is no belief in that system and its ability to keep harm happening, not because of a potential or a possibility, or because of some, well, we think you shouldn't be allowed to say these words because it might make somebody feel bad. That's a lot of ifs. That's a lot of maybes. That's a lot of choice. We're talking about murder. We're talking about taking innocent lives, and especially saying something that's already happened. That's no longer hypothetical. It's no longer, well, we think we need to do this to keep people safe. It's, we need to do this in order to stop people from being murdered. It's a much more, my argument is to not let criminals go free. No, but you're saying individual, so versus greater good. So I guess my distinction is I'm saying the common phrase for the greater good, I don't usually agree with, because usually the phrase for the greater good is a bunch of hypotheticals, a bunch of possibilities, a bunch of whatever, and it's subjective. We think it's better if this doesn't happen. I don't think somebody saying murder shouldn't happen is subjective. So I'm agreeing. So all I'm doing is qualifying and saying the phrase greater good is, to me, a bit of a misnomer here, because the way it is frequently used, I do disagree with it. But in this case, yes, I would say for the sake of society, for the sake of societal harmony, for the sake of whatever. Now, you're saying my argument is not to let the criminals go free, but you're saying it's better for that to happen, or for that possibility to exist than for that individual to suffer. Right? That's the crux of it. Like I'm willing to let criminals go free if it means definitively that no individual will ever be wrongfully convicted of a crime. And I think that's where I say I don't like that. Well, one, it's definitive still in favor of that one individual. So it's already kind of weighted. It's the definitive of 1 against the possible 10. Whereas if we say, yeah. And my argument is not to condemn the individual. My argument is not to imprison an innocent person. So we definitely agree on these things. These are good. But yeah, I mean, but if it comes down to it, I do believe like that's where to me it is a numbers game. Where I go, statistically speaking, if there is a system that guarantees 10 people go to prison and one of them is innocent, or a system that guarantees no innocent people go free, but 10 guilty people also go free, I will take the system that convicts the one and the other 10 over a system that releases 10 and doesn't convict and doesn't wrongfully convict anybody. Because the alternative is to say that we accept to systematically allow the suffering of innocence at the hand of the state for the sake of efficiency. Again, that's presuming that it happens. That's saying that again, like we're saying we accept that there is a possibility that an innocent may suffer in order to make sure that other people do not suffer. We're talking past each other on this. Okay, fair enough. It must be. It's. I mean, it doesn't help. Like, obviously, you're only able to respond in like blurbs, comments like that. I'm able to ramble on, so it does make it difficult. But, I don't know though. I feel like the problem is we keep, well, not we, but it's the decisiveness of it. If like I said, if I say there, system A, 11 people go to prison, one of them unjustly, that one person is going to go to prison, but 10 guilty people are going to go. That's system A. System B, that one person does not go to prison. No innocent people are harmed, but 10 people that are guilty are going to go free. To me, I feel like that's an apt comparison. One is definitively saying, yes, an innocent person is going to go free in this system, or an innocent person is going to be convicted, but 10 people are also going to be convicted because of how the system is set up. Or you have a system that no innocent people are ever going to be convicted. No innocent person was going to suffer, but that same system is definitively going to allow 10 people who are guilty to go free. And I think that is where to a degree, the argument is saying, well, yes, but there's nothing saying that those people, then those 10 guilty people, there's nothing saying that they're going to go out and kill other people. That's up to them. Whereas in this setup, the system the system itself is condemning that one person. Where here, the system is not condemning anybody. It's simply letting people go, and it's up to them on their volition whether or not they can commit more crimes in the future. It's not right for the system to knowingly condemn somebody, or for the system to accept that. It would be better to say, okay, well, here's people. It's up to them to decide what they're going to do. I can agree with that. However, that doesn't take into account the crimes that they were already committed, that they're already guilty of going into it. Plus the possibility and the likelihood, statistically, at least in this country, of them going and committing it again. We're talking about the principle, not specific system in place. Multiply that number, though. 1 out of 11 isn't a great statistic of collateral. If we were to talk pragmatic terms, not principle. How so? I mean, we can multiply the number, but the statement that we're reading, and I understand what we're talking about. We might be talking about something different, but essentially saying 1 to 10, that one innocent person is worth 10 guilty people. Am I getting that right? So you can multiply it by 10 each and say 10 innocent people versus 100. I'm taking it at, I guess, face value maybe, which may be incorrect. But I'm saying the release of 10 guilty people, or is not worth the one the one innocent person being convicted. Which again, that comes to me, that's a numbers thing. But if we're not adhering to that, then I guess that would be a statistic thing. How often are innocent people actually convicted? And statistically, or numeric, like percentage wise, I don't know that it's that high. That's why it's not about the number, it's about punishment of innocence. Okay, no, yeah, I understand that. Okay, and that phrase, I think I'm not trying to presume. I think I get what you're saying. Like, the punishment of innocence is never acceptable. Like, innocence should never be punished, which is, as you alluded, that's what changed your mind about a different stance, punishing innocence. I think the way I'm looking at it is letting guilty people go free is punishing innocence. You are allowing already punished innocence to be there be no accounting for punished innocence, and you're risking more punishment. So on either side, you've got innocence. You've got the victims, and you've got a wrongly convicted person. Both of them are innocent. So which is more innocent? Which is more fair? And you're saying, I think, systemically. But that's also the problem, because you still have those innocents have already lost their lives. So you've got one that you're condemning to prison, and you've got another innocent who no longer has the ability to live. Then you see how we were talking past each other. You then are generalizing innocence to a wider group rather than adhering to the individual. No. I'm talking about, okay, criminal commits an offense. The guy kills somebody. That's not society's fault. That's an individual. That individual is innocent. The person who was murdered is an innocent person. The recurrence, so that's already been done. The chance of that criminal gets out and kills another person, that would be another innocent innocent life, but let's just deal with the one that we know for a fact has been taken. That is an innocent person. If a guilty person goes free, there is no accountability for that innocent life that was taken. Just as, to your point, if an innocent person is found guilty, there is no accountability for what happens to that innocent person. They're both innocent. They're both innocent individuals. One is an innocent person who lost his life. The other is an innocent person who lost his freedom as we're talking now. I'm not talking about people at large. I'm talking about that individual who was victimized, who was innocent, and whose life was taken away from them. That's innocence. And that needs to be accounted for. And a system that allows that to not be accounted for is not a just system, is not a system that should be allowed to exist either. We agree that criminals should be convicted and innocents should go free. The point is that the latter is principally of higher importance. So that would be where we disagree. That would be where we disagree. If it's either or, which is what it sounds like, because we're saying we can't have both, or that both won't happen. I'm saying it's more important for society and for the individuals, both, to make sure that the guilty are punished, even if that possibly means, not guaranteed, but possibly means that an innocent person may be implicated, maybe put in prison or, guilty. It's not like you said, I don't want that, but I think a miscarriage of justice, I think having 10 dead people with no accountability for it is worse than one person going into prison unjustly. Because in both cases, it's unjust. In both cases, it's innocent person being screwed over. But I think the damage done in both cases is done is done to an individual. In both cases, an individual is harmed, but I think there is higher ramifications societally for letting the guilty people go free than there is of an innocent person going to prison. So I think in both cases, innocent people are getting screwed. And yeah. But, and I guess that would make my principle being, I don't know. I just look at what happens to people what happens to their lives when people are taken from them, and what happens, like what the impact of that is in society. And when you see, it's weird. I feel like the ramifications of the guilty being allowed to thrive versus the injustice of an innocent person, being falsely accused. I feel like one does far more damage than the other. On an individual level, equal, but on a societal level, I think it's far worse for society to see. I think the injustice of guilty going free, of it being unpunished, hits a nerve far more than, again, as an individual, absolutely. But I don't know. Maybe we're not. Maybe we've reached, I guess, the understanding, because I think that's, and I don't know what principle that would be for me, other than guilty being just I don't know. But it's not it is a societal thing. Yeah. Greater good. Yeah, I wish it could be phrased differently, though. Like I said, I think there's a big distinction between, hey, everybody needs to do this thing because we've decided that we think it's better for people to do. Hey, we want everybody to wear red shirts because we think it makes everybody feel happy for the greater good. That's a hypothetical greater good. It's a subjective greater good. To have something that says guilty people always are punished at the expense, perhaps, of, or no, that's not fair to say. Guilty people are almost always punished, or likely to be punished, with the possibility, higher benefit to rephrase. There you go. Higher benefit. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I just wanted to. I appreciate that's perfect. I just wanted a distinction to be made between, again, because what we went through in 2020. That was a lot of greater good bullshit, and that I did not agree with. And it was not founded on objectivity. It was not founded on science. It was not founded on rationality. It was founded on fear, panic, and a whole bunch of other crap, but for the greater good. And I'm like, to me, that's a whole different thing. But yes, I guess I would say higher benefit to society. Despite the fact that I am an individualistic person, I'm not a big woohoo society. I'm much more of a loner by myself. So it's weird to think of it that way. I just, and maybe that's a personal thing. One is tragic. An innocent person being put in prison is tragic and it's egregious. But the idea of a guilty person thriving, being, going without consequence, not only with the potential to do it again, but with there being no nothing to guarantee. I don't know, like there's no price paid for that life that is lost. And I guess to your point, Jonas, to the original reason why this whole discussion came up, I would concede, I think perhaps to the point of no capital punishment, in that one is you took somebody's life and that can never be given back. And so for the safety of society, being put in prison, but so that there is a chance for that person to, if they are in fact innocent, to be exonerated, that it is not, their life is also not taken away. Because like I said, I think that's where the whole argument started, whether capital punishment was okay or not. I think I'd be more okay with it if it was, if it could cut both ways, in that I think if somebody can be allowed to be exonerated, if there's an option for somebody who is found innocent to be let go, I think there needs to be an ability in the law for somebody who is later to be found guilty to be condemned. And maybe there is. Maybe I'm misinterpreting double jeopardy. Hang on. Let me just find that, because maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree on that, and it's already where I think it should be. Yeah, see, if the state later finds more evidence against the defendant, the state cannot try the defendant again. The jury has already spoken and the case is closed. So, yeah. So, one way says, hey, and again, I would say, I'm almost at the point where saying, okay, seeing that point, okay, suspension of death sentence or capital punishment, allowing an acquittal or conviction and in rare cases, prosecutorial and or judge misconduct in the same jurisdiction. What's that? Allowing an acquittal or conviction and in rare cases, prosecutorial and judge misconduct. Wait, what is that for? Following an acquittal or conviction and in rare cases, prosecutorial. Is that clarifying double jeopardy? Right. But you cannot be tried for the same crime again, even if new evidence is found after they have been acquitted. Once somebody is acquitted of being of whatever crime it is, no matter what happens, you could have video evidence submitted 2 days later showing that person did it. The person still can't be put in prison. I think that personally, I would think that needs to change, because right now it's not equal. Right now, if you are convicted, you can be found innocent and let go. But if you are found innocent and there is evidence that is brought forward that, changes everything and it's convicting, you can't be. So one is definitive and the other is, well, it can be taken away. So I think that would have to be addressed. If Jonas, if I'm going to take your request for no capital punishment, then we need to make sure that just saying somebody is innocent is not that cannot be ever challenged again. I'm not saying you can't just be like, hey, we got new evidence, now you're guilty. But to say that just like if there's evidence that shows somebody's innocent, they have to go to a retrial. I don't think I think it's a slant one way to do that. But I mean, that's not for us to decide. But I think that would be my initial condition, Jonas, for taking on your stance there, the compromise. I don't think that reads as tough new evidence can't change the case. Seems to me it speaks to special cases of prosecutor misconduct. Well, let's see. Bars only an identical prosecution for the same offense. Difference primarily in common law that prevents an accused person from being tried again on the same or similar charges following an acquittal or conviction, and in rare cases, prosecutional. Okay, so there's the first half. Is a procedural defense that prevents an accused person from being tried again on the same or similar charges following an acquittal or conviction, and in rare cases, prosecutional and judge misconduct in the same jurisdiction. Double jeopardy is a common concept in criminal law. Bars only an identical prosecution for the same offense. However, a different offense may be charged on identical evidence at a second trial. So you would have to find some way to finesse the charge in order for that to work. I mean, unless I'm misreading it, it's saying once you're found not guilty, you cannot be charged of that same crime again. Period. Like, it can't happen. It doesn't matter why, it doesn't matter what for. As soon as they say dismissed, or even that you're convicted, like if you get convicted for a lesser offense or they get a lesser sentence, if new evidence comes to light, the case is closed. They're not allowed to try you again for that same thing. They can try to find a different way to come at you. But again, now we're talking about trying to find loopholes and ways to rephrase things and say, well, technically, because it happened, in a government building, we can actually try them with trespassing or, whatever. But you can't, if somebody goes to trial for murdering somebody and they're found not guilty of it, you can charge them with something else, maybe with new evidence, but you can't charge them of murdering that person again. As best as I could, I'm not a lawyer, but that's how I understood double jeopardy. And I'm sure there's a very good reason for it, but it also, again, it would be like saying once you're found guilty, you're not allowed to be, you can't be found innocent again. Like, to me, that's about the same thing. And I don't, like, that's even worse, because at least if there is that possibility, if somebody's found not guilty, you can think a lot, people can have their opinion and be like, I think he's actually guilty. I think he might've done it, whatever, but you're not absolutely sure. But right now, if something were to come out and definitively show to the world, this person did it, and that person just goes, tough shit, like that creates a lot of problems. So it's one thing for people to assume that person is guilty and that a guilty person got away with something. And it's another thing if something were to come along and show definitively that is what happened. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. To me, it sounds like you can't have the same case over and over again. I mean, that would become lawfare galore. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, and 100% agree. But also you're saying, but the condition is new evidence. So, and just, I mean, like using the same standards, I'm pretty sure, I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure if you're in prison, because you wrongly convicted, you can't just be like, hey, a lawyer can't be like, hey, I found a Post-it note on the refrigerator that shows that my client is actually innocent. Like, I think the evidence has to be submitted. The judge has to decide that the evidence, that whatever's being presented now is enough to significantly change the case, that it's worthy of consideration. It can't just be a whimsical, well, we want another retrial based on what grounds? Okay, well, my client didn't look his best that day and the jury probably thought he was ugly. That's not going to fly. And it would be the same thing with conviction. You can't just say, well, this person over here said that they saw something, and so we're going to try this again. That would be frivolous. I think they have to show a preponderance of evidence. They have to present enough evidence to a judge initially that goes, we have this significantly changes what's been done before. It's not just a whimsical, hey, whatever. Like I said, I think it cuts both ways. You can't get a trial to get out of prison without substantial evidence, and nor do I think you should be allowed to be tried again without substantial evidence. I just think there have been times where it's become very apparent, that things were found afterward. Somebody else was, found guilty, and that led to uncovering of a bunch of other. Like, how many times you got the guy that's in there? No, I don't know how many times, but like, who is it? I don't remember that serial killer guy, but like, he got convicted for the 2 murders, I think, and then because of statute of limitations, which I guess that would be a thing as well to have to worry about. But he was like, oh, here's the other 18 people I murdered. Now, granted, he got life sentences for those people that he did kill, so it wasn't like he was going to go anywhere, but I think that stopped like the death penalty. I agree. I don't know enough about law to get into specifics on this. The way it was laid out here didn't make it sound like new evidence could not make a case relevant again, though. But not for the same crime. I mean, that's the definitive thing. It's new evidence can be, as long as it allows them to be tried in a different way. But I got to call it here. Talk to you later. Yeah, Jonas, it's been a great conversation, my friend. It's been a great conversation, and here we are in the next day. Yes, take care, and I will talk to you later. Thank you for the conversation. It was some good mental exercise, if nothing else. And yeah, till next time.